called his death a deliberate assassination. Adnan Sloy has accused
with China. News and analysis at townhall.com. Fearing for their safety, drivers, ride-hailing, and food delivery services are demanding stepped-up protection.
31 drivers were murdered doing gig work.
Jason Munderloh drives for Lyft.
That really comes out of just the lack of support we have from the corporations.
Data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics backs up his concern. Ride-hailing and delivery driving rank among the deadliest occupations in the country. While most from traffic accidents, the data also shows drivers more at risk of assaults than other occupations. And Munderloh says being a contract worker adds to the vulnerability.
I'm not making enough money to really be able to decide which rides to take and which ones that I don't want.
I'm Ben Thomas.
It's the first time this has happened in 15 years. Hollywood TV and movie writers have hit the bricks. They've gone on strike. Once again on Wall Street this hour, the S&P futures down 4 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Attention all motivated sellers. Are you ready for a more exciting career in radio and digital marketing? Look no further than News Talk 96.5 FM. Join our team and tap into the world of multimedia marketing, radio, and event sales. We're looking for individuals who are passionate about helping local businesses grow. We provide best-in-class sales tools to ramp up sales quickly and help you achieve your goals. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to elevate your sales career. Call Gina Langley at 731-800-6397.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Tuesday brings great election day weather. Sunny skies with highs in the mid-60s. Breezy west winds 15 to 20, gusting up to 30. Clear skies tonight, lows near 40. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
I hear tell you're doing well. Good things have come to you. I wish I had your happiness. You had a do, I could 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 do. They tell me you're running free, your days are never blue. I wish I had your good luck charm and you had a do, I could 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 do. Yeah, I see you going down the street in your big Cadillac. You got girls in the front and got girls in the back, yeah, way in the back. You got money in a sack, both hands on the wheel and your shoulders right back. Rip-it-bip-bip-bip-boo-ba. I hear tell you're doing well, good things have come to you. I wish I had your happiness.
You had to do, wackadoo, 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 wackadoo. Come on, G-Unit.
Lord, man.
Come on, man.
Hang on. Hold it.
Come on, man. It is election day after all.
It is.
Girls in the front, you got girls in the back.
And way in the back, you got money in the sack. Both hands
Money in the sack.
And the
Election
shoulders
day.
reared back. Wow.
I hear tell you're doing well.
It's election day.
Come to you.
What I think
Are you
about
stoked about it?
Yes.
You live in the city, right?
You had to do wackadoo, 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 wackadoo.
Have you already voted?
Of course not. I'm an American. I'm not some bedwetting communist fire starter.
You do it on election day?
I always vote on election day. I don't early vote. I'm an American. I am an American.
Well, I'm a busy American. That's why I vote early and often.
That's the problem. I vote on election day. I've never voted early. Never in a day
Never
in
in
my
your life? Really?
No, never. I don't do it. I think it's un-American.
Well,
I don't think you should be allowed to do it. Here's what I think.
All right.
It's election day. I think election day should be counted as a holiday. You get one day, you get the day off, you go vote or don't.
That's a good point.
And if you don't, then you can't open your mouth for the rest of 4 years. You can't say a word to anybody. You get the day off to go vote, the whole day. Everybody gets the whole day to go vote. And if you choose not to, you have to have your jaw broken and sewn shut. Nobody gets to hear a word from you for 4 years. That's what I think.
And your tongue
That's what I think.
Tongue cut out.
No, just sewn shut. I mean, you can do that for 4 years.
Can't gripe.
But you
complain.
can't say a word for 4 years. You can mumble and grunt,
groan,
yes. Moan, whatever you want to. Like
Yep.
that lady at the symphony the other night at the Hollywood Bowl. Have you heard about that?
No.
She was moaning and groaning at the symphony, if you know what I'm saying. We'll get to that.
Oh, Lord.
But anyway, that's my proposal. That's what I want to see happen.
Okay.
And if you work in radio and you're a pundit and you're a big mouth and loud mouth, and if you don't go vote on election day, you're done.
Nada. Zip. Zilch.
Imagine what it would be like if we didn't have to listen to Chuck Walker for 4 years.
Oh, my God.
How great would that be? Oops, I forgot to go vote. Okay. I got a ball peen hammer.
Well, the good thing is
ready for your job.
I live in the county. So
Well, he's not going to get to vote today either because I think he lives in Selma or Finger or somewhere. Sweet Lips, something.
So we, my smoking hot girlfriend and I, we do not vote today because we live in the county. In the election, for folks listening outside of
Polls
the city
open
of
at
Jackson,
7 o'clock, close at 7 o'clock.
Yep.
Polls open at 7, close at 7 tonight.
So you got 45 minutes.
If you live in the city, today's your day to go vote.
And bust the doors wide open in about 45 minutes.
If I get my wish and you don't vote today, right in the teeth.
Bam.
And you don't get to say anything.
Like a Bugs Bunny bad cartoon.
Yeah.
That they want to ban these days.
I think that's fair for all the loudmouth blowhards that want to pontificate and moderate forums and debates that don't even live in the city.
I'm glad that you and
I think you get your jaw broken, get your teeth wired together. You don't get to say anything for 4 years until you reform yourself, and either move to the city or play in the street. I don't care which.
When we're done here, are you going to vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just right up the street. It'll take me 2 seconds, and I promise you I'll have to wake the people up that are working the polls.
No, you won't. No.
I've done it before.
That doesn't mean it's going to happen today. But anyway, yes, go vote. You've got about 45 minutes before the polls open.
What's the turnout been like for early voting?
I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I'm telling you, I'll have to wake the people up working the polls. I've had to do it before. Usually I vote in the afternoons. This time, I'm not going to be able to. So I'll have to vote. I'll have to vote at 8:15 this morning. But yeah, I'll be there because I live in the city, and I have a voice. Unlike more people I know than not that don't live in the city and have got something to say about it. I don't care for that.
So I can't find, just by Google.
Drive on our streets, work in our town, play in our town. Think you got a voice? No, you don't. You don't. You don't. So all you county dwellers, I mean, what's it to you?
Hey, wait a minute.
What's it to you?
I live in the county.
What's it to you today?
Well, I drive on the streets.
What is it? What is it to you today?
Well, can I finish?
Certainly. When I'm done.
Oh, well, then.
I'm not done.
I'll be back in about an hour and a half.
Well, okay, that's fair. I mean, what's it to you?
Is it my turn? Yeah, it's important to me because I do live in Madison County, and I do care about the people that are elected to serve.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Oh,
you
really?
live in the county. Why do you live in the county and not in the city? Why have you never made the jump to live in the city? Why? Because I know you've got a reason.
I prefer not to pay city taxes for services that I would not use.
Like what?
For example,
you pay county taxes
I
for
do.
schools and education. You
We
don't
do.
use that.
No.
I don't think you ever have.
You were on a roll today, brother. Did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed?
I'm on the right side of the bed. I'm always on the right side of the bed.
That's
every day.
That's called.
I'm on the right side of the bed.
That's called delusion. That's
call,
a lie we tell ourselves.
You call it what you want to. You know I'm right.
All right.
You know I'm right. It's 44 degrees on the outside. Still a little cool this morning. Out at the airport this morning, officially we are at 40 degrees. So we've got a 4-degree discrepancy between the Jing Langley Ford Studios here in Midtown Jackson and at McKellar-Sipes Regional Airport. 44 here, 40 there, both under fair skies. Where did we go today? Sunny. Look for a high near 67 and breezy. The wind was a little brutal yesterday.
A little bit, yeah.
I was on the road and it was blowing my vehicle all across both lanes. I mean, I was having to two-handle it.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't even put my arm around who I was riding with because I had to have both hands on the wheel. You know what I'm talking about?
Really?
Man, left turns were hard. You know what I'm talking about? Them hard lefts were extra hard yesterday.
If you got
know what I'm talking about?
if you got a bench seat in the old pickup truck, and you got an arm around the sweetie.
Yeah. Man, left turns used to be your best friend, man. She'd end up in your lap if you took that thing hard enough. Whoops, sorry about that. Hello.
Got the steering wheel with your left hand. You can't be driving a stick shift, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's the bad part. I always drove a stick shift.
Did you?
Yeah. Always had a stick shift.
How would you like to be doing that today in your Tesla? Let me shift this gear. Hang on, let me punch this button on my touch screen.
Yeah.
My iPad space shuttle car.
Yeah, and you know a Tesla, if they had a shifter, it'd have like 13 gears. By the time you got to where you was going, you'd only made it 10th. You know I'm right.
Yes.
They'd have that thing all geared up. Anyway, sunny today, high near 67 and breezy. Tonight, clear, low around 42. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 69. Mostly clear tomorrow night, low around 44. Thursday, more sunshine, high of 75. It's warming up. That's only because showers move in Thursday night. 30% chance overnight Thursday night. Mostly cloudy, low of 56. But Friday, showers likely. Thunderstorms also possible overnight Friday. Mostly cloudy, high near 76. Saturday, slight chance of rain, mainly afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 83. So there you go. So Taylor Swift is playing Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night.
3? I thought it was just 2 shows.
No, she's got 3. Is it Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
Well, let's check.
I think it is. So for you Friday night goers, you might get, I don't know. Because we've got rain Friday night, but I'm not sure about Nashville. But we've got a 40% chance of rain Friday night. So I don't know what that means for Nashville Saturday. Saturday night here, We've got a 30% chance of showers. And then Sunday, a 40% chance of showers. Partly sunny, high near 82 on Sunday. 82 on Sunday.
Well, it's going to be warm for the Taylor Swift concert in Nashville on Sunday. You're right. She now has 3 shows this coming weekend.
That's what I thought.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in Nashville.
Where are your tickets? You got good seats?
No, you were supposed to have us backstage passes for her meet and greet.
That was Low Cut Connie.
Do we have passes for those? Mr. Radio Professional?
I might still could get that going, but I'm not going to go. I'm not going. I'm not going downtown. I had some dude get shot pushing a cart on Beale Street Sunday afternoon.
In the middle of the day?
3 o'clock in the afternoon Sunday, about 3:15. Had a guy get shot. Do you not hear about that?
No,
You know those dudes on Beale Street that push those little carts that sell souvenirs,
right?
And balloons, and you know what I'm talking about.
Little trinkets and stuff.
That stuff.
Yes.
All right. So there was a group down there at Handy Park. And this is the reason you don't go to Handy. You can go to Beale Street, don't go to Handy Park because you'll get beat up, robbed, or in this case, shot. He was pushing he was a vendor. He was a vendor pushing one of those carts. And some dude came out of one of the clubs with one of those big-ass beers, you know, and he poured it on the cart and messed up the dude's merch.
Jeez.
So they got into a little altercation. Next thing you know, dude pulls out a gun, shoots him in the side of the head. 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. I guess he was a Grizzlies fan.
Come on,
still
man.
kind of beat up about it.
He had a reason to be mad about that, but maybe not that mad. I mean, come on, folks. We can do better than this. Why is the solution to everything pulling out a gun?
Well, it's not good because this is the weekend for the Beale Street Music Fest.
That's right.
You know, and that happened downtown. The Music Fest is downtown, and they just don't need that going on.
No.
I heard yesterday that Memphis is June the 1st. They're instituting what's it called? The
martial law? Maybe.
The Blue Suede Brigade, Memphis Police Department.
Really?
June the 1st. They're pulling out the Blue Suede Brigade. But why not now? Why are they waiting till June the 1st? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. If you're going to do something like that, do it during tourist season when everybody's going to be down there. The Blue Suede Brigade. See it?
Part of the Downtown Memphis Commission seeking multiple candidates to be part of the Blue Suede Brigade team on a full and part-time basis.
I think we need to do it.
Should you and I do this?
I think we should.
Dude, I think we'd both get shot the first day.
I think we'd get run over by a car. I don't think we'd get shot.
According to the downtownmemphis.com website, the Blue Suede Brigade.
You've never done this before, have you?
Apparently not, no. Is responsible for patrolling downtown Memphis as hospitality and safety ambassadors for the city of Memphis and downtown, serving as supplemental
Why would they
eyes.
wait till June the 1st to do this?
Good
That's
question.
ridiculous.
Good question.
I mean, who's piloting the ship down there?
The essential functions are to create a friendly, helpful environment in downtown's public spaces.
I think Jim Strickland lives in his car. I don't think he has a home. I don't think he has an office. I think he just stays in his car and just sits there eating pickled sausages.
Pickled sausage.
When's the last time he had one of those?
I've never.
Thursday.
Well, it depends on what my smoking hot girlfriend's
No,
bring.
it doesn't. If I got to eat her cooking, not knowing her, then you got to eat a pickled sausage. I've just amended the deal.
Oh, no.
Because I'll eat a pickled sausage right now.
Oh, God.
You never been to an old country store and those big gallon jugs are on the counter?
Yes, my grandmother had a small community store in East Jackson when I was a kid.
Did she just reach her bare hand down in there and grab you one?
On the counter.
Here, boy.
On the...
just swash it around down in there like
in the
she's
meat
washing her
department,
hand.
They had gigantic jugs, them huge pickles and stuff. Yes.
A pickled sausage.
I didn't have pickled sausage. I had pickles back then. The big pickles.
Reach down in that big old jug
Just
with
grab
that
one.
bare hand, just sloshing around and grab you one. Here, boy.
Been at work? Yeah, go ahead. 25 cents for a pickle.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
We could do that if
we got a big day Thursday coming
maybe
up. I can tell already.
If we were a part of the Blue Suede Brigade, we would get free pickle sausages.
I just don't understand why they're waiting until June to do it. That's stupid.
Yeah.
It's because the mayor lives in his car.
After Memphis in May.
I mean, the man lives in. Have you seen the guy? Do you?
Yes.
If the mayor of Memphis walked in the door right now, would you know him?
Yes, I would.
Okay, I would too, because he hadn't shaved and his tie's undone. He lives in his car.
He doesn't do that.
Splash on a little Old Spice and come do radio.
One time when I met Mayor Strickland was here in Jackson, right up the street from us at Starbucks.
Why was he here? Lost?
Was
he lost?
No, he and Senator Ed Jackson were having a meeting.
Wrong turn at Albuquerque.
Nope.
Huh?
He and State Senator Ed Jackson were having a meeting to discuss the priorities in Memphis, some of which would requar
which apparently they forgot all
state.
about. Which apparently they forgot all about.
Oh well, this has been several years ago.
Yeah.
Of which both of those men are still in office.
Doing what?
You would have to ask them. I do know Senator Ed Jackson, and I knew him before he was elected. He's a good man, and he does a good job. And I support him, and I encourage him. And I, since it's election day.
Did you vote for him?
Yes, I did.
Oh, because you live in the state.
Because I live.
You live in the district.
I live in his district.
I'm not really sure of that.
And I believe that he was the best man for the job. Still do.
I'm not really sure you live in the district because I don't know where you live.
And that's a good thing.
You.
I don't know where you live. I just know you live in downtown.
I live in the city.
You live in the city.
So I get to vote in city elections. I vote in county elections. I vote in state elections. I vote in national, federal elections.
Do you have your voting records with you?
No.
To prove this?
No.
Well, then whatever.
I mean, nobody does as far as I know because I don't vote in primaries. I only vote in general elections. I don't vote in primaries.
I think there are a lot of people that do that.
And the people ask, well, why don't you vote in primaries? Because you have to declare.
Mm-hmm.
I don't declare anything. I don't declare.
I don't declare. All right.
I declare. Well,
I don't.
Greg doesn't. Greg don't declare.
Okay.
But I will go vote today at 8:15. I'll be casting my vote.
For pickled sausages.
Well, I'll be picking that up tomorrow night.
On Thursday.
I'll be picking that up tomorrow night. I know exactly where to go because they have the best ones.
Well,
not many people know where to get the best pickled sausage. I don't know how many people eat those, and I don't eat them often.
When's the last time? I don't know if I've ever had one. When's the last time you had one?
You don't know that you've ever had one?
I asked you the question. Don't interrupt me.
Okay. It's been a while, but I'm not afraid of it.
Let's not. I'll do it.
I'm not. What about a pickled egg or pickled pig's feet?
Oh my
God!
Now
you can get both of those. Well, you can get them all. You can get all those things at the supermarket. You just go to your supermarket. You can go to Kroger right now and get pickled sausage, pickled eggs, pickled pig's feet. You can get that all day long at the supermarket,
and especially over at Camp's supermarket. Well, it used to be Camp's.
Yeah, what is it now?
I don't know.
I like that store, by the way.
They have traditionally had the best meat selection, hand cut by local butchers and what have you.
That place is spick and span. You could do open heart surgery in the dairy section
of the old Camp supermarket.
Yeah,
and we don't know the name of it.
That place is clean, man. When's the last time you were in there?
It's been a little bit. But I like going in there. I go to, can I say the name of the place that I go to out south? Food Giant. I just did. Food Giant. Food Giant in South Jackson.
That's a little sketch, man.
No, it
Come
ain't.
on.
You shop at Walmart South. You've already told us. You've already told all 8 of our listeners.
When I go to Walmart and need hairspray, that's where I
go. For which one?
Exactly. Well, I don't go out there unless I'm forced to.
To Food Giant?
No, I don't go to Food Giant.
There are some things that you can buy cheaper in Food Giant than you can in Walmart. That's why I go. And then we also go to Walmart because we have found there are some things that we can buy cheaper there than we can in Food Giant.
Oh, are you one of those coupon guys? You're a couponer.
Hey, oh, wait a minute. I just got another
coupon. Are you a couponer?
I just got another coupon right here. Hang on. Yep. Clip. right.
You're one of those guys that holds up the line, cashing in all your coupons. You're one of those. And you're one of those old ladies that stands in the door to exit the building, digging in your purse for your keys before you get to your car.
Bless her heart.
You can't even get out the door because there's this woman standing in the door, digging in her purse, looking for her keys.
In the bottomless purse.
And they stand right in the door.
I know it. Yes, they do.
Why do they do that? Excuse me. Hey, lady. They stand right in the door. The doors they're automatic doors. They've already opened,
right.
And they stand right there.
They do.
And nobody can go around them because they've got their buggy there and their elbows out because they're digging in that big giant duffel bag of a purse for their keys. Like they didn't know they were going to the car already. You know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Sad thing is some of those will be voting today, too.
This just in on the G-Unit text line. My smoking hot girlfriend said,
oh, boy.
Yes, we will all, if you bring them, we will all eat pickled sausages. So
I'm down.
She's down to eat one with us.
I am so down.
And as long as we will eat some of her cooking. Because I'm telling you,
what is the dish? Can you just give me that?
I don't know.
Was it goulash?
She hadn't said anything.
Goulash?
I don't know.
Let me tell you this. This will tell you a little bit about my appetite and my palate.
Oh, Lord.
I like boiled okra.
Oh, hell no.
I will eat some boiled okra every day.
I bet you probably the kind of guy who would eat boiled chitterlings too, wouldn't you?
I can't because it smells so bad.
Did you ever eat them fried?
No, I've never had them at all. I draw the line at some things.
I have tried some. I have tried some fried swine intestine before.
Yeah.
And it's utterly disgusting.
You don't like it?
No.
I mean, people. You can't count that out because people love it.
You're right. Some people do.
They absolutely love it.
My father was one of them.
Yeah.
And my mother would cook chitlins for him a couple of times a year, and the entire house would stink for about 3 days after.
Oh, you can't cook them in the house, bruh. Come on.
Listen, that's what we did back then.
You can't cook those things in the house.
Back in the 70s.
I mean, you got to boil them things outside.
When all of your appliances were that avocado green.
So he loved them. Let me ask you this, and your mother would prepare them.
Yes, she would.
So the ones that she prepared, were they hand slung or stump slung?
That I don't know. You've asked me that question before. I don't know which one it was. I don't know.
Well, it was one of them.
Okay.
And one is better than the other.
Oh.
Because one, you're eating something other than chitlins, and one you're not.
Oh.
So were they hand slung or stump slung?
I don't know. You'd have to go find my father's ashes and put them all back together and reincarnate him and say, listen, Daddy.
I like the stump slung because they're,
You said you'd never had them.
I'm just saying, I'm talking for him. I like mine stump slung. There's a little extra in there. It's like a bonus.
Oh, my God.
It's like peanut M&Ms. Little extra.
Or Almond Joy. It's got a little crunch in the coconut. My God. That sounds disgusting. Oh, my God. Oh. It depends on how you like it, baby. The dream like a little bit of all of it.
Man, I can't even talk. Where are we? What time?
We're discombobulated because somebody came in and moved the furniture and didn't tell us. So
and it's going to be moved again.
And we're trying to get used to it. Now it's going to happen just in this coming weekend.
Yeah, I don't want to get used to this setup because it's going to change again. So yeah, we're kind of discombobulated.
So
That's a good word.
I was telling her that it's kind of like somebody came into your house, moved the furniture, and didn't tell you.
Yes.
And you're walking in like, what the hell is this?
Where did the couch go? Why is the refrigerator in the bedroom? That kind of thing. That's what it feels like.
It does. It just feels weird right now.
All right, 44 degrees on the outside here in Midtown at the Jing Langley Ford Studios. Greg Wood, G-Unit 96.5 Daybreak. News Talk 96.5.com. We're back after this. Sports is on the way.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
My name is Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms, and I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Ms. Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
For your teen's music taste.
For dinners where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson. CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years, commercial and residential maintenance, as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
Chug-a-lug, make you wanna holler,
Howdy-ho! Burns your tummy, don't you know? Chug-a-lug, chug-a-lug.
Grape wine in a mason jar.
Come on, man, you know this. You know this.
By a friend of mine after class. Me and him and this other fool decided
a whole bunch of times.
Drank up what's left. Chug-a-lug, so I helped myself. First time for everything. My ears still ring. Chug-a-lug,
chug-a-lug.
Make you wanna holler,
Howdy-ho! Burns your tummy, don't you know? Real quick before we get to sports with G-Unit, it was 90 years ago today. The first sighting of the Loch Ness Monster was reported when a couple drove by the loch and saw an enormous animal rolling and plunging on the surface. What do you think about the Loch Ness Monster?
I don't know if it's real or not.
Do you believe? Do you believe?
Maybe I want to believe.
You want to believe. Okay, Mr. X-Files. I want to believe. J. Edgar Hoover died this date as well, 1972. Pardon me, 51 years ago today. J. Edgar Hoover. He served as the head of the FBI. Well, I mean, he gave birth to the FBI, and he served as the director for 48 years under 8 different presidents. Can you imagine?
No.
He was all about some chug-a-lug and some and some other things, if you know what I'm saying.
Lord.
The word is he liked to wear some high heels and other things.
Oh my God.
You ever heard that?
No, I have not.
You've not ever heard that?
No, sir.
I mean, the mob blackmailed him for it.
The J. Edgar Hoover was a cross-dresser?
And more.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, he liked to swim on the women's team, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, man.
I can't believe you didn't know that.
No, I've never heard that before.
Well, 6:42 is the time. We're 18 minutes away from the top of the hour. Here at Daybreak 96.5, newstalk965.com. Here is G-Unit.
Good morning, Greg. This morning's sports brought to you by Gene Langley Ford, the dealership service built on both sides of East End Drive in Humboldt. Everybody's going to be in Humboldt next week for the Strawberry Festival. Great
That is
time.
right. Are we going to be there? Do we have a float? What's the status of our float? You're on the float committee.
Well, the float committee is going to be the back end of my pickup truck.
Well, that's fine. But I mean, have you gotten started? I mean, what do I wear? My seersucker? What's the appropriate attire for the float?
It's going to be me and you and her with a keg in the back of it.
Okay. I'll be there.
That's about it.
Time do I show up, man? What time do they roll out of that park in Humboldt? What's the name of that park where they line up?
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I don't know the name of it.
Just tell me what time to be there. I'll have on my seersucker shorts, man. We'll be ready to go. My short pants, seersucker short pants. Say that 3 times fast.
I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Have a big jug of pickled eggs. Keg.
Are we going to do pickled eggs on Taste Test Thursday?
I'm asking you, man. Would you rather have pickled eggs, pickled sausage, or pickled pig's feet?
The pig's feet are out for sure.
Oh, you're not doing the pig's feet?
I'm not down with that.
Well, I mean, there's really no difference between that and the pickled sausage. It's all the same thing.
So you're amending this to say if you eat some of her cooking, then I've got to eat something that you bring.
I'm just saying the difference between pickled pig's feet and pickled sausage is the knuckles.
Oh, Lord. So the Strawberry Festival would be a great time to swing by Gene Langley Ford on both ends.
That is true. That is true.
You like that segue?
I do.
Just pulled that out of thin air, brother.
Good job.
We're professionals.
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect time to swing by Gene Langley Ford on both sides of East End Drive in Humboldt. Pick your car, pick your color, log on to GeneLangleyFord.com. Also by Southeastern Termite and Pest Control, Lifeline Voice and Data, and Cambridge Men's Store. You want to look your best on her best day. Visit Cambridge Men's Store, where they're taking wedding fitting appointments currently.
It's about to be wedding season.
It is.
That is true.
A couple of local notes in athletics locally. Congratulations to the Liberty baseball team. They had a huge win over Middleton, 19-4. So they blasted your guys from down in Hardeman County.
Well, ain't my guys. I didn't go to Middleton unless I was ready to slum it on weekends.
Well, Liberty took them out behind the woodshed yesterday for a big win in baseball, 19-4. Also, congratulations to Madison Academics' Aniston Smith, who signed to play soccer with Dyersburg State. So congratulations to Aniston Smith, a Madison Academic soccer player, moving on to play at the very next level. Well, we talked about the Kentucky Derby a little bit yesterday.
It's Saturday.
That is coming up
afternoon.
Saturday. The most exciting 2 minutes in all of sports. The favorite has now moved from 2-1. It was 2-1 yesterday, and now they are at 3-1. Forte is the favorite, and they have drawn an infortuitous post position in the Derby.
What does that mean?
In other words, how far they have to come once they come out of the starting gate. The post position is where you are aligned up as close to the rail.
Rail, yeah.
And the farther you go out, that means the horse has to come in to run closer to the rail.
I get that. So what did you say?
Forte has drawn the post position number 15. So there are 14 other horses that it has to beat.
So he's way out there.
He's way out there.
Okay.
He's got to beat all those other horses to try to get toward the front of the pack if he wants to run toward the front of the pack. So he's got it literally has a little bit of a longer course to navigate, you might say.
I get that.
The worst post position. Forte has drawn an infortuitous post position for number 15, and I believe, if I'm right, there are 19 horses in this year's Derby.
How is that determined in a horse race?
I don't know how I don't know if they pull
I know
it.
I know in car races you have qualifying, and however you qualify determines your position. You can have a pole position, which is number one, the first car on the inside of the track. That's pole. But they don't qualify these horses like that.
I don't think so. I'm not exactly sure
So
how
do they
draw
determine
post
that?
positions. We'll have to check into that, how they draw post positions. But the post position, can help your odds a little bit. Number 1 post, Hit Show, goes off at 30-1. Number 2 post, Verifying, is at 15-1. And another horse that we talked about, it is from Japan, and I know I'm going to mispronounce this. I'm just calling it Domo Haragato.
Mr. Bravato.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Drew post position number
Kilroy.
17. Forte is the leading money winner coming into the Kentucky Derby, having won over $2 million in career earnings. Domo Haragato, the Japanese-trained horse. And I know this is horrible. That's not its actual name.
I think you may be guilty of some copyright infringement there, but you just go ahead.
So anyway, the Japanese. Here's what I'll do. I'll call it the Japanese-trained horse.
That's even worse. You can't say that.
But it's true.
That's. I don't think that. I think you're guilty of something by saying that.
Drew, post position.
That's racist, man. That's racist.
Stop it.
It's racist.
Drew number post position 17. So they've even got a little bit more of the course they have to traverse.
Oh, they're at 17.
They're at number 17 out of 20.
Well, who's the first on the inside?
First on the inside, we mentioned just a minute ago, a horse named Hit Show.
Hit Show.
Hit Show. And they are going
Be careful
30-1.
I can see you messing that up if you're not careful.
Look, man.
Hit Show.
Well, what about Tapit Trice? That's the actual name of a horse. Tapit Trice. Tapit Trice.
Should I insinuate there's a little menage a trois thing going on there? What am I talking about? Is this a horse or your last weekend?
God. Oh, Lord. Tapit Trice.
Okay, stop it.
Tapit Trice. Let me say that 3 times. Tapit Trice. Tapit Trice. Tapit.
That's too much information, man. TMI.
Is in the number 5 post position and goes off at 5-1 odds. Well, in the NBA last night, congratulations, the Philadelphia 76ers took one from Boston.
We're into round 2 now, right?
We are in the Eastern Conference semifinals, yes. We're in the semifinal round in both conferences. The 76ers beat the Celtics 119-115 to take a 1-game-to-none lead in that series. In the Western Conference, the Denver Nuggets, can anybody stop the Denver Nuggets? They were the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. They beat the Suns last night, 97-87 to take a commanding 2-games-to-none lead. But you can never count them out in the NBA. We see what Golden State did even after they gave up 2 games to Sacramento. They came back to win that series. Tonight. Here's what the action looks like. Well, I can't find it. It says, page not found on ESPN. Are you kidding me?
Because you're stealing. You don't subscribe to the service, man.
It's ESPN.
You can't. Look, man, they charge for everything.
It's their website.
Yep.
The Knicks take on the Heat in the Eastern Conference. Miami leads the series 1-0. And the L.A. Lakers... You're an L.A. Lakers fan.
Yeah, I'm pulling for them now.
Why? Because they just beat our team?
Yeah. Because they're winners.
That's called
they're called winners.
It's called Munchausen syndrome, where you identify with your abuser.
Guilty as charged.
The LA Lakers take on the Warriors tonight in the Western semifinals. In Game 1, that game will be at the Chase Center in San Francisco. Las Vegas has the Golden State as a favorite to win that game. Martin Truex dominated the final stage to win Monday's NASCAR Cup Series race at Dover Motor Speedway and end a 54-race winless streak.
Wow.
The win for the former Cup champion gave the Truex family 2 NASCAR wins in 3 days. Ryan Truex, who is Martin's younger brother, won the Xfinity Series race on Saturday. The Cup race was rescheduled from Sunday to Monday after weather forced a postponement. Congratulations to the Truex family on their dominating appearance at Dover this past weekend. In NHL action, the New Jersey Devils won their series over the New York Rangers. They beat the Rangers 4-0 last night to win the series 4-3. And on tonight on the NHL lineup, the Florida Panthers and the Maple Leafs will play at Scotiabank Arena in Toronto.
Okay.
Tonight. And the Seattle Kraken and the Dallas Stars have their first game tonight in Dallas. Coming up tomorrow on Wednesday.
Where is Regina?
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
The Devils and the Hurricanes have their first game. That's going to be in Raleigh, North Carolina. And the Las Vegas Golden Knights and our favorite team, the Regina Oilers, play their first game in Las Vegas. The Regina Oilers.
I cannot believe they're playing ice hockey in Las Vegas.
It's crazy.
Is that the most ridiculous thing ever?
Las Vegas and Regina play on tomorrow night, Wednesday night.
Wednesday night.
This morning's sports brought to you by Jackson State Community College. Plan your future at jscc.edu. Advanced Rehab Bio-T, your moods will be better. Hey, it's not just for women, it's for us guys too. We need as much help as we can get as we get a little bit older. Precision Auto Body, a lifetime guarantee on all paint and body work. Log on to precisionautobodytn.com or visit the location nearest you in Milan, Martin, and Dyersburg. Pops Music in North Jackson, also brought to you by our friends at Watson's Cleaning. They clean the downtown courthouse. If it's good enough for the courthouse, it's good enough for your house.
Amen.
And by Dapper Dan's favorite, Mulligan's.
All right, it's 6:53. It is Election Day for city residents. So if you live in the city, you can vote. If you don't, then you can shut up. But today's the day. Polls open at 7 o'clock. When we come back, is cereal considered soup? Don't answer yet, but you'll be surprised at the answers when we come back. Is cereal soup? When we come back. This is Daybreak.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
And number 45 steps on the plate. So far, he's batting 1,000. The pitcher delivers. But wait, that's not the ball. It's the taxes. 45 Automart takes a swing, and they're gone.
At 45 Automart, we're making your taxes go dark with Grand Slam savings out of the park. That's right. For a short time, we're going to whack your tax up to $1,500 on anything you choose, so there's no way to lose at 45 Automart. Go to 45automart.com. Check out our bullpen that's stacked with more clean Carfax Southern rides than you can shake a bat at. Mustangs, Silverados, Wranglers, Altimas, F-150s, Camrys, Tacomas, Rogues, 4Runners, Avalanches, Cadillacs, Equinoxes, Cobalts, Caravans, Grand Cherokees, Lexus, Mercedes, Siennas, CRVs. You get the picture. We're ready to whack the tax on all of them. Why strike out with Mr. Mega Dealer's base cash stealing stunts when dealing at 45 Automart is as easy as a lob, pitch, bunt? Check us out at 45automart.com today, where you're knocking the taxes over the fence with deals that save dollars and make tons of sense. Dealer!
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot. just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster. Perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Ms. Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for 2 targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse, all for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
So I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
I'm going up on Strawberry Hill, spend some time in the state of Rio, find a good woman, one who won't take pills, live my life on Strawberry Hill, yeah. To the Boone's Farm Boogie, to the Boone's Farm Boogie.
I'm sorry, did he just say they're going to do the Boone's Farm Boogie? Are you serious? Do the Boone's Farm Boogie. Are you serious? Have you ever heard that before?
Never. Who's it by?
The Kentucky Headhunters.
I'm digging it, man.
The Boone's Farm Boogie. We're right up against the top of the hour. Daybreak 96.5, News Talk 96.5.com. Greg Wood, G Unit, Hour 2 coming up moments away. This is Daybreak.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. They'll have a meeting, but will it be a meeting of the minds? That remains to be seen as President Biden sits down with 4 congressional leaders at the White House next week. They'll talk about raising the government's debt limit.
The Treasury Department is warning of as soon as June.
Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. And right now, our price is your price.
Our price is your price. Our price is your price. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? It's happening now at Gene Langley Ford. Our price is your price. That's right. Our price is your price.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
9 a.m. weekdays on The Dan Reeves Show. The Range presents Rapid Fire. Answer the question. One sentence only. Brought to you by The Range.
Go to therange.com.
Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford. When it's time to buy a new vehicle, it's important to deal with someone you can trust. At Gene Langley Ford, we're truly a small-town family business and have been for over 40 years. With low overhead, we give you as much or more than anyone else for your trade. Great deals on F-150s, Explorers, Escapes, plus Broncos, Rangers, and the new Mustang Mach-E. With easy financing, no one is turned away. A free lifetime warranty and an award-winning service department. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service built. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. And right now, our price is your price. Our price is your price. Our price is your price. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? It's happening now at Gene Langley Ford. Our price is your price. That's right. Our price is your price.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
9 a.m. weekdays on The Dan Reeves Show. The Range presents Rapid Fire. Answer the question. One sentence only. Brought to you
Go to therange.com.
Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford. When it's time to buy a new vehicle, it's important to deal with someone you can trust. At Gene Langley Ford, we're truly a small-town family business and have been for over 40 years. With low overhead, we give you as much or more than anyone else for your trade. Great deals on F-150s, Explorers, Escapes, plus Broncos, Rangers, and the new Mustang Mach-E. With easy financing, no one is turned away. A free lifetime warranty and an award-winning service department. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service built. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. And right now, our price is your price. Our price is your price. Our price is your price. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? It's happening now at Gene Langley Ford. Our price is your price. That's right. Our price is your price.
If you're in business, You know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
9 a.m. weekdays on The Dan Reed Show. The Range presents Rapid Fire. Answer the question. One sentence only. Brought to you by...
Go to therange.com.
Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Jean Langley Ford. When it's time to buy a new vehicle, it's important to deal with someone you can trust. At Jean Langley Ford, we're truly a small-town family business and have been for over 40 years. With low overhead, we give you as much or more than anyone else for your trade. Great deals on F-150s, Explorers, Escapes, plus Broncos, Rangers, and the new Mustang Mach-E. With easy financing, no one is turned away. A free lifetime warranty and an award-winning service department. You really should try Jean Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service built.
Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Jean Langley Ford in Humboldt. And right now, our price is your price. Our price is your price. Our price is your price. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? It's happening now at Jean Langley Ford. Our price is your price. That's right. Our price is your price.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
9 a.m. weekdays on The Dan Reed Show. The Range presents Rapid Fire. Answer the question. One sentence only. Brought to you by...
Go to therange.com.
Hi, this is Sarah.
3596. That's 731-462-3596. News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Tuesday brings great election day weather. Sunny skies with highs in the mid-60s. Breezy west winds 15 to 20, gusting up to 30. Clear skies tonight, lows near 40. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and News Talk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Hey, man. Mary had a little lamb.
All right. What happened?
You know.
Talk to me, brother.
I'm about to. I'm going to let SRV tell it to you. You ready?
Here we go.
Here we go.
Mary had a little lamb.
Her face was white as snow, yeah. Everywhere the child went, little lamb was sure to go, yeah. First time I saw Stevie Ray Vaughan was at the Beale Street Music Festival downtown Memphis. Probably 85.
Okay.
85, something like that. He played this song. I was like, why is he singing a nursery rhyme? And then he got to this part. And I was like, oh, yeah. I was probably about 15 when I saw it.
All right.
Probably about 15. I think that's how old I was when first time I went. That is this weekend.
It
It
is.
begins Friday. Now, I heard a story from my smoking hot girlfriend that there are people that are going to the Beale Street Music Fest on Friday and or Saturday and or Sunday, but then they're splitting the time between the Beale Street Music Fest and the Taylor Swift concert.
Oh, no.
So they're either going to Taylor Swift on Friday and then finishing up in Memphis at the Music Fest, or they're going to the Music Fest on Friday, going to Nashville on Saturday, and then back to the Music Fest, or going Friday and Saturday to the Music Fest and then Sunday to Taylor Swift. That's a lot.
So if you were doing this trek, which day would you go to see Taylor Swift?
I wouldn't. I mean, that's out of the question.
Well, I'm just saying, if you were a Swiftie, and I got a feeling you're a closet Swiftie anyway. So if you're a closet Swiftie, which day would you go and then head back to Memphis? Which of the days would you go?
I would probably go to Taylor Swift on Friday and then finish up in Memphis Saturday and Sunday. That's a logistical thing to me. I'm looking at the logistics of it.
Okay.
But that I don't really have to put too much thought into that because neither one of them are going to happen.
Well, if I were a closet Swiftie, and I am not.
I don't believe that for a minute.
Whatever. I would probably go see Taylor Swift on Saturday.
So you'd go to Memphis on Friday.
Yep.
And Nashville Saturday, and then back to Memphis Sunday?
Mm-hmm. Here's why. On
Okay.
Friday, our guy Low Cut Connie is down in Memphis.
I thought they were on Sunday.
No, Low Cut Connie's on Friday.
Well, let me amend my answer. I was not thinking about the schedule. I was thinking about the logistics.
Well, I mean, that's a good point, though.
Yeah.
Low Cut Connie is there on Friday at 6:00, and then Lumineers.
They're playing at 6:00 on Friday.
Yes.
I'm not digging that at all. I mean, they need to hire billing.
I don't think Low Cut Connie is the headline act.
Well, I think they should be higher up than Friday at 6.
Well, talk to their management.
I need to.
Low Cut Connie is on Friday at 6 on one of the stages, and on the same stage at 9 are the Lumineers.
Well, I do like the Lumineers.
It's not bad.
I do like the Lumineers.
And 311 is on another stage at 11 o'clock. So that wouldn't be a bad day. Low Cut Connie, the Lumineers, and 311.
But you
on
would ditch Saturday for
I would
Taylor
ditch
Swift.
Saturday.
Why?
Because I would just rather see the lineup on Friday and Sunday in Memphis, because on Sunday I would be all about some Gary Clark Jr.
Oh, I love Gary Clark
and
Jr.
Then
He's fantastic.
On the same stage,
and then Robert Plant,
right
Alison
after that
Krauss.
is Robert Plant and Alison Krauss. Yeah.
But who's playing Saturday that you would ditch? For
Greta Van Fleet.
You don't like Greta Van Fleet?
Eh.
You like Robert Plant, but you don't like Greta Van Fleet. They're the same thing. It's the same thing. You know I'm right. Even Robert Plant knows I'm right. He's talked about it.
I'm not arguing about it.
Okay.
Because yes, you're right. the Roots are the headline act on one of the
like
other
the
stages.
Roots.
Yeah,
like
Roots
the
are
Roots.
okay.
Yeah.
Hardy and Hailstrom, Government Mule, Jason D. Williams.
Yeah.
Jason D. Williams is an afternoon act on one of the stages on Saturday.
Okay.
But if I had to do that,
yeah,
I would go to see Taylor Swift on Saturday, because I want to. I want to see Low Cut Connie because I think he brings a lot of energy. Just from what I did some research this past weekend and was looking at his podcast and those kind of things.
It's a band, not a him.
Well, it's
a band.
Primarily a him, but the band surrounds him.
The band is called Low Cut Connie.
You're correct.
Yes, it's a band.
So, I would want to see Low Cut Connie, the Lumineers, and 311 on Friday, and then on Sunday, I would want to see Gary Clark Jr. and Robert Plant and Allison Krauss.
Yeah, I'm digging that. Okay. Well, if you're looking for last minute tickets to the Taylor Swift shows this weekend in Nashville,
Mm-hmm.
I read an article yesterday. It was I think it was the New York Post, that were giving prices for last minute tickets.
Okay.
If you're holding out,
Mm-hmm.
if you're holding out and hadn't got tickets left, if you can find them,
Okay.
because you can't get them at the box office. You can't show up at Nissan Stadium and say, "Hey, can I get 2?" Can't do that. But if you can find them, Saturday night show, which is when you said you would go.
Yes.
Not the nosebleeds and not down on the floor.
The second level?
The mezzanine. The mezzanine.
Yes.
$1,100.
Oh my God.
Last minute. If you waited till now, $1,100 to get in the door, and then you got to pay parking, and parking's sold out.
Oh my God.
So you're gonna have to park in like Bucksnort and take the shuttle. You know where I'm talking about.
What time's this Bucksnort shuttle leave? What time's the Bucksnort shuttle leave for Taylor Swift? Hold that bus! Bucksnort shuttle.
You know what I'm talking about.
I do. Yep.
Where are y'all staying? We're way out in Bucksnort, about 70 miles away. We'll see you there.
Oh my God.
Y'all want to meet in Bucksnort?
Bucksnort shuttle.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do know.
Don't act like you ain't ever pulled over at Bucksnort. Had to get you a sandwich or a cold drink and a gallon of gas.
Bologna sandwich and ask anybody where I can get any white lightning.
Yeah, we know where Bucksnort is. Well, everybody does because
Yes.
you've driven by there 1,000 times.
Yes.
Where y'all staying? Y'all going to the Taylor Swift show? Yep. Where y'all staying? Downtown? At the Radisson? At the Hyatt? At the so-and-so? No, we're out at the Do Right Inn at Bucksnort.
Oh my God. Oh, God.
It is election day, everybody. It is May the 2nd, Tuesday. It is election day in the city. In the city. If you county, like my partner G Unit here is, if you county, you can't vote. So don't bother.
Can I come in the voting booth with you?
No. You can't. They won't let you. They won't let you do that. I told you who I'm voting for. I told you.
I don't
and I
believe
mean it. I'm dead serious. I am dead serious.
Okay.
I get to vote.
You do.
You don't, because you just county.
No, all
just
those felonies that I had, those are all expunged. I do get to vote now.
No, you don't get to vote this time. You out. Yeah, because you county. And if you county, or if you out of county, and you just come here to mooch off everybody that lives in the city and the county, if you out of county, you don't get to do anything.
What if I show up and
you can go lay down in the street for all I care. Gibson County.
What do I
Chester
do if I
County.
show up and I
Henderson County.
bang on the door saying, "Let me in"?
Well, you'll wake up about 5 people.
I show up and act like our buddy Sergeant Slaughter.
Our buddy.
You remember Sergeant? Well,
I don't know who that is.
I'll tell you about it later.
What? Who is Sergeant? Is it somebody here?
He was a former guest on our show. We've had.
Oh, that gun dude. That guy.
I told you I nicknamed him that.
I forgot, but I've scratched that out of my brain.
So I'm going to show up like Sergeant Slaughter. I want to vote.
See, he lives in the county. He's county.
Does he live in the county?
Yeah, he don't live in town. Are you kidding me?
I don't know.
That dude probably lives on the moon and shuttles in every day.
Got a bug out shelter.
Yeah. No, he lives out in the county. Probably lives in a tree.
Preparing for nuclear fallout.
Or a gully somewhere. I don't know. But, man, that was the worst day of my broadcasting career. And I've been doing this since I was 18 years old. That was the absolute worst day.
So anyway, I'm going to show up like Sergeant Slaughter and bang on the door trying to vote.
You ain't going with me.
I can't go in the poll with you?
No.
In the voting booth
Look,
with
man,
you?
if you show up at a polling place today, they're going to smell county all over you. You won't get in the door. You might not get in the parking lot.
What if I pop a collar and put on some polo cologne?
Some green polo.
Some green polo.
Green polo. Then they'll know your county.
From 1989.
Don't let him in his county. That ain't nothing but county. I can smell him coming. Some green polo.
Or some Drakkar.
Oh, yep. County. Sir, you're not eligible. But I live in the city. No, you don't live in the city. We know. We have ways of knowing.
The popping collar and green polos was a clear giveaway. Oh, my God.
That is pretty good. All right, 7:22 now the time. It is 43 degrees now at the Gene Langley Ford Studios in Midtown Jackson. It is what at the airport right now? 40 degrees still? Fair skies? I think it's warmed up a little at the airport. I think we may be synced up right now with the National Weather Service out at the airport. So we're going to call it 43 right now, fair skies. Today, look for sunny skies. The remainder of the day, a high near 67 and breezy. Winds could be gusty again today. They certainly were yesterday. Looks like we could have a carbon copy today. Winds gusting as high as 30 miles an hour today. Clear tonight, low around 42. Sunny tomorrow, high near 69. Same thing for Wednesday night going into Thursday. Thursday night, however, things begin to change. We've got a 30% chance of showers overnight Thursday night. Mostly cloudy, look for a low around 56. And Friday, showers likely, thunderstorms also possible afternoon on Friday. Showers, thunderstorms possible afternoon Friday. Mostly cloudy, high near 76. Friday night, a continued 40% chance of showers and thunderstorms before midnight. Mostly cloudy, low around 63. And Saturday, a 30% chance of showers afternoon. And that will be the same on Sunday as well. High Saturday, 83. High Sunday, 82. So later in the week, showers moving in. That's Thursday night, and Friday is our best chance for showers this week. So there's a complete look at your forecast. Okay, question for you.
Mm-hmm.
It is a dumb question, but apparently they asked this, and there were more than I would think that affirmed this. Is cereal soup? Breakfast cereal, Captain Crunch, Lucky Charms, Fiber One, Grape Nuts. Is cereal soup?
What's your favorite cereal first?
Lucky Charms.
I got some Apple Jacks at the house.
I do like Apple Jacks. Better than Fruit Loops, and they're practically the same thing.
Right.
But I like Apple Jacks better. They don't taste like apple, and I don't know what a Jack tastes like, but I do like Apple Jacks. But Lucky Charms is my favorite.
Well, the question was, is cereal considered soup?
Is cereal soup? 11% of the respondents say yes, it's soup. Who are these people?
They're delusional.
Who are these people? Would you like a bowl of soup for breakfast? No, it's Golden Grams. Is that soup?
No, it's not soup.
Now, I'm not saying if you leave it in the bowl long enough, it doesn't turn into soup.
Yeah, right.
But initially, on the outset, no, it's not soup. But 11% of the respondents said, yes, cereal is soup. Here's another one. Can you smell air?
Around you, I can.
It's the green polo, isn't it?
That's it.
It's the green polo. Can you smell air? 68% of the respondents said, yes, you can smell air. 32% said no. You can smell stuff in the air, they say,
Okay.
but air itself, no, you can't smell it. According to the dictionary definition of air, Merriam-Webster says the air is the mixture of invisible odorless, tasteless gases that surround the earth. Can you smell air?
No, but I can smell the paper mill at Counts from when the wind blows right.
Man, when the clouds are low and it's kind of damp and hazy outside, you can smell it, even here.
From whatever, 40 miles away.
Yeah. My grandparents, when I was growing up, lived like 10 miles away from that place.
Mm-hmm.
And every morning, I would spend summers at their house.
Okay.
And every morning, that's what you wake up to.
Oh, my God.
I mean, you think your grandmother's in the kitchen making eggs. But no, it's not the eggs.
It's a paper mill.
It's the paper mill.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that thing is pungent. Now, you and I and the audience knows that I grew up in Bolivar.
Mm-hmm.
And years ago, there was a tannery on Highway 18 coming into Bolivar. So if you were traveling from Bolivar to Jackson, Jackson to Bolivar, you went right by the tannery.
Okay.
You know what tanneries deal with? Leather.
Okay.
Cowhide.
Yeah.
Cowhide.
Okay.
Cowhide. And they tan the hides at the tannery.
Like a saddle or a belt, stuff like that.
Well, they just make the raw materials.
Okay.
I mean, they didn't make any of that. They just made the leather. They tanned the hides.
Okay.
It was a tannery. And that thing smelled you can imagine.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's cow skin. It's the skin from a cow. I mean, it's a rotting product. And you want to talk about stank.
Stank.
I mean, that would burn a hole in your face. I mean, when they were in full operation, it would melt the bumper off your car going down Highway 18. I mean, it was horrible and embarrassing. It was embarrassing. I mean, there were all the jokes like, oh, okay, who's guilty? Who fired one? Because that's what it smelled like. It was absolutely horrible. It closed down many years ago. And that was 100% improvement for the city of Bolivar when that thing left town. But if you've ever been around a tannery, holy moly. And they would dump that stuff in the Hatchie River.
Ooh.
And that's where it was. They would dump it in the Hatchie River. So when you went across the Hatchie River on Highway 18 going into Bolivar years ago, I mean, it would just hit you in the face. I mean, it was mean. It was ugly. It was nasty. Took no prisoners. Didn't care who it offended. Everybody's got to breathe, right?
Oh my God.
So everybody got a face full of that. But the paper mill is almost just as bad. I've got to say the tannery is worse than the paper mill.
In terms of how it smells?
Yeah.
Man.
I'd take the paper mill any day over what that tannery smelled like.
And you're a braver man than I, that's for sure.
Well, the tannery took on a personal note because you recognized what that smelled like. The paper mill is unique.
Okay.
Very, very sulfurous, but different than the tannery. The tannery was personal. You knew what that was.
Man.
Yeah, you knew what that was.
Ew.
It was bad. Okay, one more or a couple more. Is tea just dirty water?
No. It's flavored water.
18% said yes, tea is just dirty water.
Oh, they're wrong.
I want to grab them by the collar and give them a nice talking to. That is offensive to think that tea is just dirty water. Now, maybe they didn't specify whether it was sweet tea, cold tea, iced tea, or hot tea. They didn't specify. Now, hot tea, I would more tend to agree that, yes, it's just dirty water.
I was in the Atlanta airport one time and was in a restaurant, and the lady said, "What would you like to drink, sir?" And I said, "I'd like some tea." And she brought hot tea.
In Atlanta?
In the Atlanta airport.
Well, I hope she's been fired and drugged behind a bus.
About 30 years
in Atlanta?
Yes.
No. I'd like some tea. And I guess she wanted you to say iced tea.
She brought a cup of hot tea. And
I'd be like, no, ma'am.
I said, "Ma'am, I'd like some iced tea, please. Sweet iced tea, please."
This was in Atlanta?
Yes.
No. She needs to have all her teeth pulled out today. That's just wrong.
But bless her heart. But that's I never forgot that. I was like, wait a minute. Here I am in the Atlanta airport.
I can't
and this
believe
was probably
that.
30 years ago.
I mean, if you're in Chicago or Detroit or Minneapolis
Boston,
or, anywhere, I can see that.
London, yes.
Especially London, but I don't see you in London, to be honest, anyway, so I don't
Excuse
think
me,
that
sir,
happened.
what would you like to have? What would you like to drink? Y'all got any sweet tea up in here?
Sorry, sir, your passport's been revoked. Back you go. Back you go, bloody. Is a smoothie really just baby food for adults?
Oh, my God. No.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes,
it is not.
Do you drink smoothies, or what do you do? Drink it or eat it? I don't know.
We drink them.
You drink them?
Yes.
It's just baby food for adults.
No, it's not.
How is it not?
Because
how is it not?
She will make them with protein powder, but then she'll put some fruit in it, like a banana, stuff like that.
Like baby food?
Like no.
Why is it not like baby food?
Because it's more liquid than baby food is. Baby food.
I don't think you realize how many consistencies of baby food there are.
What?
There's tiny baby food.
Well, pull out your abacus, Mr. Brainiac, and let's find out.
And they come in the little jars that are about that big. See that?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Whatever.
And then you've got like 1, 2s, and 3s. And they graduate into the level of consistency. By the time you get to like number 2 baby food, it's got like chunks in it. So the babies can learn to, move things around in their mouth and chew. But smoothie, baby food for adults. That's exactly what it is.
What are the percentages of the people that say
17% said yes. And I'm one of those.
Then you're wrong. I'm with the majority. I'm with 3%.
Do you put kale in your smoothies?
I'm with 83%. Thank you.
Do you put kale in your smoothies? Please say yes, because I'm gonna hit you hard if you put kale in your smoothies.
Let's say I do not determine the diet in our family.
I would rather eat a placemat than kale. Placemat. Kale is ridiculous. Kale, even cows don't eat kale.
Well, she has added more greens to the diet because we need them.
Placemat. Delish.
Stop it.
Last one.
Okay.
We've got to move on. Does pizza taste better in a square or a circle? Not triangle. We're not talking about triangle pizza.
We're not talking by the slice.
But
by the pan.
Yes. Does it taste better in a square or a circle?
Circle.
You going to stand by that?
I do. Final answer, circle.
What about the 3-corner or 4-corner pizza?
There are two questions. The question is a pan or a circle?
Yeah.
Circle. That's what I say.
You don't like the corners on square pizza?
I'll eat it, sure. I prefer in a circle.
You don't like that?
It's just a matter of preference.
You don't like those corner
bites?
Don't
pick on me.
I'm just asking. You don't like the corner bites?
I'll eat them. I have no.
If somebody brought pizza today and one was in a square box.
If Julie shows up with a DoorDash pizza, because she's going to be here probably.
If she brought 2, one was round, one was square. Which would you go for first?
I'd eat the round one.
Oh man. Well, that just means you're traditional. I respect that.
Okay.
I respect that. I mean, it's.
Then don't give me a hard time about it. Then why do you like the square pan pizzas too?
I'm going for it every time.
Is that the one you like best?
And I want the corner
because it's kind of crunchier.
Yeah, that cheese is all crusty and melted.
Hey, it is good.
Going for that.
Yeah.
25% think square is better. Only 25.
Good. Woohoo! I'm in the majority again.
You won that one. You won that. Well, let's see if they've got some more of these. Oh, we'll do that during the break. We got to do this now. 7:34. It's time for sports. So we're going to do this right now, and we'll be back. Hang on a second. I got to get my monkey over here to hit a switch. 7:35. We're 25 away from the top of the hour. 43 degrees on the outside of Jing Langley Ford Studios here in Midtown Jackson. Greg Wood G Unit. This is Daybreak. We're back in a moment.
Attention all motivated sellers. Are you ready for a more exciting career in radio and digital marketing? Look no further than News Talk 96.5 FM. Join our team and tap into the world of multimedia marketing, radio, and event sales. We're looking for individuals who are passionate about helping local businesses grow. We provide best-in-class sales tools to ramp up sales quickly and help help you achieve your goals. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to elevate your sales career. Call Gina Langley at 731-800-6397.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMC.
Hey everybody, this is Chandler Lewis with Dean Langley Ford. Today I'm going to talk about the 23 Bronco Sport Badlands. The heart of this beast is a 2.0 EcoBoost, producing 250 horsepower and 277 foot-pounds of torque. And it does power a 4x4 system, which means you can get over any terrain possible. To go over any obstacle you have a 17-inch gray aluminum wheel wrapped in a all-terrain Pirelli tire. Now to the back, you're looking at 65 cubic feet of space, which means you can fit 3 golden retrievers back here, groceries, or even if you're a college student, moving boxes. But no matter what, you can celebrate by opening a bottle. Now moving on to the interior, you have an ebony roast with heated front seats. You do have a 8-inch display backed with Android Auto and Apple CarPlay. Now one of my favorite parts is the GOAT modes. So as I was talking about earlier, you have 7 different drive modes. The GOAT modes is what gets you to that different terrain. So if you guys liked anything I spoke about, the horsepower, cargo space, or even the interior, come see me today at Gene Langley Ford. Again, Chandler Lewis.
Tasteofcountry.com ranked the top country songs for the first dance at your wedding. Because we're heading into the wedding season. According to the Knot, whatever that is, weddings mostly happen between the months of May and November. And if you're the one getting married, there's some inspiration, especially if you're a country fan. Tasteofcountry.com ranked the top 40 best country songs for a first dance at your wedding. So we'll get to that in a moment. Right now it's 7:39. It is time for sports. Here's G-Unit on board this Tuesday morning.
Good morning, Greg. This morning's sports brought to you by Gene Langley Ford on both sides of East End Drive in Humboldt. When you're in the Strawberry Festival next week, stop by Gene Langley Ford. Pick out your brand new Bronco. Have you seen the new Broncos?
I kind of like them.
I kind of like them.
I'm kind of on the fence because I'm looking at cars right now.
Really?
I'm looking at vehicles because I can't get mine fixed.
Are they just dragging their feet about the whole thing?
Yeah, I don't know. I went from July 26th and I found another bunch that could do it by July 6th, not 26th, but
nuts,
6th.
Man.
But they can't do it. And they know they're going to get paid because it's insurance money.
I bet if you called Precision Auto Body, they could fit you right in. How you like me now? This morning's sports brought to you by Gene Langley Ford on both ends of East End Drive. Pick your car, pick your color at GeneLangleyFord.com. The dealership service built. Also brought to you by Southeastern Termite and Pest Control and our friends at Lifeline Voice and Data. Well, in Major League last night, your Dodgers.
Here we go. Go blue.
Mookie Betts had 3 hits, including a 2-run home run, and the Dodgers plastered the Phillies 13-4 last night.
Wow.
The Dodgers have now won 17 games on the year. They are 17-13, so they are certainly above 500. In other scores, the Braves played a doubleheader with the Mets yesterday. Sean Murphy hit a pair of 3-run home runs, powering the Braves to a 9-8 victory in Game 1. The Mets won the nightcap. Francisco Alvarez hit a go-ahead 2-run double in the 6th inning as the Mets won the nightcap 5-3. Also, the Cubs beat the Nationals 5-1. The Cubs are 15-13 on the year. Aaron Judge was placed on the injured reserve list as the Yankees blew a late lead to the Cleveland Guardians. I can never get that right. I will never, ever remember.
It's hard. Just remember they kept the Dians.
The Indians, Guardians.
Yeah, just call them the Guardians.
The Guardians.
Yeah, just call them that.
The Guardians won the game 3-2. Also, the Boston Red Sox won yesterday. They beat the Toronto Blue Jays 6-5. The Houston Astros cheated their way to another win. I wonder if they're still stealing signs down in Houston.
I think everybody's doing that, don't you?
Probably.
I think everybody's doing that.
If I was playing baseball, I'd be stealing signs because I want to win the game. The Houston Astros beat the Giants 7-3. You know, we were talking last week about Nolan Ryan, who just had a birthday. And how he's the all-time leader in the major leagues with no-hitters. So I started to look up how many some of the pitchers.
He pitched his 7th yesterday so many years ago. I was in college. I think it was 91. He pitched his 7th no-hitter.
May 1st, 1991.
1991 is what I said, yeah. Yesterday, 1991. That was his number 7.
That was his 7th. His first one was almost 20 years prior. First one was May 15th of 1973.
That was his number 1.
So here we go.
First no-hitter.
18 years later, he's still throwing no-nos. That's how bad of a dude Nolan Ryan was.
I mean, the number 7 thing was, it was absolutely historic. I mean, we were packed into a tiny little dorm room, 25 deep, watching that on a 19-inch Emerson television. Remember those?
With rabbit ears?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We were packed in there watching that game.
Wait a minute, turn the antenna around.
It was. I think when he struck that last guy out and it was over, I think everybody took their shirt off and ran down the highway. So we were ecstatic.
So Nolan Ryan had his last no-hitter on this date in 1991. This day yesterday, one day ago in 1991, Nolan Ryan had his final no-hitter of his career. He threw 7 of them in his career. So I started to look up how many other pitchers had more than one no-hitter, and there are several of them. A whole bunch of pitchers had 2 no-hitters, including Randy Johnson, Roy Halladay.
The big unit. Is that who you're named after?
No.
Randy Johnson?
No.
He's the big unit.
Do you know that Randy Johnson has also become a photographer on the NHRA circuit?
I did not know that.
Yes. He's got a second career now. And on some of the West Coast races, like at Pomona and what have you, you will see Randy Johnson standing alongside the guardrail.
The big unit.
Shooting photos of Top Fuel and funny car stuff like that.
Wow.
Yep. Interesting. Cy Young had 3 in his career back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Justin Verlander is also thrown 3.
Verlander, yeah.
One of your guys in the Dodger blue.
No, here we go.
Sandy Koufax.
Yep, of course.
Sandy Koufax had 4 of them, one of which, September 9th, 1965, was a perfect game.
He was so fun to watch.
When you were a kid?
Well, I didn't know him when I was a kid. I don't even remember ever seeing him play.
In the early to mid 1960s when you were
exactly,
a kid?
Yeah. I never saw him play, but I've seen film of him, and he's just so fun to watch.
He was just smooth. His delivery was just so smooth.
He's like velvet.
I would agree with that.
He's like velvet.
Sandy Koufax had 4 no-hitters in his career, but the king, Nolan Ryan.
Man, he is.
For almost a 20-year career, from May of 1973 to May of 1991, You never knew when Nolan Ryan was coming up when he could throw a no-no. Had 7 of them in his career. Congratulations, Nolan Ryan.
He was a tough dude, man.
On this day,
Tough.
22 years ago yesterday. Well, in IndyCar news, Scott McLaughlin nabbed the IndyCar win at the Barber Motorsports Park over Roman Grosjean. He once again was racing Roman Grosjean for a potential win. That's where the similarities to their last run-in ended. New Zealand's McLaughlin, who is 29, finally got an opening to surge past Grosjean, and he took advantage of it, and it was scarcely challenged the rest of the way to his 4th IndyCar win on Sunday at the Barber Motorsports Park. And in IndyCar news, they decided to extend the stay at the Barber Motorsports Park. That's a really neat place near Birmingham. The Chip Barber.
Oh, yes. I know where that is.
It is a road
I'd forgotten about that.
Road course there.
Course, yeah.
Yep. And so they have extended their stay. IndyCar has agreed to race there through the 2027 season. So congratulations
I forgot about that track.
And in Formula One news, the Azerbaijan. Can you say that? Azerbaijan.
There you go.
Azer.
We'll go with that. Close enough.
Was ran.
We know who you're talking about. Race fans know who you're talking
about.
The
Baku City Circuit that was this past Sunday. Sergio Perez, the Red Bull driver, beat his teammate Max Verstappen. Perez won the race. Verstappen was second. Charles Leclerc, the Ferrari driver, was third. Fernando Alonso, driving an Aston Martin, was fourth. Carlos Sainz, who is Leclerc's teammate on Ferrari, was fifth. Lewis Hamilton, the superstar driver who has won just about everything in Formula One, finished sixth. So I started to look up and was wondering, just take a guess what the average budget for a Formula One team is.
Oh.
It's a lot.
The average
budget.
$15 million.
Do you want to play Price is Right? Higher.
No, you said guess. I guessed.
Higher.
$50 million.
Higher.
$75 million.
Higher.
Sheesh. Okay. I'm out.
$145 million.
That's the average?
That's the average budget, according to RedBull.com, on the 2022 season.
I mean, that's that F1 racing, that's just on a different level.
And according to this statement, it says, but all of the team's expenses minus the driver's salaries must be met from that average budget. Because what Formula One had to do is they had to set a cap.
Yes.
Sort of like a salary cap in football and baseball.
Yep.
Because some of the teams were simply outspending the other teams, the smaller teams.
Yep.
And they were dominating the series.
Right.
So what Formula One did is they set a budget cap for the teams in terms of what they could spend for research and development, whatever, chassis development, suspension development, gearbox, and all those kind of things. So the average budget for a Formula One team, $145 million.
That's just a different level. That's why it's so sexy.
Man.
I mean, I love watching F1 racing.
When the king or the president of the country hands you the trophy.
Yep.
That is a different animal all to itself.
I love watching it.
This morning's sports brought to you by Cambridge Men's Store. If you want to look your best on her best day, go to Cambridge Men's Store for your wedding fitting. Plan your future at Jackson State Community College. Log on to jscc.edu. Hey, guys, your moods will be better. You'll have more energy, and she'll love you for it with Advanced Rehab Bio-T. Precision Auto Body, they'll hook you up, brother.
Okay.
Precision Auto Body.
Okay.
Go to your nearest location in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg, or log on to precisionautobodytn.com. Also brought to you by our friends Pops Music in North Jackson. Watson's Cleaning, they clean the downtown courthouse, that big 10, 15-story, whatever it is, that big monstrosity downtown.
15 stories now.
Used to be the old, what hotel what is that at? I got arrested there a couple of times a long time ago.
What are you talking about?
It was a hotel.
The courthouse was a hotel?
Yes.
No.
It was a Flophouse Hotel.
That's incorrect.
So congratulations. I'm glad that they built a courthouse there. Watson's Cleaning. If it's good enough to clean the courthouse, it's good enough to clean your house.
Yep.
And by Dapper Dan's favorite, Mulligan's.
All right, 7:50 the time. Let me get my monkey going over here. 44 degrees. No, we're at 50 now. We've already moved up to 50 in about 20 minutes.
What are we in 8th grade?
That's
all right.
I I am trained thoroughly. I am trained thoroughly. You can't give me that easy.
You wait.
7:50 and it's 50 degrees on the outside. We're coming right back with more. This is Daybreak 96.5 FM.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast.
Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. And right now, our price is your price. Our price is your price. Our price is your price. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? It's happening now at Gene Langley Ford. Our price is your price. That's right. Our price is your price.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
9 a.m. weekdays on the Dan Reed Show. The Range presents Rapid Fire. Answer the question. One sentence only. Brought to you by
Go to therange.com.
Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford. When it's time to buy a new vehicle, it's important to deal with someone you can trust. At Gene Langley Ford, we're truly a small-town family business and have been for over 40 years. With low overhead, we give you as much or more than anyone else for your trade. Great deals on F-150s, Explorers, Escapes, plus Broncos, Rangers, and the new Mustang Mach-E. With easy financing, no one is turned away. A free lifetime warranty and an award-winning service department. You really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service built.
Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. And right now, our price is your price. Our price is your price. Our price is your price. And remember, March is Ford Truck Month. What's better than 20% over invoice or 15% over invoice or 10% over invoice? How about 0% over invoice? It's happening now at Gene Langley Ford. Our price is your price. That's right. Our price is your price.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice.
Do you have an invitation yet to a wedding this summer?
I do not.
I don't either. I hope I don't. But if either of us get a wedding invitation for a wedding this summer, there's a good chance it's going to be a redneck wedding. And tasteofcountry.com has ranked the top country songs for the first dance at your redneck wedding. You ready for this?
Oh, Lord.
Top country songs for the first dance at your redneck wedding. This is according to, they actually ranked the top 40, but I'm only going to give you the top 10. The number one song for the first dance at your redneck wedding this summer is When You Say Nothing at All by Alison Krauss. Now, that's actually a Keith Whitley song, but Alison Krauss made it a bigger hit than Keith Whitley did. But it's When You Say Nothing at All. This is the number one first dance song at your redneck wedding. So dust off your hay bales and pull the suspenders off your Carhartt camouflage overalls and put on your tap shoes and get ready to cut a rug to When You Say Nothing at All. Then you've got Die a Happy Man by Thomas Rhett. Rhett? That cannot be his name. Nobody's last name is Rhett.
R-H-E-T-T?
No, R-H-E-T. Yeah, like Rhett Butler. That can't be his name.
Frankly, Scarlett, I don't give a damn.
Yeah, I don't either. That's number 2. 3 is In Case You Didn't Know by Brett Young. Do you know that one?
No.
I don't either. When I Say I Do by Clint Black and his wife Lisa Hartman Black. I don't know that.
That was, it's been a while.
When I Said I Do is the name of that. Don't know that. 5 is Amazed by Lone Star. That's also a cover, but it's country and it's redneck, so I guess it fits. Number 6 is It's Your Love by Tim McGraw and Faith Hill.
Okay.
I don't know that. Bless the Broken Road by Rascal Flatts. I don't know that. Then by Brad Paisley. I kind of like Brad Paisley because he's a guitar slinger.
Okay.
I like him, but I don't know that song. Could I Have This Dance by Anne Murray? I know that because it's 1,000 years old.
Yes, it is.
That's number 9. Could I Have This Dance by Anne Murray? You could poll anybody that's getting married this summer. Ask them if they know who Anne Murray is. It's like, yeah, she's that old lady that lives 2 doors down. Is she still alive? Look up Anne Murray.
Let's see.
That's number 9. And number 10 is I Believe in You by Don Williams. That's the other one. They probably lived together in that house 2 doors down. He's not alive. There's no way he's alive. He was 100 years old back in the 70s. Anne Murray.
According to ChatGPT, the question was, is Anne Murray still alive? Yes, Anne Murray is still alive as of my knowledge cutoff date.
I would have just done Wikipedia, but you do you.
Well, we can also do Wikipedia.
So ChatGPT says she's still alive.
As of September of 2021, Anne Murray, what? No.
ANNEMURRAY.
That's what I did.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a yes. All right, now do Don Williams. I know he's dead. He would be like those guys we were talking about yesterday, lived to be 180.
Oh, yeah. Don Williams died September 18th of 2017.
Yeah, he's been gone. But that's number 10. I hate that song. I mean, Tulsa Time I can do all day long.
Living on Tulsa Time.
I mean, I like that one, but I Believe in You, that's a horrible song.
Donald Ray Williams.
I mean, I once tried to dive out of the car when I was a kid when that came on the radio.
I didn't know you did. Gee.
It was like 55 miles an hour down Highway 18 South heading to Grand Junction.
Oh, my Lord.
I was trying to get out of the car.
Grand Junction.
Trying to get out of the car.
Don Williams had 17 number 1 country hits.
That is the number 10 redneck wedding song, I Believe in You, this summer.
I can tell you one of the songs, and this is probably just about as redneck, that if I ever thought that I got married, what I would want to play.
Yeah. Dumas Walker?
No.
Okay, tell me.
Great Balls of Fire by Jerry Lee Lewis.
That's not country.
I didn't say country. I said that if I ever got married, I would want that song played.
I want Dumas Walker.
Which she would probably say, oh, not just no, but hell no. That ain't played at her wedding reception.
I'd have to put on a clean pair of overalls, do Dumas Walker.
We'll have to listen to Julie and find out what music was played at her wedding.
It's coming up. Julie's coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow. Wednesday, middle of the week. This is Daybreak.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Amid warnings of an unprecedented U.S. government default, President Biden will meet at the White House with the top 4 congressional lawmakers.
Administration and congressional officials confirm that the president invited the leaders to meet with him next Tuesday in a bid to overcome an impasse on lifting the government's borrowing authority. Word of the White House invitation came on the same day the Treasury Secretary warned that the federal government might be unable to pay its bills as soon as June 1st.
White House correspondent Greg Clugston. Many economists expect the Federal Reserve to hike interest rates again tomorrow, possibly a quarter-point rise. This would be the 10th time the Fed has hiked its benchmark rate in the past year. The latest on the legal battle between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Disney.
Days after Disney sued Governor DeSantis in federal court for what it says was retaliation, a state oversight board made up of DeSantis appointees has authorized a lawsuit against the entertainment giant. The suit is filed in state court, which the head of the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District calls the board's own backyard. Disney's lawsuit says the state ended Disney World's 55 years of running its self-governing theme park district because of opposition to the state's so-called Don't Say Gay bill. I'm Norman Hall.
In rural Oklahoma, about 90 miles east of Oklahoma City, crews had been searching for two missing teens. They found the bodies of 7 people, including the teen girls they had been looking for and a convicted sex offender who was also being sought. The hunt for the suspect in the fatal shootings of 5 people in Cleveland, Texas, now in its 4th day. 38-year-old Francisco Oropeza, who was in the country illegally, found his way back into the U.S. after being deported multiple times. Watching Wall Street, the Dow futures are down 71 points. More on these stories at Town Hall.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-940-6161. That's 1-800-940-6161. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-940-6161. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
6. The UN says more than 100,000 people have crossed from Sudan into neighboring countries since fighting between rival generals erupted 2 weeks ago. The BBC's Imogene Folks in Geneva.
With no sign of the fighting stopping, the UN is now planning for up to 800,000 refugees. In Khartoum, food, water and electricity are running out, but desperately needed aid supplies shipped by the UN into Port Sudan are being warehoused. The continued violence and widespread looting mean there is no safe way to deliver them. The UN is also struggling to fund its relief operation.
Europe's painful inflation inched higher last month, extending the squeeze on households, keeping pressure on the European Central Bank to unleash another large interest rate hike. The EU Statistics Agency says consumer prices jumped 7% in April from 1 year earlier. Townhall.com. The cleanup goes on in the Tidewater and beyond.
Officials are assessing tornado damage after a storm tore through Virginia Beach on Sunday, wrecking homes, downing trees, and causing gas leaks. The National Weather Service confirmed Monday that the Sunday evening tornado was rated EF3 with wind gusts of around 150 miles an hour. Records indicate it's the strongest tornado to hit the city. No injuries were reported. At least 115 buildings were damaged. Severe weather damaged communities around the U.S. over the weekend. Keith Peters reporting.
Veterinarians are alarmed by a rise in marijuana poisoning among dogs. They apparently eat discarded materials found on sidewalks. More canines have been rushed to animal emergency rooms by their owners. The Poison Control Center of the ASPCA says marijuana poisoning cases among dogs are clearly on the rise. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hi, my name is Scott Conger. When I ran for mayor, my commitment was to make Jackson the best it can be for us and future generations. I want Jackson to be a place that my children will want to call home. Over the past 4 years, we've restored fiscal responsibility, reduced our debt by $33 million, and produced a budget surplus of $21 million. We've increased funding to fire and police departments, and we've had a 19% reduction in crime. We've made historic investments in infrastructure and quality of life, and invested $3 million per year in street resurfacing. The mayor's race is nonpartisan, so that we can focus on what matters in Jackson, not Washington. Our schools, our jobs, our people, our neighborhoods. That's what matters. Party politics too often focus on what divides us. By putting people over politics, we build a stronger community for everyone. We've accomplished so much, but now it's time for us to dream even bigger for our city. I need your help to build a better tomorrow, and I'm asking for your vote for me, Scott Conger, for mayor on May 2nd. Paid for by Scott Conger for mayor, Lonnie Harris, treasurer.
Flash sale just for mom. Flash sale is on sale just for mom. Choose from select loose diamonds and stud earrings. Diamond stud earrings a whopping 50% off from May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. Just for mom. And that's not all. All jewelry 30 to 70% off and watches are 10% off. Give mom the gift she deserves this Mother's Day. It's a flash sale. May 8th through May 12th at King Jewelers, 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Just for mom. From May 8th to May 12th. Just for mom. Everything in stock is on sale just for mom. KingJewelersJackson.com.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Tuesday brings great election day weather. Sunny skies with highs in the mid-60s. Breezy west winds 15 to 20, gusting up to 30. Clear skies tonight, lows near 40. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Good morning.
It is Election Day Tuesday, and it is sunny, 50 degrees, and we're going to keep climbing to 66. I played this song for G-Unit and Greg Wood because they were talking about songs that we played at our weddings. When me and Chris got done saying I do, and he realized the mess he had made, this is what we walked out together. And I'm probably not going to give him up. He may give me up. Lord knows he gets tired of me. I don't blame him, though. I'm a lot to handle. A whole lot to handle. Bless his soul. And then he's got a mini-me that's 3 years old that is meaner than I am. It's always a show at the Holt house. So today is Election Day. The polls are officially open, have been for 11 minutes, and they will go till 7 o'clock tonight. I did see last night Lisa Lyons had gone live and was talking just, kind of that last, I think all the opponents did. Ray Condrey did one. I'm not friends with Daryl Hubbard. He won't approve my Facebook friend request, so I'm a little butthurt over it. But I saw Ray and Lisa's. Dr. Woods had one. I'm not sure Scott Conger had one. I didn't see one, but Lisa was talking about there are people out there who will help get people to polls who don't have a ride. So she also made mention of Jackson Transit Authority would be driving if you had, filled out this form to take people to the poll sites. So there are ways to get out there and go cast your vote. There's no reason not to if you can. I don't care who you vote for. That's none of my business. You should never feel bullied or pushed to vote a certain way because that's your right. But get out there and vote. We've got some great candidates. We've got Miss Lisa Lyons. We've got Dr. Jerry Woods, Mr. Daryl Hubbard, Ray Condrey, Scott Conger, and Paul Sherrod will still be on the ballot, even though he's been a little MIA. You know what you want for Jackson. We love Jackson. Go out there and make the best informed choice that you can and vote for who you want to see carry us the next 4 years. Also, it is city council election, and we've got a few quote-unquote contested races. And I say that because there's one, it was J.P. Stovall and Sam Turner, where there had been the rumor mill going around that Sam Turner, even if he won, he was not going to take it because he was moving. Now, supposedly, there is maybe something else going on. If he gets it, he's gonna take it, and then if and when he moves, then he'll help where we can appoint somebody. So we've got that race, which I believe is District 1. And then we have Tara Skinner and Frank McMean running. And then we have Byron Elam and Larry Lowrance. So 3 contested city council races, and then of course the mayoral race. And these elections do matter. They matter on a different level because it's what happens at home. It's what hits home. It's what really affects you. We're not voting on things like abortion or big federal laws, obviously not making weed legal. But we are voting on things that happen here and affect us immediately, especially with the amount of infrastructure coming in. I know I beat that with a dead horse, but we definitely need to vote. I hope everybody gets out there and votes today. I'm lucky enough that my city council race is being ran uncontested. There's a few others that I know of. Russ McKelvey is uncontested. Marta Wallace is uncontested. Candace Busby is uncontested. I believe Mr. Johnny Dodd is uncontested. I'm trying to think of everybody. I know I'm missing some people. I'm going to have to pull that up during a break. We're going to come to the text line. We've already got some texts coming in. It's a G Unit here. My super hot girlfriend and I want to know if we can wear wife beaters and shorts to your victory party tonight. Hey, G Unit, I don't care if you wear a wife beater and shorts or a popped collar polo with your car on. I was listening to y'all this morning. Now, we may know you're from the county like y'all said, but either way, you're welcome. As you are. I want to know what the super hot girlfriend is going to wear, though. I'm excited to meet her. Super excited. I hope she comes in with some bedazzled shoes on, too. I came in this morning with my bedazzled flip-flops on, and they were like, what are those? Well, they're cute. That's what they are. Get them matching ones. Next company promo picture we do, all of us, all the men, I'm going to have them in bedazzled flip-flops. Living our best lives. Why can I not? Okay, there we go. We were having a little problem. Well, it was me. I was the problem. But the video is back on the app. Leave it to me to mess it up. I came in yesterday and everything was moved around, which I will say that the space and how it's moved around, I'm with it. I'm here for it. But now we got like another clicker, a laptop. I mean, we got so much stuff. And the more stuff, the more I can mess up. It's scary. But we're going to make it. We're going to make it. We're going to make it today. It is a big day for Jackson. There is a lot going on. And I want to know if you guys are out there and you're going to go vote. Let me rephrase that. I need to know you're going to go vote. Everybody needs to vote. Nobody can complain if they don't vote. There's multiple places to go vote. If you don't know, when they redistrict everything, it moves some people around. So where they would go vote might have changed. If you don't know where you're supposed to go, you can call the Election Commission and they will tell you. They are so good that even if I know one time I went to vote and my driver's license I had moved, and so it was different, and I literally walked over there to the Election Commission, gave them my driver's license. They said, okay, here you go. Now go vote where you're supposed to. They want you to vote. And we need to. We really need to, because it's going to affect us long term. Speaking of other things that are going to affect us long term, I know there's been a lot of talk and buzz about the charter schools. We talked a little bit yesterday that 4 out of the 5 applications were denied. And I think Rutherford County was the one that said, okay, yeah, so they're moving forward. And we've seen some things shake down yesterday. We called it, said it was going to happen, but it didn't happen while we were on air. And we'll come back to that. I'm going to read this text. We just got this text in on the Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. And it said, for Jackson Mayor, I feel that Lisa Lyons would be who I would vote for because she's mentioned she's interested in the dynamics of an open source, free sharing economy. That is the kind of social innovation we need locally to impact greater organization. I do agree that we need innovation. We need innovation that is going to move us forward in Jackson. We have way too much coming here. We've talked about it before. There's this new 6K battery plant. We've got Georgia Pacific, Toyota, Bashuco doing, I think it's 100,000 square foot remodel. Gerdau doing a $60 million add-on. So we've got Great Wolf Lodge, Tag Trucking, all of these places that are here breaking ground or have to break ground by the end of the year. And we need to look at what's going on with our school systems. We need to look at what's going on with making land developable. We need to look at making land have waste and sewer and electrical and water that doesn't, so we can develop that land, so we can house the influx of people coming into this area, or they are going to pass us and go somewhere like Arlington or Lakeland. So we definitely need somebody who is concerned about innovation and moving in the right direction. We don't want someone who is going to be stagnant and not move forward. That would be one of the greatest crippling things to the possibility of the future of Jackson, is if someone got into office who didn't know how to manage the funds in order to push us forward for the next season of Jackson. And you don't have to take anything from me. Get on Facebook. You can go on News Talk's website. You can go on We the People 96.5 NAACP. They all had forums and debates. You can listen and you can make the choice for yourself. You've got to. So yesterday, while me and Chuck is in the house. Did you hear that? Whoop, whoop. Me and Chuck were on the air. We said that there was a very large possibility that the head of, I guess you'd say, our education department at the Capitol would be stepping down, and that it was going to happen within an hour or so. Well, if you were living under a rock, then you didn't know. But in fact, Penny Schwinn did step down yesterday. Tennessee's top education employee is stepping down. Tennessee Department of Education Commissioner Penny Schwinn is leaving Governor Bill Lee's administration. She was appointed while Lee was still governor-elect in 2019. When Lee announced Schwinn, he said he wanted the state to focus on career readiness, and Schwinn had worked in the assessment program in Texas. Prior to that, she was the Chief of Accountability and Performance Officer for Delaware. They have announced that Lizette Gonzalez Reynolds will succeed Schwinn as the commissioner of the TDOE. So she did step down. We were right. Look at that.
Did she get unhired or did she step down? Because, you know, sometimes in those corporate settings, they can come to you and say, hey, congratulations, you're about to get unhired, or you can step down, whichever you would prefer. And I guess we will never know.
We won't, but there is part in this article from News Channel 5 that says she is not the first person to leave Lee's cabinet. Since his first term, several departments have undergone transition of leadership. When it first says it sounds like she chose to leave, as in like she was leaving. But then in the second half of the statement, it seems kind of like maybe she was encouraged to leave and they already had a replacement. So to me, if you've already got the replacement, you are encouraged.
You got unhired. Congratulations. Congratulations on getting to leave this position on your own. Here's your replacement.
Do you get severance pay when you are unhired and encouraged to leave?
No, that's a great question. And what is it? What's the pay? What does she even make?
Well, I don't know.
Right?
Let's see if we can get her on. Let's ask her. Be like, Miss Penny, how much dollars do you make?
How much dollars?
You would think that would have to be somewhere transparent.
Yeah, it's government, right? Don't you get to see what government officials make?
You're supposed to.
Well, yeah. I mean, now obviously we don't get to see like the deals that they get for their family members. Hashtag Hunter Biden. Stuff like that, and the back money. Like we understand
Speaking
the
of Hunter-
lobbying money. We don't get to see, but like the money that they get from the taxpayer dollars that they in turn screw us with, we get to see that.
Did you see where Hunter Biden is in a court right now for a paternity test?
Is it with a? I'm not going to say. I don't want to call him a hooker. So what's a better word? Is it with
Lady
a
of the
lady
night?
of the night?
A working lady?
Is it with a lady of the world's oldest profession? Is it one of those? Is
I
that
don't
the
know.
mama?
I don't know.
I mean, gosh, that's and I do feel sorry for Joe Biden only in this respect. I mean, you probably try to do the best you can with your kids, and if they get on drugs and stuff like that, it's a tough road. I totally get it, but Joe Biden looks very complicit and dirty in this whole thing too, and so does his daughter-in-law, and so does his wife and his brother. So I mean, then you start feeling less sorry. But like, if you just had a son who struggled with addiction, you'd be like, man, that's very unfortunate.
But here's the best part.
All right.
It's in Arkansas.
Oh, God.
It's a 4-year-old.
Definitely a hooker then.
4-year-old daughter.
Yeah, I'm sure. Arkansas. See, I mean, honestly, can we just make Arkansas a territory and just take Puerto Rico and make it a state? I mean, get Arkansas out of here. We'll keep Oaklawn and maybe one of those hot springs. We can, make that like an actual place of the United States, and the rest of it can just go to hell where it belongs.
Do you know how much money he's paying a month?
For the child that may or may not be his?
It is his.
Oh, it is his. I don't assume that anyone pays more than me, so I don't know. $2,500.
$20,000.
That's a lot of money. I like to hear those stories. Make sure I'm not alone. It's a lot of money.
I don't even.
That's straight cash.
I mean, do you know how much money I've gotten in child support? This many.
Oh, that's no bueno.
I don't
Do you
care.
even talk to him? Like, see
No,
him?
I don't care. I don't care.
Is Harper seen? When's the last time Harper saw him?
7 years.
You know what sucks though? Men like that are what make it hard for a bunch of us out there who are fathers like me who do want to be involved and see their kids half the time and all that. And it's what makes it so ridiculously expensive because you have so many weak, horrible, awful men like that out there. And so it makes it harder for the rest of us. Now, for Harper's
I'm not sure it's fair to even coin him weak, horrible, or any of that. I think
you got a kid, you don't see it. That's how I judge you.
I think like my dad.
Yeah.
He's just incapable.
Yeah. I mean, I get it.
My dad's incapable.
But
he was sent off to boarding school. His parents didn't raise him.
Right.
He was incapable. Now,
Cool.
I'm not saying that's the exact same, but I just look at it like this. There's going to be a time in their lives where they're going to want to mend it. And so what I'm going to do is not say anything bad, not say anything ugly.
Right.
And when
Very
that
good
is
for
the
you.
time for the relationship, then they will have it.
And she'll want that closure. But here's where I'm going to disagree with you a little bit, right? Like I grew up, my mom was married 7 times. So we had a revolving door of stepdads for a large part of my life. And my mom struggled financially. Now, she did the very best job she could being a single mother and married mother and, all that stuff. I never wanted kids. I was convinced I would not be a good dad
Same.
because I hadn't seen kids. And so my oldest son was a huge mistake. Now, he's also the greatest blessing in my life, just like Knox. And it's one of those things, I had no business being a father, but then you figure it out. Like every now and again, they say like, babies, like if you throw babies in a pool, they can like naturally know how to swim. You know what I've always heard that. I mean, I don't know if any freak out there has ever tried that. I hope not. But supposedly that's what people say. You got to figure it out. I mean, it's not like you have to come from this nuclear family to be able to learn how to parent. Kids don't come with instructions. I say that a lot on here. I think it's very important to figure it out. I did. You did. Your mom did. My mom did. We know tons and tons of phenomenal parents out there. Tons of people listening to us right now are phenomenal parents. And guess what we all have in common? Your kids didn't come with an instruction booklet.
No, they
right?
didn't. No.
And so, you figure it out. And if you're like, me and you've got, a couple of kids, or you're like Julie and you have 37, it doesn't matter. They're all different. They're all unique. They all need to be, tough loved on one way and hug loved on one way. I mean, they're all very, very different individuals. And yeah, it's I don't buy that. Like I understand my man may have had a hard life, and I hate that for him, but it does not matter. Figure it out. Figure it out. Men's job is more than 10 minutes in the bedroom.
Who said it was 10 minutes?
I was just trying to make him feel better. I mean, not everybody.
I'm just
3-4 hours.
I'm kidding.
Marathon.
You look like you just ran a marathon. You're here
I just got out of the
early.
shower. Well, I told you.
I know, and I'm
very proud.
glad.
I was going to come in. We were going to hang out. This is Election Day coverage.
Yes.
Here, it's a big time for our town. Everybody always says that, and it's a little cheese ball when people are
But
like,
it's
"This is a
true.
huge," but this is a very big one. I heard you on the way in, and you're right. So much industry coming into town, so much growth around it. I really do think over the next 10 to 20 years, West Tennessee, all of us, not just Jackson, because there's people out there listening who are like, "Oh my God, I don't live in Jackson. I don't care about the mayor." Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
It affects you.
If you come here and shop, you come here and eat, you come here to visit our potholes, you do whatever it is that brings you here to Jackson. The mayor, it is a strong mayorship, right? It's different than the county setup. And I feel like I get on the county sometimes. Like, I'm not calling AJ Massey weak. I'm saying it's a weak position. Like, the commissioners are the one with the swag. In the city, the mayor's the one with the swag. Now, with Julie being on the council, I expect some of those things to change. I expect that you will do what is known as a hostile takeover. So
No.
I think that you'll probably be in charge of the city, from the best I can tell, just knowing you as long as I have. You'll work your way in.
I don't know about all that.
You'll be the city boss.
I don't think so.
Like a new term. Julie's like, it's a strong mayor and strong councilwoman. Just singular.
Hey, I will tell you, there are some people on the city council that I really, really do like.
Name them. And then let's talk about the ones you don't. Let's go.
I love Russ McKelvey. We grew up together.
Russ McKelvey. Yes, I know Russ. I met him. He and I are in the same industry, which sometimes can be, it's weird because, realtors work together.
Yeah.
Like pest control companies, like, oh, never heard of it. He's actually a really, really cool cat.
They are.
Really
They're
nice guy,
good
down to
family.
earth. Like, there's another company that shall forever remain nameless on this show in the Golden Circle area here, and they are very adversarial to lots of companies. Like, why? There's like, I could not handle every single account in this town, right? I couldn't handle. I would want it.
Yeah.
I would want that problem, but I can't.
Well,
I
you handle
cannot
all mine with ease.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. And so
Thank
when
you, Donna.
you realize exactly, Donna handles yours. But when you realize there's enough for everybody out there, it doesn't have to be so adversarial. And he is that way, and he comes from a great family too.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm sure that Donna and Darren get tired of me, but they take care of me, and you do too, because I will straight up at
call me on the
11 p.m. be like, hey,
I'll be a neck of a beer deep, and she'd be like, hey, guess what?
I need a treatment tomorrow. He's
I know
like,
it's
okay.
Sunday, but I don't care.
Yeah. Well, I know if I don't tell you right then I'll forget.
You'll forget.
It'll never get
That's
done.
fine.
But that doesn't mean you have to respond to me.
Can we talk about this phone situation? It is impossible.
I know.
I talked to Dan. We need like a switcher box. So if you guys are listening right now and you want to get in with us, it is not because we are the worst people in the world, although that may be true. But the biggest problem is this phone system is so huge and it's hard to see. We need like a little switcher box. We sit right there on the board. But if you want to get in with us, 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496. That is our CWA development phone line number. And you may be like, what is a CWA? I get you, because I was that way too in the beginning. But what CWA is, they have over 80 years of experience providing high-quality personalized service to their customers. They do commercial and residential maintenance, restoration, and renovation. They do fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, gutter and roof cleaning, wood repairs, fence repairs, and deck repairs. This is the nuts part. They're open 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday. So that's Julie's schedule. Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And on Sundays for emergencies. If you need anything done at your house, this is the number you need to have in your phone. Start here. 731-503-9598 is CWA Development. Now, in addition to that, we have our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Yes. Oh, we were going to do it, weren't we? Let's do it again.
Yeah.
731-800-8398. Hey! We just need to get that.
That was so cheesy.
We need to record that and just have a button that we hit that says all that.
Yeah, every time I try to hit these buttons, they mess up for me.
You got to have the switcher up. Is the switcher up when you hit them?
No, I'm talking about like I'll hit something and
it'll play the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Well, now Dan will load some of them wrong too, and then he'll remember that he loaded it wrong. But then if you try to use it,
yeah,
it's
then you look
else.
like a folio.
I know.
This came in on our advanced rehab text line 731-800.
839-8.
Ah!
People are like, wait, I can't get it now. They're like, hold on.
They're like those idiots. They're real happy for today. Within 2 weeks, Bull has gone from wanting a 20-something girl that needs her car paid for to wanting an old nurse that can keep him healthy enough so he can tell us what we are doing wrong.
Is Bull looking to date the medical field now?
Is he scoping out the hot nurses?
Is he dating in the medical field? Because if that's the truth, then we have got to hear from Bull. Because he has changed his ways. Because he was definitely dating the 20-year-olds. I'm just going to make the car payment, whatever. I'm old and ugly. But now if he's looking for a medical professional, we may see Bull like advanced rehab. He may be up there just hitting on some of the workers. He's like, hey girl, you want to see my, what is it, a Honda Insight? You want to see that Insight? My 2001?
And not ride in the passenger seat.
And not ride, yeah. He used to have an egg crate. When he was first tinkering with it, he put an egg crate. He took his seat out, put an egg crate in there, and he called me one day on the radio. I was like, dude, you're going to get arrested. Like, you have to have a seat and a seat belt. Like, I don't know if it says in the driving handbook that you can not have, that you can't have an egg crate specifically, but I think you do have to have a functional seat.
I don't remember that during getting my permit.
I know. God, it's been so long ago.
That's touch and go. I don't know.
Will just took over the weekend our good friend Scott Bumpus and Bumpus Harley Davidson. Will bought a motorcycle.
All right.
And bought it himself, saved up his money, wrote a check, or gave the cash for it. It wasn't a Harley, but it's still his first bike, and he's proud. So I was like, look, you're going to do the rider safety course. Like, I know he's ridden forever. Like, we're motorcycle people, or I used to be. I don't have one currently. But we're motorcycle people, and he's had dirt bikes and stuff as a kid. I said, but it's so much different being on the road. So he took his class, and if you get through it's a 3-day class. It's very intensive, but anybody out there who wants to ride, even if you don't have a Harley, you need to contact Bumpus Harley Davidson and go through this training class. Because Will, who is not one to often give compliments out, was like, I really did learn a lot. It was really good. Talked a ton of safety stuff, which is a dad. That's my biggest concern. And it's not necessarily for him, because I know he can ride. It's for every other Yahoo out there.
Yeah.
And listen, I know I've told you guys before, stay off your phones, but I'm telling you, I'm going to pull you over myself if I see you on your phone now.
Citizens arrest.
I'm like, woo, woo.
Yeah.
Pull over.
Yeah.
No, but I'm going to. I will pull you over and I will fight you.
Well,
you cannot be on your phone with my son on a motorcycle on the road anymore. Okay? So whatever life you were living before, that changes now.
Today.
And that's a deal we make with one another.
So for the twins' 3rd birthday, I got them motorcycles. I got Jack's a blue one and Presley a pink one.
Right.
We haven't put them together yet because I know that I'm going to have to
just be outside all the time.
Yeah. Which we already are for the trucks and he's got a monster truck and Presley's got a side-by-side, and then we got a lot of scooters and bicycles.
Yeah.
But I know that I'm going to come a little unnerved on the motorcycle. But I'm the dummy that bought it.
It'll be fun. They'll have a good time.
Yeah, I'm going to bring him. I'm going to take him to Scott Bumpus real quick.
Yeah, let him go through the safety course.
Let him go through the safety course.
My whole point with that is he took his test at the end, and he got a perfect score on it, which is, a good thing. And that's what you want. I mean, because the motorcycle test is a little different than, your regular car driving test. A lot of similarities, 4-way stops, yada, yada, yada. But there's a lot of safety stuff in there, too. So
yeah.
That's the big thing.
Well, if I ever, which I won't, I'll go.
I'll
go to Bumpus.
You look like you could get one. What about a trike? Are you a good balancer? I mean, the centrifugal force is hold you up. Motorcycles are not hard to balance. Like people are like, it's the centrifugal force holds you up.
I don't think I have.
You look like you could have fun on a bike.
I don't think I have centrifugal force.
Yes, you do. I think it's like maybe that. Right? I don't know the physics of it. I went to Crockett County. I did not pay attention. I tried to graduate with a winning smile and personality, but I don't know. I think that's math, Julie, or physics 1. I think it's a real thing.
Well, if you're sitting outside of your voting precinct, go ahead and run in real quick. We're going to take a break. Cast your vote for whoever you want.
Right, vote.
And remember, this is our town.
Where I was raised, where I keep all my yesterdays. Where I ran off cause I got mad and it came to blows with my old man. When I came back, settled down, was where this is my town. Yeah, this is my town. My town.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster, perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse, all for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutobodyTN.com.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse, all for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the Range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
To some, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much, but that's not true. They're testing out vowels and consonants and trying different sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on meaning, especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Learn more at autismspeaks.org. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
There's still black marks on that county road where we drag raced our pickups and Mustangs and weathered all the sun and rain. And to this day up on that overpass, even underneath the new paint, you can still see Allie, will you marry me? I take a ride, look around, and there ain't no doubt. It sure left its mark on us. We sure left our mark on it. We let the world know we were here with everything we did. We laid a lot of memories down like tattoos on this town.
I'm feeling a little patriotic this morning.
You are. I like it.
Jacksonotic. Patriotic.
Jacksonotic?
I don't know what the word would be.
That's a C+. Jacksonotic?
I don't know.
I don't know if I love that. What about,
Jacksonian.
What about Jack's Vegas? You know,
Jack's
Bass always
Vegas.
say you put Vegas behind anything, it makes sense. You know what I mean? Jack's Vegas.
Chuck Vegas?
Yeah, Chuck Vegas. But like, like towns. You know what I'm saying? Like you're from Medina, like Medina, Vegas.
No.
No? Okay.
Medina, Vegas.
Medina, Vegas. Now that's got some staying power.
You don't know this Jason Aldean song?
I don't. I like new country music a lot, but I'm more into.
This is like early 2000s.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm still, but I like guys like, from Tyler Childers to Zach Bryan to Sturgill Simpson is really, really, I like him a lot. Like, I like those kind of independent country artists more than this, but this is a fine song.
I love Jason Aldean. He's right up there with Garth Brooks.
Yeah.
He's so fine with his little no-neck self.
I mean, here's the thing, though, and this just proves a point that we've all known, and this happens to women too. This isn't a misogynistic comment here, okay? Now, although it's going to sound a lot like one. I don't mean it that way.
Can't wait.
But if you were at Jimmy D's back in the day, and Jason Aldean was a farmhand, and he walked in there, you would be like, "Gosh, this no-neck rascal's so hot." It's because
I would
have.
have.
No, you would not. You
obviously have not been with me at Jimmy D's.
Okay, like
if you would have met me in my 20s,
if you were at the church house, let's take Jimmy D's out of there, because you know what, you're right. If you were at the church house in your 20s for whatever reason, and you and Jason Aldean walked in with no neck, you wouldn't be like, "God, this guy's fine." You'd be like, "Oh yeah. This is like every other dude from Crockett County ever in the history of the world."
No, because I wouldn't be looking at a man at church.
Okay.
My eyes are to the Lord.
I'm just saying that
I've always thought he was hot.
Well, yes, because the entire time you've known him, he's been rich and famous.
You don't know that.
Okay. Tell me about Tell me about when you met Jason Aldean before he was on
Don't worry
TV.
about it. It was at Jimmy D's.
Chris Holt, are you listening?
And he was a farmhand.
He was a farmhand. That man had never seen dirt. Like these guys, they've never seen dirt.
Yeah.
No,
he has.
Yeah, he has. Has he?
Yes.
I mean, listen to me. I don't play in dirt either, right? And I have no problem getting dirty. But I'm not knocking the dude. I'm just telling you, he knows as much about farming as I do neuroscience. I mean, that dude doesn't have a clue. This is our town. I mean, shut up.
That was Montgomery Gentry.
Oh, I thought that was Jason Aldean.
No, we had Montgomery Gentry, then Jason Aldean.
Whatever. Same
I
thing.
have met Montgomery Gentry.
All right.
Thank you for calling Julie Holt. Said it. How are you?
Now, what are y'all talking about?
Oh, here we go. See, no, God.
I just chimed in and heard Jason Aldean and Jimmy D's. I was like, hold up. I was like, you're not telling me something, or?
Well, evidently, I have a theory. When there are people who are ugly, And like Jason Aldean, he does not have a neck. I mean, he looks like
he is fine. Leave
if
him
he
alone.
were not famous and rich, he would be traveling with the circus. I mean, like one of those freak shows. Do they still have those, by the way?
No,
like the traveling freak shows.
But he's not.
But that would be Jason Aldean.
No.
But because every time Julie has met him, he has been on the television. She's like, he is so fine. I was like, what you mean to say? And sometimes this can happen to guys too, right?
Isn't like 5'3".
Yeah, of course. Again,
if I met him in real life, that would be a complete turn
right.
off.
I said if he was a farmhand
because he's 5'3"
in Crockett County and he rolled into Jimmy D's, wearing I'm sure he'd have like an affliction shirt on or whatever those, whatever.
Oh, he definitely has an
affliction shirt on with his boots, and he rolls into Jimmy D's. You'd be like, oh, look at this scrub. But no. Now you're like, he's so hot, and I'm telling you, he is not. What he is rich. It's the whole reason I got in his business.
Look,
it's the same reason I got in his business.
So what does that make me? Because I strolled into Jimmy D's with sweatpants on and greasy hands.
Oh dear God!
And,
you rolled into
and she never left. So I mean,
no, let's rephrase that.
Did you wear gray?
You never left. You.
Okay, I never left.
You wore some gray sweatpants, and Julie's out there bird watching. What's going on here?
No. We're not even.
No. We've opened the can now. It's time to. The people need to know, Julie. You are running for elected office. We want to know how y'all met.
Well, how we originally met was.
I just thought that made me hotter than Jason Aldean.
I thought y'all met in a parking lot.
We did meet in a parking lot.
Yeah. This story's got a lot. What are you hiding?
At my apartment.
I'm about to do a Facebook Live about this. If you don't tell me the truth right now.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I had been kicked out of my.
some information.
Oh my God! I had been kicked out of my house for being a heathen.
Right.
My mom said you can either do this or you can get out. Well, because I'm stupid.
Right.
I said I'm gonna do what I want.
Right. Always works.
And when I did that, everything was taken from me, so I had to learn. Mm-hmm. So I was in an apartment complex where I was staying, and I could
like
hear
32 other humans.
One of the finer establishments in town.
Oh yeah, right by the Dollar General beside Shell.
That's where the best apartments are.
And,
always within walking distance of a Dollar General.
Absolutely.
I could hear a cat underneath that was trapped, some kittens, and I was trying to save them, and I couldn't reach. And Chris was getting off work and coming in, and I was just like, "Hey, help me get these cats from underneath this apartment complex."
What kind of job did you have where you wear sweatpants?
He was electrical. This is when we first met. When I was like,
don't you have to have PPE? You can't wear.
This is when I was like 18.
Yeah, but
he didn't have sweatpants on then.
And Chris
he had on like jeans and a button up.
Okay.
But then
you can't be doing electricity with sweatpants.
We met when I was like 18.
No.
We met when I was like 18, and then we would see each other out.
Cat.
Yes, and we would see each other out, and hey, how are you? And I got married, and he got married, and he got divorced, and I got divorced, and I had Harper, and forever he thought I was actually married to my friend Daniel Mooney.
Really?
Yeah, and I was not.
Why? Were y'all together a lot, or
yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
and so we would go to Rockendo, and Chris was working down at Rockendo.
I remember when he worked there. He used to make the best pizza.
Well, that's when this all started.
The relationship.
Yes. Like
when
10
you started
years
dating
later.
her, did you think she was married, Chris?
It'd make a good country music song, I tell you
Well,
that.
if you take your neck out of it completely and just sit on your shoulders, you could be famous.
You leave Jason Aldean alone.
I mean, the man's ugly. But there's nothing wrong with it. He's very famous, and I'm sure he gets along just fine. I'm sure he has a very nice dating life.
I just got a text that asked how old Chris was when I was 18. Was he 42?
He was 40, yeah.
I'm like, that's so mean.
I would have been 28 if you were 18.
Yeah, good job doing that math, babe.
There you go. I'm just talking for the listening audience that requires to know I'm not that old.
Chris, you were very old. It's okay. I'm old too. You got to embrace it. Just roll with it, man. I'm thinking about getting one of those handicap stickers. I don't like to brag, but I went to the pharmacy yesterday for the first time in like 7 years.
Did you use the Good RX?
No, I didn't have to. It was only $14. I didn't think it'd save me that much.
You probably would have got it for $1.
I went into a new advertiser here at the station, and they were very nice. Dan's like, hey, but just go get these guys to try. Because I was like, I haven't been to the pharmacist in such a long time, unless it's for my kids or whatever. And I was like, I went in there. I was like, hey, guys, I don't have insurance. I just want to check the price of this. Because it was like $100. My youngest son has strep throat. I feel fine, but the doctor wrote me a prescription just in case. And so anyway, it was amoxicillin, I think. And it's like $14.
You should have just called me. I got a ton of amoxicillin.
Well, hell, I told you yesterday. Why didn't you just say something?
You didn't tell me it was amoxicillin.
Give me $7 back. We're going to split it, Julie. Give me $7.
It's the infant amoxicillin, though.
Sorry, I'll take enough of it. It's like a horse drink. I'll drink the entire
bottle. Because Presley, you try to give her medicine, she's like, Puh.
She doesn't do it?
No, she's terrible.
Well, I've taken it. I feel phenomenal. But yeah, it was only $14 at Healthcare Pharmacy. They're on Roland, kind of over there by the hospital. Really
so
nice.
You
people,
totally
Matt
didn't even listen to anything I said. Good to know.
Well, I did listen. You said that Presley doesn't take her medicine.
Hey, I'll talk to y'all in a minute.
No, Chris, we're not done. Stay on here. We'll let you know when the conversation. Hang up on him. Do him like Rich. Slide him down. Just hang up on him.
That just made me feel like a flip phone. I just slid it down.
Clap.
With haste.
Have you seen?
It was
they do have the phones out now. I forget which one it is, but it will close. I saw somebody.
The Android.
Is that what? But when it opens up, it looks like an iPad.
Look, there are two
but you can
type
close
of people.
It and talk on it. I think it's a Samsung something.
I don't know, but there's
Samsung
two
Flip,
types
maybe?
of people in this world.
Yep.
Ones who have Androids and drink Pepsi, and people who have iPhones and drink Coke's products.
Exactly. I'm a Pepsi guy, but I do like iPhone. Diet Pepsi's better, and you know it.
No, it's not. This just came in. I have. This just came in on our advanced rehab text line. It said, Bull knows the difference between driving and traveling. Drivers are commercial agents. Travelers are living beings that transport from one place to another. I bet Bull has his right to travel paperwork in order. Yeah.
Huh.
Speaking of traveling, you know my mom got hit yesterday?
She okay? What happened?
Yeah, her and Harper were on the way to Harper's tutoring, and an 18-wheeler rolled over 3 times.
Oh, my God.
Rolled back into her car, and then he took off.
The guy in the 18-wheeler?
Yeah. So, me being me, I get there before the cops get there. And I'm like,
I bet you and Diane were both fit to be tied.
I was just,
Harper's in the car.
Harper was freaking out.
Of course.
And I was like, Harper, get in my car. And we get in my car. And Brittany Tucker, actually, she was like, are y'all okay? I'm like, yeah, we're fine. But a lot of people were being nice. And
where was this at, by the way?
At Oilwell on the bypass.
And the 18-wheeler was just rolling?
Yeah.
Dude.
And so I went, of course, the cop gets there, and I'm like, I'm going to go find this loser.
Mm-hmm.
Because we saw where he turned.
Oh, yeah, how fast can he go? It's going to take him a minute to get the speed. Did you find him?
I found him unloading at a store here. And I was like, hey, fool, you hit my mom.
And what'd he say?
With my kid in the car. And he was like, no. And I said, yeah, you did. I was like, I've got your numbers. Like, this is you. And he was like, you don't say that. And I was like, I'm saying it.
Did the police come?
Yep. But he was starting to get a little irate. And I was like, I just said, okay, we'll see.
Julie said,
uh-huh. I was just like, all right.
Well, open carry laws in Tennessee, I would not do well in that situation.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing to hit me, but you got a kid in the car, it really upsets you.
Yeah.
You know what
and
I mean?
My mom's like the sweetest person ever.
Yeah, but I mean, if Harper's in danger, I could see your mom flipping a script.
Oh, yeah. But she was more like, calm down. Like, it's fine. Everything's fine. But, I mean, it scared her because it just kept rolling back.
To her car?
It messed the front up really good.
Do you think it's total?
No. Well, that thing's
what kind
brand
of car
new.
is your... Well, I know, but
it's a Cadillac XT5 or something. It's the middle SUV.
But I think what happens, when that can happen, sometimes it's so expensive to replace new parts, sometimes they'll just toll it now.
I don't know.
For no reason. Not for no reason, but it's cheaper to just do the whole thing again than it is to do all the repair cost and ordering and stuff like that. Who knows?
I don't know. But I know she won't drive a wrecked car. She was like, no, I'm getting this fixed. Thank you for calling.
Insurance will pay for it, right?
Yeah, right. Thank you for calling, Julie Holt. Said it. How are you? Good morning.
I got 3 things to get off my chest.
Okay.
Get it.
But we're talking about you and this nurse, by the way, before you go first. But you're not getting out of here without us hearing this new love interest. Go ahead.
All right. I was just wondering, are the real good-looking, fine, beautiful, sexy, can't get enough of them, attractive girls more likely to want to leave home too early than girls like what I can go out with?
Wait, what?
All right. Form that again. Say that again, because I didn't follow. What do you mean more likely to leave home?
Do they feel like that they need to get away from home and live in an apartment somewhere? Because, the world loves beautiful women. We can't get enough of them. And then girls who are maybe not in that league, are they like, might as well stay home a few more years longer and get smarter and
keep cooking,
learn what the world really is?
Now, I will say this as a man, I'm 42 now, and what I find attractive now and what I found attractive at 20 is different. Not that, a beautiful person is a beautiful person all around, but that used to fill me up. And that could not fill me up anymore, right? Like I would have to have somebody that I could have intellectual, stimulating conversation with every so often, believe it or not. I like people who can talk about business and ideas and things like that. And so I think yes and no. I think sometimes people are late bloomers, you know, in life. I was not a very good-looking kid. It was very unfortunate for me because I wanted to be a good-looking kid. And now, look at me, sex symbol in my 40s. I'm pretty much Tom Selleck of 2023.
Without the mustache.
I do have a mustache. It just connects to my
You need
beard.
that big, thick.
I can't grow it that thick. It'll start itchy.
When you're talking a high level of cerebral and somebody that, you know, that you can, is that like show me your boobs? Is that what you mean? Or?
Yes, show me your brain boobs. Yeah, that's matter of fact, I'm going to get a T-shirt made that says that. I think that would sell.
Show me your brain boobs.
Yeah, show me your brain boobs.
Show me your brain.
I'm 40 now. Like that matters to me. Like you need to be attractive and
have boobs.
Brain, yes, brain. I don't know how many times we can say that word, but yes, brain. Yeah, it's important. But I think lots of people out there are that way. Like, you know, you change it. Well, you're that way now, right? If somebody if they were just beautiful, but they were an empty vessel, like you literally could not date. How old are you, Bull? You're 40-something, 50-something? However old you are, you couldn't really date a 20-year-old. Not for a long, long time. Because you wouldn't have anything to
Ramsey
talk about.
did. Ramsey the second dated lots of women that were like his grandchildren.
You talking about the guy from Ten Commandments?
Yeah, Ramsey the second. You know, he had 100 children and lived to be in his 90s. And I'm a firm believer, if you're an old person and you're messing around with young girls, that gives you a reason to live, and you live longer.
So you
that's
think
the
people
vampire
choose
thing,
to
you know,
die? So are you telling me that because Chris is 10 years older than me that he's going to outlive me?
I could see that.
What I'm saying is, we got vampires.
Diet Cokes have something to do with that.
Just drink
Vampires-
your Skittles drink.
Vampires can be 1,000 years old, and they're after the blood of young girls.
So you think that's the
Dracula
key?
movies. The young blood keeps you young and going. They can hook an old mouse up to a young mouse with plastic veins, where they're sharing the same blood system. And the old mouse will live much longer because he's getting the youth from the young one. And, of course, the young one dies. And I think the same thing happens with the real old guy dating the young girls. It extends your life because you want to live.
I think you guys will find this interesting. You know, we've had a lot of talk in the tech world, which I'm not a member of, but I do find it interesting. This AI, artificial intelligence, robotics, stuff like that. There has been a lot of talk about now that it can, you know, hook itself up to servers and stuff like that and learn real-time information. Okay, with that happening, they think that we are very close now, within the next handful of years, for cures for lots of diseases through AI research, because they don't have to stop. They don't have to sleep. They can take all of the data. You know what I mean? You're not limited by whatever capacity of brains that we have. They think that we could be getting very close to huge medical advancements for things like cancer and you know, just all kinds of other things.
You really don't think we already have the cure for cancer, and Big Pharma is the reason we don't?
I always did, until Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs had enough money to get any treatment that he wanted if it could be bought and paid for, and he didn't, and he still passed. So that changed my mind a little bit. Now, for
he
a lot
he
of
was in Memphis.
Steve Jobs was in Memphis?
When he passed, yeah.
What was he doing? Graceland?
No, he was getting treatment in Memphis.
Well, you know, he went to India and did like the whole Eastern medicine thing too. There was I did not know about the Memphis thing. But no, that's the only reason I say that, because now, one of the reasons too is I think even bigger than the pharma boom that we've had over the 30, 40 years, and certainly a pharma boom with Pfizer and all these other companies since COVID. People like Mark Cuban say, look, this AI over the next few years is going to be so much bigger than even when the internet came out in the 90s. Like he says, this is going to be a huge boom for companies. Like you're talking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. He's like, this is going to be, the biggest thing that we've ever seen as a planet economically. That's his projection.
They say that about electric cars too, and they're not as perfect as they let on. A lot of stuff they say is to make politicians money on their investments with the companies that they want to get rich at the cost of us.
I could see that.
I mean, our vaccine was developed by a computer in I think Knoxville, Tennessee for COVID. I don't know if y'all know about that, but
really,
where the formula
which
came
company?
from.
Like Moderna, Pfizer. What was the other one? Moderna, Pfizer,
Johnson & Johnson.
Johnson & Johnson. Yeah, and that was the one that was the bad one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one of them.
I think they all were bad.
Yeah, well, I agree.
They were all bad, and they were all made for the purpose of getting rich, and our politicians buy 4 times more than what we would use every year, but they are invested in that company. So as long as the company's making big sales, even though nobody's using it, the politicians get a big return on their investment.
Yeah. Well, and these things have a shelf life too, right? I mean, is it 30 days, 60 days, something like that? You can't, it's not like we just got, okay, well, we got 100,000 of them sitting here. We'll just keep it in the fridge. I mean, they can only last for so long.
Yeah, it turns into gummy. The stuff that's in it to make it last as long as it does last turns into real gummy stuff, and when that gets in your veins, you can have a heart attack. The more I've learned about the vaccine, the more I wished I hadn't took none of it.
I was just
at one
about to
time, I
ask
would have
you
given
that.
$1,000 for it.
Well, but you know what I do want to say to you, Bull, and Julie, I don't think that you were familiar with Bull back then, but he used to call in, and Bull and I would have long, lengthy conversations off air. It's where he and I probably became, as good of friends as we are. My kids would get sick, and Bull was really big. Bull and Laura Lehman both on ivermectin, and so we did like the horse stuff. I got it at Tractor Supply, but I do the ivermectin when my son got COVID. Just little small doses of it. We did the zinc, the vitamin C, all that kind of stuff. But you did your research. You made the best decision for you at the time with the information that was available. And I mean,
at
you
the
never.
time, that's true.
Well, that's right. But I mean, what can you do besides that? I know you were doing a lot of CCE. Was it CCE or CCT that you were watching in China about it?
China cable TV network.
Yeah, CCT.
TN or something.
He was watching that.
And they
was doing a lot of
basically told us
research.
that China is more honest about how to treat you for COVID than America was by far. And I know everybody hates China and puts China down, but they're more honest than America.
I love wontons. All right, this comes. This is something I did want to tell you about, Bull, because we're talking about this artificial intelligence, and this is going to happen. This has already happened now. Julie, this is an article. Look right here. I saved it on my phone from March 28th. Look at that. Yeah. Okay, so listen to this, Bull. This is McDonald's. It says, new fully auto-order McDonald's with no employees has opened in Denver. Also in Fort Worth, Texas, and Las Vegas, Nevada. So these things you can essentially be there. It's 24/7. You can go and get whatever you want. They make it fresh, bag it to you, give it to you on an assembly line. No humans.
All right, here's the other thing.
All right.
Because human labor is so expensive, they've raised all the prices of food.
Mm-hmm.
Going the way they're going, it's a lot cheaper, but their prices will remain the same.
Absolutely.
So that way they pay for their computers and robots quicker.
And you'll probably have maintenance.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm sure there'll still be maintenance and stuff like that. But, I mean, one person now could probably run 5 stores with the maintenance of the robots.
Just think how much less the dust level will be, because most of the dust in the house comes from dead skin cells. You got nobody.
I know, that grosses me out so bad.
Is that true?
You don't have to do the dust.
90% of dust is dead skin cells.
Really?
Yeah, it's gross.
What if I moisturize? Do I still have dead skin cells?
Yes.
Ugh, that's gross.
Your
I think
scalp?
you replace all the skin on your body every 6 weeks. So
Really?
all the skin on your body falls off in 6 weeks, and it's in the furniture and the carpet and the house and everywhere.
Dear
Your
God.
nose,
Some of these
your
people that
liver-
work at the station
your
were
liver
sitting in these
replaces
chairs.
itself every 6 weeks.
Melissa, I need my own personal chair.
Melissa said you can get over it.
I need my own chair, and when I leave, I'd like y'all to put it in the closet, and I don't want anyone else in my chair. I'm not sharing dead skin cells with people that work here.
Well, think how close we get to these mics.
I mean, it's seriously, at this point, Mike is going to call HR because Dan's like, get closer to the mic, get close. I was like, dude, I'm tonguing it, man. I don't know what else there is. And if Julie could, she would be too. Like, I don't know how close.
Get off me. I got the shortest tongue.
Here's a question for you. If you have fatty liver,
I have fatty everything.
But you haven't started turning yellow yet and got jaundice and swelling everywhere. You just have a real sick liver. It takes your liver 6 weeks to replace every cell. If for 6 weeks or 2 months you eat nothing but healthy the whole time, would your liver regrow itself back into a healthy condition? And I think it would go a long ways on doing that. That would be, yes, it would. Maybe not as good as it should be, but a lot better. And we're destroying ourselves eating this American. But here's the other thing I want to tell you about. Did you see the video I sent you about how to get the clogs out of your heart?
No. Hold on. Let me pull that up. Did you send that? Because that's something I've definitely been interested. I may have missed it. Hold on. Let me see. Yes. I did see that. Yes. And I've seen this
Isn't
before.
that clever?
It is. Yeah. So this is a device that goes in, like, I guess, through your arteries, right?
Yep.
And it can open up and expand in the same way that you would, like, snake a drain almost. It's what it does to your arteries with, like, clogs and stuff in there to open you up.
It looks like you're getting a stent, but you're not getting a stent. It goes in, and then it harpoons a little needle through the clot.
Mm-hmm.
And then a stent comes out of the end of that needle, and then it goes in reverse and pulls the clot into a funnel.
Yep.
And it removes the clot, and you go from so unhealthy you're about to die, you got a widowmaker in you, and back to the time that when you was young and 20 years old and had pretty much clean arteries.
I'm telling you, medical advancements are amazing, but it's seriously, like, if you're somebody that shaves in your shower and your shower clogs up and you get a snake and, like, snake it down and then pull it up and you got that big hairball, it's the same idea. It's just inside your artery.
Yeah,
but they remove the clot in the shower goes on down to the septic tank. This is removing the clot from your body.
Right. Yeah. It's
if that
pulling it out.
If that clot gets to your heart, to your valves, you're dead.
Yep. You're gonzo.
So this is it's a remover. It removes it. It's real clever. Whoever thought that up?
Yeah.
It must have been somebody with big boots. With big intelligence.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Medical advancements are crazy. All right, Bull, tell us about this nurse. Have you moved on to a nurse now?
That lasted until she found somebody way better than me. She told me all the things that was better about him than me, and the competition is overwhelming. He likes to cook. He likes to go on walks in the park. He delivers food to her that he cooks, and his house is beautiful and clean and smells like a hospital, and he's the perfect man.
Well, he's probably homosexual.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you something right now. You could call Julia up and she could have you in a $500,000 home today, furnished, and you could write the check for it. You guys, you could literally move in today by 2:00 this afternoon. You could have all that.
And a girlfriend with big intelligence.
Massive intelligence. And if she doesn't have big enough intelligence, we can buy him.
Find another one. Yeah.
I know a guy.
You can buy more intelligence.
Here's the third topic, because I really got to share this with you. It's really big. It goes back in history, back to the 70s, and it was a big, huge deal. And you can even see it on YouTube if you're interested. I don't know if I've showed it to you or not, but are you interested in this third thing?
Yes.
Okay, it's Steve Martin, first appearance on the Johnny Carson show, and he tells jokes to dogs instead of humans. And if you're a human, you won't get it, but if you're a dog, he says they just roll around on the floor when they hear it. And it's a must-see.
I don't know what to say, Bull. This is an unpopular opinion. I don't find Steve Martin I find him to be very overrated as an actor and as a comedian. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Steve Martin jokes to dogs and Johnny Carson.
I watched it. See, I'm watching the Johnny Carson show. That's how dull my life is.
You going back to that?
Johnny Carson's better than anything on today.
No, that part is true. Our nighttime TV is terrible. There was a time in my life where I wanted Jay Leno's job, where I wanted to be a late night talk show host. I was like, God, how fun would that be? Tell a couple jokes, interview some celebrities, have a band play, cash a check. Thought it was a great idea. Get free suits. What else in life do you want?
Do you remember a TV show called, I can't remember. It had like 7, 8 girls on it.
Sounds familiar.
Bunny Ranch?
Yeah, something like that. It was a bunch of good-looking girls, and they drove semi-trucks.
Lot
lizard. Going into
lot lizards. I think that's what you're thinking of. Lizard lick towing?
Something in the Bears. CJ and the Bears or TJ and the Bears.
Yeah, I missed that one.
Anyway, he had all them girls on the other night, and they were complete, total airheads, but they had good everything else.
They had big intelligence.
They were real low on intelligence. They were really, really low, but it was, but he liked talking to them. And last night he was talking to a bunch of Playboy buddies. And I don't know if y'all remember all them old shows, but good-looking women get a lot of the breaks on TV.
You're kidding.
Because of their intelligence.
You're kidding. I had no idea. I had no idea.
But you got to look at Steve Martin, and he had like 10 dogs in the building with him, and they were sitting in front of him listening to his jokes. It couldn't have been no better than it was. It was phenomenal.
I don't know about all that. I'm going to look it up, though, Bull. I'm going to look it up. Now,
it's on YouTube. It's 11 minutes long.
Call me, and let's get you a big old house that smells like a hospital with a cook and a woman with some big intelligence.
Well, the guy sounded gay to me, too, but he is absolutely... That's what women need. They need a guy like me for like 5 minutes at night, and then they need a gay guy to share their experiences with and go places and have a life. Well, I'm not kidding. That's really the way, it's absolutely the truth. All women need a gay friend, and then a guy like me for 5 minutes at night.
We're going to have to boost that 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We're going to get you to 7.
I'm going to get you some breathing exercises, Bull. I'll send you a video.
Well, for the intellectual 5 minutes, that's what they need. And then the rest of them, they can waste it going to dances and parks and looking at the singers.
Do girls like to do the park thing? No. Like if Chris is like, hey, baby, let's go walk in Liberty Park, you'd be like, no.
I would tell him to go walk with himself.
Yeah, so girls don't really want to go walk for a walk in a park. What about a walk on a beach? Is that appropriate?
No.
That's not a thing either?
No, I'm not that kind of girl, though.
But okay, so other girls
I'm
that
not mushy.
Other
yes,
girls
they would love that.
Okay, all right, that's what it wasn't all just about you.
Well, no, like I'm not about that life.
So
I think
Bull
it's weird.
A young lady is like, hey, let's go walk in the park. Like that seems to be, like you would have to kind of know somebody to go walk in the park with them, right? That's not a first date thing, is it?
It depends on if you go to Muse Park.
Fair.
I met a girl like 11 years ago, and she wanted to go to a park in Humboldt, and it was kind of getting late, and some people started showing up that looked like they would not have no problem robbing me. Let's get out of here. She said, you're afraid of everything. I said, no. I said, I've had people try to rob me before, at the gas station in Dallas, and I don't trust nobody. You have to always be ready to defend yourself. Of course, I got beat half to death when I was 11. So it makes you scared to death of everybody. But always be prepared.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but you don't want to that may be a little much for early on in a relationship. You know what I'm saying?
Go walking in a park. I think it's a total waste of time, but it seems like the really cerebral girls that have nice legs and like to wear red hot shorts. They want to be seen walking in a park, and they don't care who they're seen with as long as they get seen. Because it's like if somebody's looking at you, something good's going to happen if you're very, very intelligent.
It's a great point. That's always been my go-to. I know that. All right, Bull, you have a good one, my friend. Julie's at a loss for words. She's like, you're still thinking about the park thing.
I don't want to.
It's not your jam. It's okay to say that.
You want to go ride a back road and drink beer?
That's me. Drop a tailgate, just sit out and hear the crickets and look at a pond.
Yeah. Right. You want to go ride in the golf cart?
Ride? Oh God. You're such a yuppie. Go ride in the golf cart.
Side by side, 4-wheeler. What do you want me to call it?
Well, I mean, there's a huge difference between a side by side, a 4-wheeler, and a golf cart.
Well, I have a golf cart.
I know,
but I would get on the back of a 4-wheeler or on my own again, like I did when I was a kid.
A motorcycle.
this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. With the threat of a government default looming, President Biden meets with a congressional delegation next week. They'll talk about hiking the government's debt limit. Mr. Biden and the Democrats want a blank check. Republicans insisting on spending cuts, part of any deal.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the country could reach its debt limit as soon as June 1st. Yellen sent a letter to House and Senate leaders urging them to protect the full faith and credit of the United States by acting as soon as possible.
That's correspondent Ed Donahue. Searching for 3 missing people, authorities in Oklahoma found 7 bodies.
In a news conference carried by KTUL, Okmulgee County Sheriff Eddie Rice says they're pretty sure that 3 of the bodies are those of missing 14-year-old Ivy Webster, 16-year-old Brittany Brewer, and Jesse McFadden, the convicted sex offender who was traveling with them.
We are in the process of trying to get the ME to be able to confirm identities of these individuals that were found.
The bodies were found during a search near the town of Henrietta, about 90 miles east of Oklahoma City. Brittany Brewer's father confirms that one of the dead is his daughter. He says, "I'm just lost." I'm Donna Warder.
A nightmare scene along a stretch of I-55 south central Illinois. A windstorm kicking up towering clouds of dust, blinding numerous motorists, causing a massive and deadly chain reaction crash.
40 to 60 passenger cars were involved. This includes 2 truck tractor semi-trailers that caught fire as a result of the crashes. At this time, we have reports of more than 30 people being transported to the hospital and multiple fatalities.
Illinois State Police Major Ryan Starrick is heard on WICS TV. Wall Street, ahead of this morning's opening bell, the Dow futures down 87 points. NASDAQ futures off 7. More on these stories at townhall.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-940-6161. That's 1-800-940-6161. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-940-6161. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
If misery loves company, then the latest inflation figures out of the European Union should be of some comfort on this side of the pond.
The bloc's painful inflation inched higher last month, extending the squeeze on households and keeping pressure on the European Central Bank to unleash another large interest rate increase. EU agency Eurostat says consumer prices jumped 7% in April from a year earlier, from the annual rate of 6.9% in March. Food prices have eased a little, while core inflation, which excludes volatile food and fuel, slows slightly, but was still high at 5.6%. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
British energy giant BP posting strong quarterly profit numbers, even as energy prices had soared after Russia's war in Ukraine last year eased off a bit. London-based BP says it earned $5 billion profit first 3 months of the year. News and analysis, townhall.com. Chinese electric car exporters starting to compete with global brands in their home markets.
The exporters bring fast-developing technology and low prices that Tesla's chief financial officer says, quote, are scary. BYD Auto is the biggest-selling Chinese electric brand. It opened a dealership in Japan in February. NIO, a maker of premium-priced SUVs, exports to Europe. The ruling Communist Party has made China the biggest EV market with the help of multi-billion-dollar subsidies.
That's correspondent Jeremy House. More than 250 law enforcement officials, including U.S. Marshals, joining the Texas manhunt for the gunman who fatally shot 5 neighbors late Friday in Cleveland, Texas. But the search for the suspect, 38-year-old Francisco Oropeza, has so far come up empty, despite the additional manpower, scent tracking dogs, and a total of $80,000 reward money. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today.
The Mid-South Prodigy, Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous, Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more.
You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Ms. Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Tuesday brings great Election Day weather. Sunny skies with highs in the mid-60s. Breezy west winds 15 to 20, gusting up to 30. Clear skies tonight, lows near 40. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit NewsTalk965.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes NewsTalk965.com and NewsTalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
I love Dwight Yoakam.
Dwight Yoakam is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
He is so cool. And he's from California.
Really?
Yeah, he's not even like country, right? Or he lives in California. Maybe he's from like Oklahoma. But no, Dwight Yoakam is a straight stud.
He was good in Sling Blade too.
He can act. You know, a lot of those people will, they'll try to move like you're an athlete and you'll be an actor, and it doesn't always work. But it worked for Dwight Yoakam. He was very good in that. He's been in a couple of things, I think.
Probably.
I think so. I'll tell you somebody else who can act. He was good, like in the Brad Pitt thing and Edward Norton. Oh gosh, it's such a good movie. Come on, you know what I'm talking about. The one where Fight Club. You know, Meatloaf was in Fight Club. He was great in that.
He was also in Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Meatloaf?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a musical, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've never seen that, so I don't know.
Yeah.
He was in that thing with Patrick Swayze when Patrick Swayze was a truck driver. Meatloaf was in that, too.
Oh, not Raw Dog.
Black Dog? Black Hawk?
Something.
Black Dog? Black something?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah. So we're going to catch up with some of these texts that we've missed. Came in our text advanced rehab text line 731-800
839
Hey.
Got him.
This came in and said, why hasn't Dan Reeves reopened Jimmy D's yet? Chuck, a.k.a. Chuck Wallen, can lead us in karaoke on the weekends.
Mm-hmm. That would be a fun side gig to, lead karaoke. Because I think that'd be fun, right? Those people that do karaoke always look like they're having a good time. Like to be what do they call it? A karaoke DJ? Is that what it is? To do that, that'd be fun.
Yeah, but you know what they also do? They always tend to sing a lot.
Yeah, and I'll do that too, depending as the evening grows a little bit later. I've been known to do that as well.
Yeah.
Not well, but I'll still do it.
This came in on our advanced rehab text line and said, did Bull hang out at Jimmy D's or was he at Cody's with Catfish every weekend? I love Catfish.
I think Bull is of the age group where he was at the water hole. And what was that thing across from Jimmy D's? It was
Boogie
the
Nights,
Fuse Box,
the Lava Lounge, Deadwood Dicks.
Yeah, I think
Tequila
that
Joe's,
was I think that was his
Desperados.
jam. Yeah, from conversations we've had in the past.
Well, heck, I've probably been around Bull and didn't even know
Didn't even know it.
This came in and said Pepsi is just flat Coke.
See, I'm so
Can I get
sad.
an amen?
You sent that in yourself. I
No.
can't even see
No,
the
no,
text
no,
line,
no,
but
I
I bet
didn't.
you did.
No, I didn't.
It is not flat. It is not flat. It is a different taste. It's for a sophisticated palate.
This said, look towards the window at the stuff floating in the sunlight. 80% of it is dead skin cells.
I know.
It's
I
disgusting.
see that. I always think of what's going on in this house. Maybe those people that used to like knock on your door and try to sell you a $1,200 air cleaner thing.
Rainbow.
You know what I'm talking? Well, Rainbow has one,
Yeah.
but then there's some other ones too. And I was like, you probably don't need these, right? But maybe you
Yeah,
do.
we probably do.
Maybe we do need air purifiers there, just for your skin cells. I'm just going to go home and just take my vacuum.
You know,
and just-
I'm that person that if I don't know somebody's coming to my house and my doorbell rings, the whole house freezes.
I know.
I'm not coming to the door. And I will watch you from my cameras.
Your Ring doorbell?
Yeah, and my other cameras. I'm not coming.
I don't think I've ever used a doorbell at your house. As a matter of fact, I don't know if I've ever even knocked at your house. But you always know if I'm coming. I just walk in. Like, hey, what's up?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But let's say it's Sunday, it's 11 o'clock in the evening, we're vegging out all together, and somebody's ringing my doorbell. I'm not coming.
Yeah, I don't. But I mean, it's probably hard to pretend you're not home with twins running around and doing
I don't
flips
care.
and stuff.
I'll pretend like they're there all by themselves.
Yeah, I couldn't answer the door. They don't know how to
Or
work
I was
the
in the
door.
bathroom, whatever.
Right.
I'm not coming.
I'm not going to answer the door. No, I'm with you. I'm that way too.
I mean, I will slide down.
You have to be
where you cannot see
very
me.
comfortable with someone to go to their house uninvited.
Yeah.
You have to be. That's a high level of comfortability.
And people who are that comfortable with me,
Yeah.
already know my door code.
Right. Well,
So-
I don't know. Hold on now. I don't
You
know your
should.
code.
I've told it to you before.
Well, how late in the evening?
That's probably the
How
problem.
late of an evening did you tell me?
Right.
That could be the problem.
This came in and said BJ and the bear. BJ was a truck driver. Bear was his pet monkey.
Okay. I'm not familiar with that one.
I'm not either.
I think the one, wasn't it Black? It was the one with Patrick Swayze that was so good. Because
Roundhouse or something?
No, Roadhouse was a
Whatever.
phenomenal masterpiece, Oscar worthy. Roadhouse was phenomenal. No, this is the one where he was like a truck driver and he wears these gloves, like he's really driving the truck with these gloves on the whole time. With the fingers cut out. Gosh, what is that? It's not a bad movie for a truck driving movie. It's not bad at all. I was like, how entertaining can this be? There's a lot of action in it. It's
Is
pretty
there?
good. Yeah, it's pretty good. But Meatloaf's in that one too.
This This also came in and said dust mites live on those skin cells.
Ugh. That's what they eat? Is that what they're saying?
I don't know.
It's really gross. I had, when I was in high school, my 10th grade biology teacher was a guy named Lyle LaRue, and he used to tell us like how many just tens of thousands of dead skin cells you would use when you shower.
That's disgusting.
But that's good though, right? Just get them down the drain. It's really gross to think about.
Yeah, it really is. And this came in and said, check out Dennis Weaver's movie, Duel.
Does it send a link to it?
No.
I don't know who Dennis Weaver is.
I don't either.
Is that an actor or is that like an independent film?
I don't know.
We have some independent filmmakers here in Jackson. And I'm not talking about the OnlyFans people. I'm talking about like actually people who try to make movies and stuff here in town.
Yeah.
I've seen clips from them and everything, and they don't look just terrible. They look kind of neat.
Yeah. This came in and said, I don't know anyone who loves Gary Allen more than Chuck.
I love Gary Allen.
I'm going to write in Chuck for mayor and Big Rick for something. I don't know yet.
I love some Gary Allen. I'm not ashamed to admit it. It's one of my favorite concerts that I've been through. Gary Allen is a stone cold stud.
You know how you were talking about when they get in Hollywood that everybody thinks they're fine? Well, I don't think Gary Allen is, nor do I think Dwight Yoakam is.
Well, I mean, I can see how you would not be attracted to Dwight Yoakam, but if you think that Jason Aldean is better looking than Gary Allen, really?
Yep.
I mean, his chin sets on his chest,
and
like he does not. I mean, my man has no neck. I mean, it's not like he has a small neck or a fat neck. He has no neck. Like he has to turn his shoulders to look behind. He can't just turn his head. Like his whole shoulders just go with it because his head's just sitting there. He has no neck. That's why he's 5'3".
Well, Gary Allen looks like you could put a bushel of grapes up his nostrils.
Gary Allen's a pimp. You leave Gary Allen alone.
Whatever.
10 times better than Jason
This
Aldean.
came in on the advanced rehab text line and said Dwight was epic in Sling Blade.
Yeah. He played that part of like a mean boyfriend really well. Really, really well.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I think is he from Bakersfield, California, or is that where he lives now? I did pull it up. Dwight Yoakam's got some bangers. He's got some great songs.
Yeah.
Ain't That Lonely Yet? I mean, good Lord, that's a good song. And the way he sings it.
Guitars and Cadillacs, hillbilly music. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm not going to do that to everybody
He's
out there.
got some good ones.
You know, one day when I was sick, this guy was like, radio broadcasting tip, blow your nose. Next thing we're going to hear is radio broadcasting tip, don't sing on air.
Yeah,
I know.
Well, forget it.
I'm a terrible singer. This came in on our advanced rehab text line and said, my Uncle Jeff Haltom is an actor with Mindless Productions or something like that in Jackson, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, there are really people out there who make, and they're independent films. And obviously, you have to know what you're watching, right? It's not like, Transformers type production, right? With, $100 million budgets and stuff.
I've never even seen those.
It's really, really good. And the storylines are well. And like there'll be some people in town that that are acting in it. And it's kind of cool. I enjoy it. I think, it's because that would be to write a script, to do the recording, to do the editing, to do the takes and the producing, directing, all that stuff. I know it's got to be ridiculously hard, and try to get your lighting as good as you can on a small budget. I think it's neat. I don't mind an interesting, well done independent film.
I just don't think I've ever found them or sought them out or something.
We need to Google that name, and we could probably do Jackson, Tennessee movie production companies and find a couple that are out there. And there's a ton done in Memphis too, a whole lot.
Now I can see that. This did come in and said the movies you can find by this movie company in Jackson, among others, are on Amazon.
Right.
I can't remember the name of any of those right now. Just search up Jeff Haltom. He's a good actor. Cracks a laugh. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's worth doing because you'll see people, even if you don't know them, like you've seen them out and about, right? They may be like servers or like you've seen their Facebook there's something about them that you'll see.
Right.
So it's cool.
We need to make a movie.
I know, right? Write the script for one. I'm sure that's where the money is. Although I did hear on Daybreak, I think yesterday, they were talking about, and I've never thought about this before, but like a lot, how like shows will go to syndication, just, reruns, like The People of Friends make so much money. Seinfeld, like they're still cashing checks. People from The Office are still cashing checks. The writers, the actors, all that from the reruns. Well, things like Netflix and Hulu Prime, like all this, have kind of turned that up on its head because they don't get writing residuals now for that kind of stuff. And the writers in Hollywood are talking about striking because that's how a lot of people will go back and rewatch old shows or something like that. Will be through a Netflix or a Hulu or Amazon, whatever. And anyway, but they don't share in the wealth like it does when it's on your actual television.
Huh. This just came in and said, hey, guys, I really want to produce a feature film about the graphic novel by Joseph Michael Lisner entitled Lucifer's Halo. It's a story about the goddess of birth and rebirth. Her name is Dawn.
That seems expensive. Like if you've got to do stuff with devils and things like that, that seems expensive.
I'd be scared.
Yeah.
I always think you open that stuff up and invite it in.
Yeah.
And I'm weird.
You don't watch scary movies at all?
No.
I don't either. My kids like them. I'm like, it's not my jam.
No.
I saw Scream and the Blair Witch Project, so I feel like I'm good. I watched one of The Purge. The Purge flipped me out. Like, because that could never happen, right? Right? We're not going to just have like a 12-hour.
It could totally happen.
Do any crime you want. Yeah, that kind of freaked me out. There's some weird ones out there.
Yeah, I can't. I got talked into going to see The Haunting in Connecticut.
I don't know.
And
I've
it's
never heard
about
of
this
that one.
family that moves close to this cancer treatment hospital for the son.
Mm-hmm.
And they rent a house, which is this old house on the hill that ends up being an old funeral home. And there were like bodies in the walls, and there was this little burnt boy that got burned up in the crema. And like to this day, I still, when I get in my car at night, I look in my rearview mirror and pray that little boy's not sitting in my back seat. That burnt up boy.
He'll freak you out a little bit. What was the one in the 90s that everyone loved? It had Mark Wahlberg in it, maybe Alicia Silverstone, and that other, maybe Liv Tyler or something, or maybe not them.
Weren't they a mix?
Yeah. Yeah, they were doing some stuff. But it was supposed to be scary. Like he was this really obsessive, possessive boyfriend. Was it Fear? What was it called? But he was like, he was older than her. She was dating him, but she still lived at home.
Remember that.
Yeah, that was a good movie, but it had some shocking parts to it. I don't think it was horror. That wouldn't be a horror film. It was maybe more thriller.
More like The Craft. Like all that would be like filler.
Yeah. I think
thriller. So. Do you remember Liv Tyler and Alicia Silverstone in that Aerosmith Crazy video?
And Crazy. They were in both.
Crying and Crazy.
Oh, yeah. Crying and Crazy. That's what it was. Holy smoke.
I used to love that.
Yeah. Those videos were very well done. Very well done.
I wonder if it was hard for Steven Tyler to see his daughter be sexualized, though, like that.
Now, that I don't know. I think she was trying to break in, like, to her career. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because she went from that to the movie with Bruce Willis and Ben Affleck, Armageddon.
Do you remember her being in Empire Records?
No.
Oh, that was such a good
movie. She was in
movie.
there? I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was like that 90s, cult classic.
Right. I'm going to show you something here. We can actually, if you're watching at newstalk965.com, newstalk965, we can get the video up here now. Watch this.
Boy. That's us.
No. You got to hit that button. Now blow it up.
Okay.
So you can actually watch the video from our site now. And now turn up the volume.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool? You got to hit number 3 and then auto. So if we're playing like a video or something.
This was that video, though.
Yeah. That was in my youth. I was attracted to both of those young ladies.
They're beautiful.
Yeah, right?
Still pretty.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah, they've done well. They definitely Botox.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I didn't say there was. It was not a knock. It was not a knock.
I've been known to be filled and Botoxed.
Can men Botox? I don't think. I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
But men can do it?
Yeah.
I mean, do men do it, I guess I should say. Okay.
Yeah. Straight and gay men do it.
Okay.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're packing up your stuff trying to tell me that it's time to go.
Will Mayor Conger retain his position as mayor of the city? Find out first on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com and across our social media platforms. Election return coverage presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. World-class care focused on you with Dan Reeves, Gina Langlet, Chuck Walker, John Avery Emerson, and Gabe Hart at the Election Commission headquarters. News Talk 96.5 FM election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd, presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired with locations in Martin, Dyersburg, and 111 Stonebridge Boulevard in Jackson. SportsOrthoSpine.com. Election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd. Listen on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at NewsTalk965.com or by downloading our free mobile apps that fit Apple and Android products. Presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. Tuesday, May 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. Only on News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com. Did you hear you can now earn your degree or certificate online at Jackson State Community College with degrees and certificates in criminal justice, business, healthcare, tech, and more? There's never been a better time to pursue your education online from the comfort of your own home. Jackson State also offers remote and hybrid options to cater to your busy schedule. Learn more about their online programs at jscc.edu/online.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse, all for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from The Range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Are you tired of the stresses of everyday life? Do you need a break? Indulge yourself at Bogey's Dream Studio. Experience the very best massage therapy. Shane specializes in hot oil stone massage, which will melt away your tension and leave you feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. Self-care is important. Regular massage will strengthen your immune system, decrease joint inflammation, and help you enjoy better quality of sleep. Bogey's Dream Studio will help you achieve a relaxed mind and body. Why wait? Call now. 731-402-0172. That's 731-402-0172 for the very best massage experience you'll ever have. Let Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage take you to a dreamy state of relaxation. Call 731-402-0172. That's Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage, 401 Federal Drive, Jackson.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms. And I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood, weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
There was a time when I was so broken hearted. Love wasn't much of a friend of mine. The tables have turned, yeah. Cause me and them ways have parted. That kind of love was the killing kind. Listen.
I got you.
I love that song. You know, Aerosmith was like, they had gone away for so long, and they came back in the, was it late 80s, early 90s, with just some really great albums.
Mm-hmm. The first CD that I actually bought with my money was their 9 Lives CD.
9 Lives CD.
It was late 90s.
I think the first Aerosmith album I bought, it may have been that one. It may have been something about an attic or... Yeah, my favorite one, though, was Aerosmith Big Ones. It had a lot of their hits on there.
Cow
it was
udder
the blue.
on it.
Yeah, it had the cow udder on it.
Yeah.
That was my favorite one. Gosh, there's one song. Hold on. I'm going to pull it up. You got to play it when we go out. I haven't thought about this song in so long. I'm going to Google it. I'm sitting here saying I love this song so much I can't think of the name of it. But you know how it is. You're listening to another song.
It triggers something.
It triggers, yeah. Deuces Are Wild.
I don't know if I know that one.
Yeah, and What It Takes. That's a great one. Deuces Are Wild. Gosh. Yeah. Janie's Got a Gun's on there. Angel. It was good. Yeah, but Deuces Are Wild. That's one of my favorite Aerosmith songs.
I love them. I love them so much. I really do.
Yeah.
I think they're
too.
just a good forever band.
Yeah.
So we got some interesting texts that have come in on the Advanced Rehab text line.
Ooh, good.
731-800.
839.
8. Yeah, sorry, I messed up on that one.
No one's ever going to text again. We're having them so confused. They're never going to text again.
Yeah, they're like, these people. This one came in and said, first, we're going to go this one first.
All right.
I still have my 9 Lives concert t-shirt from Birmingham in 1997. I went with my high school buddy's hot mom and had a great time.
Yes!
That is awesome.
Yes. Now, did buddy go too, or did you just go with a hot mom?
Yeah, we need to know.
That's because, I mean, those are two very different stories.
We need to know.
If the buddy was not there. Like, I had a friend who I thought his mom was very attractive. And, like, did girls do that? Did you have any friends who you were into their dad?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I knew
But
that's
I've
the
always
thing.
liked older men.
Chris?
So, but,
Hence.
you know, Chris had a friend whose mom...
Yeah. We all had those.
Yeah.
We all had those, didn't we?
Yeah. This said, who do y'all think wins the mayor race? Prediction time.
Ooh, you know, I don't know that anyone wins it tonight. Julie and I were talking about it in the break. I don't think that Scott Conger loses it tonight, right? I think he will be at least one of the top 2 vote getters. And then I think if it goes to a potential runoff, it'll be between Scott Conger and Jerry Woods or Scott Conger and Ray Condrey.
Huh.
That's my thought. I think it's because there are so many people in the field. I think it's going to be hard to get 50% plus one. But if anybody could do it, I think it's Scott. All right, let me say it a different way. I think Scott Conger receives the most votes tonight. But whether that is the 50% plus one is yet to be seen.
We got a phone call that has come in. Let me turn down Aerosmith and I'm jamming in. Thank you for calling. Julie said it. How are you?
Oh, we're doing great.
I knew it was going to be Rick. I could feel it in my bones. How are you, Rick?
I'm good. I don't know about you two, but I'm great.
Well, look at you. We're very happy for you.
Oh, absolutely. See, Julie needs to employ you to go around and take soil samples on your own yard that you've neglected for the last 2 years.
That's very true. There's been a lot of neglectfulness. Other than getting mowed and getting rained on, that's the treatment the yard gets.
Well, have you ever determined what type of foliage you're growing on your Ponderosa chuckles?
No, I've never determined it. I just look at it. Although I will say this, there are some cool
You
apps out
probably
there.
got a lot of weeds.
There are some weeds.
I've noticed that Julie, when she becomes asparagus on the city council, that means she didn't have a running mate. But anyway, Julie, you need to really step up your game on the beautification of Jackson.
I agree.
Honestly.
I agree.
And I've made mention of this numerous times. Whenever, for instance, a town that doesn't take appropriate beautification of its entryway.
Mm-hmm.
I'm speaking of when you're entering Jackson from Medina, on Medina Road. That's an entranceway into the town of Jackson.
Right.
Which I happen to live on the other side of the fence, mind you. But a city that cannot keep its road repaired at the entranceway of your city limit signs and adorn them with either, arborvitaes or something that is not labor intensive.
Mm-hmm. I love a good set of arbor bodies.
But give, okay, at least the impression, Chuckles, that the people that choose to live in that domain have personal pride in their town. See, we're doing better because we got the sheriff volunteering to go pick up the trash in the county.
Right. That was a great thing they
that
did.
happened a couple weeks ago.
Was it last weekend? I think it may be last weekend.
But Julie will be right on the front edge of making sure in her, because she's out and about all the time selling, houses. So she knows just as much as I know about the trash.
Yes.
That is not a one-time occurrence. It is constant without any people being cited or brought into court. Or actually, I don't need any of that. I need the judge to put them on the work crew, dragging a bag, picking up trash that they helped put there.
Could not agree more.
That's the stern lesson of a clean community activity. But like I say, it's there's areas in the town, okay, that are just absolutely deplorable and have been for years. Forget having a convenience. Well, y'all don't have a convenience center. Y'all hire people to come pick up your trash that don't pick up their trash and leave trash when they pick up your trash.
Mm-hmm.
See? So there's no supervision of wasted management doing their JOB. And then we go and we sign a contract with these losers. And then all of a sudden the residents like Chuckles has to take his own garbage can to the side of the road.
Right. I don't like that at all.
No.
I don't like that at all.
Well, you're paying for a Chuckle service contract when you pay them dudes on a monthly basis to come and get your trash.
That is correct.
But actually, you are so gullible, you are actually doing a 50% job in taking your trash to the side of the road for them to do a tenth of their work in throwing that trash in a truck.
Yeah, they got a little arm now that comes by and gets your trash can, dumps it off, and then throws it in your ditch.
Yeah. I mean, that's customer service. I mean, I would really enjoy paying my money for that garbage.
Rick, buddy, we're at the top of the hour. Do me a favor. Call us back at 10:30. Julie's still going to be here. We got Tom Scuteri coming up. We got to get a station ID. Top of the hour news. We're going to make the transition. Tom Scuteri, you call us back at 10:30 because I like what you're saying. Should have happened. You got the switcher up? It should automatically fire.
It's not firing
Yeah, it will in 7 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds. Here it comes. You got the switcher up. Get it all the way to the middle there. And now.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Though he has so far refused to negotiate with Republicans, President Biden has invited the 4 congressional leaders to the White House next week to talk about raising the debt limit.
With the clock ticking toward a possible default on the nation's debt as soon as next month, the president called lawmakers and set up a White House meeting next Tuesday. House Speaker McCarthy has criticized the president for not meeting with him to discuss the debt ceiling. Last week, the GOP-led House passed a bill to raise the debt limit along with spending cuts. But Mr. Biden has insisted that Congress must take action to avoid default without conditions. Greg Clugston, Washington.
The legal squabble between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Disney goes on. Disney took the governor to federal court. Now a state oversight panel has sued Disney in state court. DeSantis says there was good reason for stripping Disney of the special privileges it enjoyed for decades.
It is wrong for one corporation to basically corrupt a local government, run it as their own fiefdom, be exempt from laws, have all kind of benefits that nobody else has.
The audio from WFTV television. The hunt for the suspect in the fatal shootings of 5 people in Cleveland, Texas, now in its 4th day. One of the victims, 9-year-old Daniel Enrique Lasso, Pete Armstrong, principal at the boys' elementary school.
It is heartbreaking that we lose a family member, and as my marquee says, that we have lost a family member. 1,226 students and 140 staff were all family.
The suspect, 38-year-old Francisco Oropeza, was in the country illegally. He found his way back into the U.S. after being deported multiple times. Israel's military says at least 22 rockets have been fired at Israeli territory from Gaza. 25-year-old man seriously wounded in the attack. The Dow down 159. More details, srnnews.com.
People ask me sometimes, Lance, I'm worried about my finances, and I feel bad because I shouldn't be worried, right? I realize that inflation is going to be eating up money. I've got to do something to get around this crazy stock market and Biden's spending spree. Gold has, since the beginning of time, been the resource that God's people have relied on. The silver is mine and the gold is mine, is what the prophet Haggai said during a time of great shaking. To protect your retirement, I recommend that you diversify your 401k or IRA right out of paper assets and into physical gold. And the best way to do that is with Gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group. I want you to text the words FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold IRAs. There's no strings attached to this, so just text FAITH, F-A-I-T-H, to 989898 and see what I've discovered here about gold and its ability to stabilize your investment and create a storage of wealth for you in unsteady times.
Following an 86-day hunger strike, a prominent Palestinian inmate has died in an Israeli jail.
Marches are being held across the West Bank and Gaza, while shops and businesses have been shuttered after the first death of a Palestinian prisoner on hunger strike in an Israeli jail for 3 decades. Hada Adnan's wife has said she doesn't want people to grieve his death, but to celebrate his martyrdom. Earlier, 3 rockets were launched from Gaza after his death was announced. The Islamic Jihad faction to which Adnan belonged has vowed revenge. The Palestinian Prime Minister Mohammed Shtayyeh has called his death a deliberate assassination. Adnan's lawyer has accused Israel of medical negligence, but the Israeli prison service say he'd previously refused medical care.
The BBC's Sebastian Usher. Taiwan's foreign minister.
I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadence, but I can't feed all the powerless when my cup's already overfilled. Yeah, but it's on the table, the fire's cooking, and the farming babies with slaves are working. The blood is on the table and the mouths are choking, but I'm going hungry. I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadence, cup's already overfilled. But it's on the table, the fire's cooking, and the farming babies and the slaves are all working. And it's on the table, the mouths are choking.
Welcome in to Walker Talks with Chuck and Julie. Extended versions. It's just a full-on show at this point. Full-on show.
It is.
It is Tuesday, Election Day, in our fair city. I have already made one declaration. The votes have not even all been counted yet, but I'm confident that Julie Holt will be the city council person for, was it District 9?
Yeah.
You're District 9 council person. Congratulations. I would like to say, before you started doing radio with me, you are not a publicly elected official. I have transformed your life, much in the same way I've transformed Tom Scutteri's life.
Yeah.
Before you knew me, you were not an elected official. Before Tom knew me, he had only been a reporter at the Pentagon for 30 plus years. Now it is 31. See how I'm a kingmaker is what they call me. We'll say good morning, Tom.
Waymaker.
How are you doing?
You know, there's a big difference when you move from the 3-0 to the 3-1.
Exactly. See, anybody can do it for 30 years, but it's
That's
really,
right.
that's like your rookie season in the NFL. But if you can, the staying
right.
power. Now you're hitting your prime.
That's right.
Now you're in prime. What is going on?
So sign me to that big contract, buddy.
Listen,
like Lamar Jackson.
The crazy thing about Lamar Jackson is did not have an agent. His mom
I know.
was his
He did not have an
agent.
agent.
So think about all
Yeah.
that money he's saving now. He signed the largest deal in NFL history, and I think the poor guy's only getting $185 million of it guaranteed. So
Just only.
yeah. So hopefully it all works out and he can get the rest. But yeah, largest deal in NFL history. And what are agent fees? Are they? I've always heard like 10 to 15%.
That's about right. I guess it depends on what the agent does. What he or she. Sports agents may have a little bit higher percentage on it. When I know people who have agents in the news business, television people in particular, it's usually 10 to 15%. But listen, I think that, and this is not commenting on Lamar's situation because sounds like a pretty good deal.
Mm-hmm.
He did have some bad publicity near the end. It probably didn't endear him to fans, but that's neither here nor there.
Right.
I think for television people, for example, actors and actresses, professional people like that, an agent's good to have for the legal aspects of it.
Sure.
Because with contracts these days, there's so many things, and if you're a high-profile person like Lamar or anybody like that, there's endorsements you can get. And those things are, I don't know. It seems to me it's like they're tough to negotiate anyway. There's a lot of legalities of it. And do you really want to go into? I mean, if you want to do it, that's great. But to me, it's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't know about. I would just rather prefer to be like a better actor or a better athlete or whatever, and focus on that and let the agents deal with the stuff that they're better at doing. But he got a lot of money out of it, and it's guaranteed. Most of it, as you pointed out.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm not criticizing him. He took his course and he made it.
He did. So, do you know people, Tom? Because I guess you're in Washington. You probably know some talking heads, don't you? Like on TV talking heads.
Oh yeah. I mean, I have a lot of friends, professional friends who are in television, and I have for many years. In the '90s, late '90s, I was a guest on a lot of the talking head shows, as you might put it. So I got to meet a lot of the folks there, and I meet them on. This is a lot of it was pre-internet, so I'd be away in Haiti, let's say, and this is a funny story. I'll tell it real fast how I got to be friends with one of the greatest persons I've ever known, and one of the best reporters. I'm sorry to say he passed away in Iraq during the war. David Bloom of NBC News. We met by quirky. We were both down in Haiti covering the conflict in Haiti, the upheaval in Haiti. And we were staying at a Holiday Inn, in downtown Port-au-Prince. And the phone system was all messed up. So every time NBC News called him or the NBC room, it would ring in my room. So I'd have to go down and find someone from NBC to come take the call. They
couldn't get that
fixed. You couldn't transfer the call. And so I got to meet those guys, and so then and then other television reporters would come down, and because I was there a lot, they'd come and seek me out. The other people from NBC, for example, if David left, they'd say, "Hey, well, hi Tom," So you get to know people covering on the stories a lot, even though they're television or radio. I was print journalist then.
Right.
You meet all of us.
Have you ever done any of the shows like the Meet the Press or even the Bill Maher show? Have you done that?
I didn't do Bill Maher. I'll tell you a funny story about that if you want. But yeah, I did. I guess the top of the list, if you want to do that on Sunday talk shows, I did Face the Nation once. I was on Face the Nation.
I'm going to find that on YouTube.
That was a thrill. I got to tell you, it was a thrill. And I did a lot of. I did every network. I was on Fox, CNN, MSNBC, NBC. I did a couple BBC and TF French television and German television.
Did you have to
because
talk
I was
in French?
No, I didn't. Thankfully, they spared me that trauma.
That humiliation, trying to sound intelligent in another language. I would imagine.
I
That's
mean,
tough.
3 years. It took me 3 years to get a French one in high school, so I wasn't going to even try to go there. Right?
I understand.
So one time, I was covering. The Paula Jones case with Bill Clinton, President Clinton.
Oh wow!
And I was at USA Today then at the time, and so I was covering. That was one of my main stories, and I got to know, all the particular people in there. And Paula Jones had a press person, an advisor. Her name was Susan Carpenter McMillan. Very nice woman, very smart, very clever. And she and I got along quite well. She lived in Los Angeles, so she was always on television, including the Bill Maher show. And so one time I was going to go to L.A. for another story, and I told her I was coming, and she said, "Well, let's get together. We can catch up on some stuff." I said, "Okay." So we were going to meet, and we met at this restaurant where she said, "Let's meet there." And when I got there, there was all this paparazzi outside. It was, I guess, one of these trendy Hollywood restaurants. Of course, I know nothing about that, Mr. Dull.
Right.
So I go into the restaurant, and, there she is, and she meets me outside. We go in the restaurant. Who's at the bar but Bill Maher? And she had been on his show several times, and I had never met him, never was on his show, never was on his show. And he's sitting there with this very attractive young lady.
Can't imagine.
She introduces me, and he basically, the two of them have a nice conversation, and I'm having a nice ginger ale, and then we're getting ready to leave, right? So the four of us, are walking out of this trendy Hollywood restaurant. As I said, where all these paparazzi are outside waiting. So we come out and get all excited because, here's Bill Maher, here's Susan Carpenter McMillan, who was in the news a lot, and this attractive, woman, arm candy for Bill Maher. And so the four of us walk out, and all of a sudden the paparazzi says, "Stop," and they don't take any photos. They're looking at each other, and then one of them comes up to me very politely and says, "Excuse me, sir, would you mind getting out of the photo?"
No! You see,
yeah.
Tom, you're a better person than me. I'd be like, no.
And I said, "I'm happy." Well, I don't want to be in a photo. I'm a print reporter. I don't want to be in a photo like that. That's not what we do. But I thought it was hilarious. But he was very polite. I mean, the thing that made me so laughable is that he was like almost ashamed, but embarrassed to ask me to step out.
Right.
"Would you mind please getting out of the photo?" "Oh, not at all. Not at all." Yeah.
You should have hit him with the old Dirty Dancing line. Nobody puts baby in a corner. I'm not doing it.
Oh,
I'm not doing it.
I should have.
That's awesome.
So that's the closest I got to the Bill Maher show.
That's funny. Bob has been on that show before. I'm going to pull up you, and you said it was Face the Nation.
Yeah, Face the Nation.
Face the Nation. I'm going to pull it up. And what? The one thing Bob Ney says about Bill Maher, and Bill Maher and I, forever did not agree necessarily politically, but as the world has shifted, Bill Maher's kind of considered a moderate now. Like, a lot of the, really extreme left-leaning people
y'all were like hanging out.
No. His people call me all the time, but I'm very busy, Julie. I'm very busy to hang out with him. Yeah. I'm going to give him what they did to Tom Scary. I'll never forget this story. I'm like, "No, Bill, we cannot hang out after what you did to Tom." No, but he's considered more of a moderate now, if you could even believe that, just because of some of the stuff.
Yeah,
but Bob told me, he said he is, he's same way, like, when he comes talks to you before the show, he's the same way. Like, and I appreciate authenticity in people, and even if you don't agree with them, I always think that you can pick that up. Like, you can see when someone's authentic or not. Like I've told you, I sent you a TikTok video this morning on just, one of the news things from that Peter Zahan guy that I follow. But like Tucker Carlson, I've watched his programs before, but then I've also seen him do some podcast and some work with this radio film company. He's completely different with him. Like, I did not enjoy his show, like to sit and watch a show. Like I didn't like his delivery. Like it didn't feel authentic. But when I see him like in this more relaxed setting where he's just chilling, I mean, he seems like a completely different person. I'm like, man, the real person's so much better. But I mean, you have producers and things like that. I'm sure that, you know, they want you to do certain things, but that's not for me. That's not for me. When I make it big time, you know, it's going to be authentic. It's going to be profanity and fun with a little bit of news mixed in. All right, Tom. Speaking of profanity and fun, let's get to the news of the earth. What do we need to know about Sudan? Quick update on it.
Well, the United States has carried out 3 overland evacuations, and it looks like that's it for now.
Okay.
They did, of course, the original one. They took out the diplomatic personnel, you know, in the helicopter thing over the weekend, 2 weekends ago. The caravans made their way from Khartoum, the capital, to Port Sudan on the water. No incidents reported. The Pentagon folks say that further convoys will depend on the security situation in Khartoum, which is really getting worse every day, even though there's these ceasefires that are declared and observed for an hour or 2, maybe half a day, and then they fall apart. So there's no immediate convoys left. Planned at the moment. Now, again, the number of Americans, you know, it's almost a guesstimate. 16,000 we were using when you and I first started talking about this. The number sort of diminished to 5,000 who wanted to get out, or 5,000 who confirmed. I don't have the numbers of how many Americans were in these 3 caravan convoys.
Right.
Not 5,000. So, you know, again, Americans are not required to register with embassies when they go to a foreign country, unlike citizens of other nations, and that's fine. I mean, no one says they should. However, it makes it difficult then for the embassy to put out an alert if you're not registered in a situation like this. You're kind of on your own a little bit then, by choice. You know, you're not in Khartoum if you're in the more remote part of the country.
Right.
You know, it's difficult to get. So
it would have to be
seems
somebody
to be okay.
back home, I guess, contacting the embassy. I would imagine.
Yeah, that would help. Yeah, here's the other good news out of there, Chuck. It's not just for Americans, but for other foreign nationals who are in Sudan. All these convoys and air evacuations and stuff have taken place, have gone on basically without incident. I say basically because one convoy, not a U.S. convoy, but one convoy, there was some gunfire nearby, but it was not directed at the convoy. You know, they happened to be driving, you know, and they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, or the bad neighborhood type of thing. No one was injured. It wasn't threatening or anything, but so there was some incident like that where there was a concern. But no one has been injured. No foreign nationals, to the best of my knowledge, have been injured in any of the evacuations, either overland or the ones that were evacuated by air at an airport.
That's great. That's good news, and we hope that continues. Well, Tom,
and part of it also, part of it also is because both sides, you know, despite their differences, have basically honored that they didn't want to. They're not trying to go after foreigners. They're not trying to make them hostage or anything. They've taken great steps to avoid even the accidental injury to any foreigners, because they don't, you know, that's not what they're about. So, I mean, I'm giving them credit for, you know, keeping them safe.
Well, and they probably don't want another foreign country to come. You know, you don't want to motivate somebody to come in there and settle this on either side.
Oh, that's right.
I would imagine. All right, so let's move to Ukraine, because every single time we hear anything about the Russian military, there's 2 words. It's the Wagner Group or Wagner or whatever the word is there. That's what we hear all the time. They have more than just these soldiers there, I'm assuming, right? Because the Wagner Group is what you hear about all the time. I'm curious the level of training these people get, if any. And I'm sure I've asked you this before. We know they're prisoners. For, you know, if you're at home and you may not know what this group is, these are people who are in Russian jails, which are probably even worse than American jails, if you believe the movies. They're in Russian jails, and so this is their way to earn their freedom through a war.
Right. So it's not just the Wagner Group is a mercenary group that Russia has used in Africa, the Middle East, and elsewhere, basically to further its foreign policy goals without making it part of the quote-unquote the Russian government. So, it's an independent mercenary group. Well, yeah, but, you know, everyone knows it has deep Russian ties. And now both the Wagner Group, or if you pronounce it in English, or the Wagner Group, you know, the same thing. They and the Russian military have recruited convicts from Russian jails to fill the ranks because Russia needs the manpower in Ukraine. they needed the manpower first, and they needed it so bad they got the Wagner Group to come in and supplement them, and now they're essentially a semi-independent operative in eastern Ukraine, the Wagner Group, and they're going into jails as well. Another reporter told me that he had heard yesterday that they go into AIDS, guys with AIDS in the prison who aren't being treated for AIDS, and we're talking about Russian prisons, saying, hey, if you sign up, you'll be able to get the treatment for your AIDS illness if you sign up and join the military. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but the idea is you get a ticket out of jail if you join the Russian military or the Wagner Group. Okay, that sounds pretty good, but you're going to go to Ukraine, and how much training are you going to get, as you raised the question? That's somewhat skeptical of how much training you're going to get, because regular Russian soldiers who are now going to Ukraine aren't getting that much training, and their supplies are limited. That's been a big problem for the Russians, is logistics and supplies. So, you're going from a prison where you're probably going to die to a front line where, if you're in Bakhmut, John Kirby, who's the spokesperson for the National Security Council, told reporters yesterday, in Bakhmut, that city where they've been fighting for months, since December, just December, not the whole war, but just December, 6 months or so, 100,000 Russian casualties, of which 20,000 of those were killed in action. So 1/5 of those casualties are dead. 100,000 casualties. That's killed, wounded, missing, whatever, since December in one particular area of the country, Bakhmut, which, of course, has been a big, big bloody meat grinder, as we've talked about on and off.
Right.
So that's your choice. All right, stay in prison, die in prison probably, from AIDS in this case, or go and take your chances on the front line.
I mean, I guess you have to, right? You have to play the odds.
What would you do?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
they're
play
not
the
war.
odds, right.
You got your freedom. You're in a war-torn country, but you have your freedom, sort of, I guess. I wonder about defectors and stuff like that once they get out.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting you brought that. I just was thinking about that when I said that. I was about to say to you, well, you get to the front lines and maybe you can, escape across the front lines in Ukraine. I haven't heard much about that. That's a really interesting point. How would you be welcome if you were a prisoner? Let's say, not a soldier even, but a prisoner for whatever reason, and you escape and get into Ukraine-held Ukraine, and say, listen, I was a prisoner. I opted to come out of jail to do this. Could I have refuge? That's a good question. It's worth poking around on. Thanks.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, okay, so we hear of this a lot, and I mean, we talk about 2 days a week for as long as we've been doing this together, and even when you're doing it with Steve, we talk about Ukraine all the time because it is what's going on and impacts everything globally. But we keep hearing that we're in the rainy season. We're still in the rainy season, but we're quickly approaching the non-rainy season, and both sides are cranking up now.
That's right. And here's an interesting. You're absolutely correct. The rainy season is almost over. In fact, the rain is probably over, but the ground is still very muddy. So it's now a question of the ground getting dry. It's almost, Chuck, it's almost an exact reversal of what it was when Russia invaded Ukraine. Then they were the invading force. They were the offensive force. And because it was the pre-winter rainy season, the fields and stuff were muddy, and that kept the Russians on the roadways, and that made it easier for the Ukrainians to defend against them. They could ambush them. They knew where they were coming. That limited the Russians' ability to maneuver. Now it's the opposite. Now the Russians are in the defensive positions waiting for this Ukrainian counteroffensive, and now the Ukrainians are handicapped by the mud. As opposed to being an ally of it, as it was last year, now it's an adversary. Because now they're restrained in their movements. And, of course, this really takes away all the training for the moment, I want to emphasize, that the Ukrainians have gone through because they've engaged in maneuver training. That it's combined arms training, they call it combined arms maneuver training. You coordinate your air with your artillery and your ground things. The Russians don't do that at all, dry or wet land. They just don't do that. But the Ukrainians will be able to do that in theory because that's what they've been training for in Germany now for the last several months with all the new equipment.
Right.
So all that new equipment's there, but it has to be dry ground. You can't put a tank or stuff through really muddy. Tanks go anywhere and things, but they muddy deep. And it's not just, we're not talking about, mud that your dog rolls in outside in your backyard. We're talking about mud that, you step in and you sink into.
Yeah, like I'm thinking in my head, because I keep thinking, okay, this is a tank. A tank can get, but I'm thinking mud like you're describing. This is more probably swampy goop, more so than just mud, I would imagine, for them to be this much of trouble.
Yeah. I think goop's a pretty accurate word.
Feel free to use that in an article.
Good word. That's a good word, goop.
Yeah, it's because mud. We're like, come on, man. I got an ATV. I can get through that. No, it's probably
right. Exactly. Exactly. I can put my Jeep in 4-wheel drive and go through mud, but
right.
Not this kind of mud.
Not this kind of stuff. Well, Tom, I know we're running out of time here, but I want to get to this because I think this is weird, and this is our favorite subject of BRICS. This has something to do with a couple of those countries. What's going on in India, and what does China think about this?
Well, India's sending a couple warships to take part of a naval exercise. Is that what you're referring to?
That's it, yeah.
Okay. They're sending a couple warships to take part in a naval exercise. It's going to be based in Singapore. That begins today. It's going to go to about May 8th, so, about 7 or 8 days.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be with about 9 or 10 other Asian nations, the ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations.
That's
ASEAN.
The word I didn't want to say to lead you into it. I was like,
yeah.
I was like,
okay.
Sean, I was like, what, scene? I had no idea. ASEAN, there we go.
So India's not part of that group, so they're joining that group for these naval exercises. And two of them, one's going to be in a Navy base, from today to Thursday. And then it's going to be maneuvers in the South China Sea, okay, which we talk about a lot.
Right.
Well, to me, here's the irony of it. Yesterday, Monday, was the last day of a joint exercise with Singapore again and China. So the ASEAN Nation exercise with India is designed to kind of show China how united all these nations are to protect the South China Sea for their interests, including Singapore. And then Singapore just yesterday and a couple of weeks before was doing the same thing with China. So, what we talk about is there's no particular strong lines of alignment in a lot of these nations. And Singapore, of course, is a city-state. It's a nation by itself.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very powerful economic country, and it's a key area. In fact, Secretary Austin is going to be going to Singapore end of this month, early June, for what is a big thing every year, a big defense conference meeting in Singapore. It's called the Shangri-La Dialogue, right?
Okay.
And he goes, China will be there. Russia is always invited. So, it's an international thing, but that shows the key. If you've ever been to Singapore, and it's incredible because it shows you, it's sitting right at the end of that peninsula, and it shows you how narrow that strait is between Singapore and Indonesia and Malaysia and those countries, how pivotal that part of the globe is. You and I could stand there in any building that has more than 4 stories, which many do, and just look across that water, and you can see it. It's not as narrow as the Mississippi, but it's not that much wider. I mean, you could see the country, and all those merchant ships and all those Navy ships have to go through there. That's why that area is so key. It says, wow, now you really understand. So they're both maneuvering in here one day from each other.
Wow. I guess they can do it. Obviously they've got this planned out, but it is odd and tensions are arising. Well, Tom, I'm going to find the video of you on Face the Nation. I may even play it on our show. We've got this cool new feature now. Like if you're watching online at newstalk965.com, we can play the video while we're talking.
Let me tell you, it's talking about. I'm not on the whole show. Myself and another reporter at the very end of the show. I don't remember the date. Obviously, it was a Sunday. And we're talking about Chandra Levy, who was an intern, who was a young woman who went missing in Washington, D.C. It's a very celebrated case. So this would have been around 2001, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, it was before 9/11, so it was early. It was probably that time, summer of 2001, perhaps. That's the best I can remember.
I'm looking forward to it. What hairdo did you rock?
My hair is Elvis hair.
You had Elvis hair. I didn't know if you went dreadlocks because you were on TV. I didn't know what you did.
No, I didn't do dreadlocks. I did Elvis. It's more like an Elvis look. So whenever you go in these things, and they have, you get makeup and they do your hair, And they used to give up on my hair. They just said, they don't even do it. They do a little pass of hairspray once in a while, and that's about all they can do.
Look, this is it. This is all we're doing. I would not want anybody else doing my hair either. I'm like, you know what? Like, even when I go to my barber, I like my hair cut real short. I go about once a week, once every 10 days, and I'm like, don't fix it. I was like, I'll do it myself.
I give him John Travolta's line from Saturday Night Fever. Don't touch the hair.
Don't touch the hair. Tom Scuteri, Pentagon reporter, good friend of the show. Tom, we appreciate you, brother. Hope you have a phenomenal day.
Great. Thanks. Bye.
See you, my man. Tom Scuteri. Tom Scuteri's got good hair. Julie, you look, because you did hair for so long.
Yeah.
Do you judge people's hair?
Yes.
You know what? Feel free to think about that.
No.
If you want to come back and answer after.
Yes, I judge it. I judge my own.
Are you mad at your hair at times?
Today I am.
But you said you had a great hair day yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm not in tune enough to know the difference. It looked fine yesterday. It looks fine today. But, you know, I'm not as in tune as you are when it comes to the hair. If you want to get in with us, our CWA Development call-in phone number, 731-265-6496. Advanced Rehab text line. We're going to catch up on these before we go to the break. 731-800. 8398.
Yeah.
731-800-8398. Julie, this comes in for you. It's on your show here. It says, any truth to Mayor Conger watch party starting at 7 tonight at Walmart?
No, I don't. I don't think there's any truth to that.
I don't even know that you could have a watch party at a retail center, could you?
No.
It would be frowned upon.
I don't know how that would work.
Right?
Well, I mean, maybe you could go to the back where all the TVs are.
But, the TVs are never on anymore.
Why?
I don't know. I never see them on.
Stupid.
This comes in and says, Buddy stayed at home like a chump.
Who stayed at home like a chump?
Buddy.
Who's Buddy?
Exactly. See, that's why it's better when we catch them fresh. It's sometimes hard to catch them fresh if we're like doing something, making a transition. Tom Scuteri's coming up. You're not going to make Tom wait, people. This comes in, Julian says, my trash pickup is like clockwork. And I've liked the green can because a lot of uncollapsed boxes fit in there. It's not like Walmart, and there are a bunch of people who can pick up trash from the whole city. Yeah, I mean, there was, last time we just had a couple of companies bid on it, right? It was like Waste Management, maybe Barker Brothers, because I think Red Rivers, they gone to. They're done. I think they're out of business. They out of the business.
Well, bye, Craig.
Bye. This comes in, Julie. This is definitely for you.
I was about to say, I didn't send nothing in.
It said for you. It says, here's a question for you, ma'am. Do you not believe that cryptocurrencies and non-fungible monetary tokens could bring world peace instead of all this competition between your fiat de facto schemes of central banks and stuff? It's all lies.
I have no clue what was even just
I quit listening and I read it. So, yeah, I totally get it. We do have some really bad news, though, and this came out yesterday. We didn't get into it much. We've been very hyper-focused, understandably so, on the election here in town, obviously. But we got another bank collapsing, First Republic Bank. She gone. She ain't coming back. That's not good news. I know they're saying don't worry. But what else would they say? Holy crap, worry, let's see if we can collapse some more banks when people have a run at the bank to get their money. It's not good news. I don't know what's going to happen.
I'm just getting a little stressed.
Yeah, right? And I mean, maybe some of these banks that are poorly run should go out of business, right? Maybe they should. Monday shutdown marked the nation's second largest bank failure. We just had the second largest bank failure, so I guess this one's bigger than what was the one out in California?
The Silicon Valley Bank.
Silicon Valley Bank, yeah. Marks the second largest bank failure. First Republic Bank had nearly $230 billion in assets last month, eclipsing the Silicon Valley Bank collapse.
How do you lose $230 billion in assets?
Divorce.
That quick?
Divorce.
No.
It's the only thing that makes sense. It's definitely 100% a divorce. It's the only way that's possible to lose that much money. Trust me. Trust me. We'll be right back after we think a couple of sponsors.
your defenses, vanity, insecurity. Don't you forget.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Hey, this is Chuck Walker with Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. We recently celebrated our 20th year in business here in West Tennessee. That's 2 decades of growth for us. We've added to our work family, moved locations a few times, seen our coworkers have kids and grandkids. We've even seen our clients who were kids when we started at their parents' house now call us to take care of their homes. Lots of things change over 20 years, but here's what hasn't. We can still be reached 24 hours a day. We still provide quality, guaranteed termite and pest control service for all of West Tennessee. We still are the go-to company for real estate closing letters. We still provide quality fungus treatments and affordable moisture barriers. We still take care of your bed bugs, brown recluse, and every other pest problem you could have. If you own a home, you need termite protection. And the biggest thing we've learned in 20 years, we need you. Give us a call 24 hours a day for a different kind of experience from a service company. Southeastern, 660-1052. That's Southeastern, 660-1052.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms, and I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Miss Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Tuesday brings great Election Day weather. Sunny skies with highs in the mid-60s. Breezy west winds 15 to 20, gusting up to 30. Clear skies tonight, lows near 40. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Are you tired of the stresses of everyday life? Do you need a break? Indulge yourself at Bogey's Dream Studio. Experience the very best massage therapy. Shane specializes in hot oil stone massage, which will melt away your tension and leave you feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. Self-care is important. Regular massage will strengthen your immune system, decrease joint inflammation, and help you enjoy better quality of sleep. Bogey's Dream Studio will help you achieve a relaxed mind and body. Why wait? Call now. 731-402-0172. That's 731-402-0172 for the very best massage experience you'll ever have. Let Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage take you to a dreamy state of relaxation. Call 731-402-0172. That's Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage, 401 Federal Drive, Jackson.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service.
Talk to me and seem to hypnotize. They say the things nobody dares to say, and I'm not about to let you fly away. My lover with no jet lag was staying up all night in my sleeping bed. You got a heartbeat rhythm from the subterranean. I really love you, little girl. I don't need to explain. I love you 'cause you're losing the wild girl. I can just shout and love you so fine. Been loving you since you was a child, girl, 'cause you and me is two of a kind. Like deja vu, I feel like I've been here or somewhere else, but you've been always near. It's you that's in my dreams I'm begging for. But I woke up when someone slammed the door so hard I fell out of bed, screaming mama's little baby love shortening bread. In the moral of the story I can testify, I get stoned on you, girl. That's the best reason why. I love you 'cause you do to the world, girl, like a double shot of love so fine. I've been loving you since you was a child, girl, 'cause you and me is two of a kind. I love you 'cause you do to the world, girl, like a double shot of love so fine. I've been loving you since you was a child, girl, 'cause you and me is two of a kind.
I mean, thoughts?
I can get down with that.
Yeah, it's called Deuces Are Wild. It's my favorite Aerosmith song. It's completely eat up with Baller. Were you a girl? I mean, not now, because I know your husband, and he's such a nice human being. Were you a girl that liked the bad guy? Like the, you know what I mean? Because like bad guys, like there's some guys like, you know, the bad guy, the crazy guy, and there's like the bad guy, the red flag guy. Then there's like the bad guy that's like just does bad things, but he's nice. Were you a girl that was into bad guys at some level?
I think that's who I had the most in common with. Because I was being a heathen.
You were a heathen, so you're yeah.
I was guilty by association.
I think, you know, the deuces, I could get that. I love you because your deuces are wild. You don't want to be bored.
No.
It's very hard.
I feel like that you could ask Chris Holt if our life is ever boring, and he would probably tell you no.
Yeah, he's like, no, I wish.
Yeah.
Like, I can't wait for it to be boring. No, I hear that.
My deuces were definitely wild.
Been loving you since you was a child, girl. Love you because your deuces are wild. It's a very poignant song.
You know, you have to be careful with that song now because that would be turned into some kind of pedophilic,
yeah, you do.
Like
you do,
thing.
yeah. That's. I mean, there's a lot of songs like that though. There's one.
But you know what he meant.
Yes,
they grew
of
up
course.
together. They loved each other. He's always loved her.
That's exactly right.
As a child, both of them.
Right. Yeah. No, I get it. I'm not offended by the song. I think it's
I'm
a
still
great
trying
song.
to figure out how people were offended by "Baby It's Cold Outside."
Right. It's like, it really can't stay. Or, baby, it's cold outside. I guess he forces her to stay and then kisses her or something. Like, I remember when that was happening. I was like, at some point in society, we deserve what we get. If this is what we are allowing, no wonder other countries feel brazen enough to push
laugh at us.
Yeah, to push us aside and make
And
trade
bully
deals
us.
without us and be like, look, man, I mean, it seems like there are certain sects, S-E-C-T-S, sects of our society who are trying to act like Canadians, who are trying to be
wiener schnitzels?
Yes, wiener schnitzels. People who weren't tough enough to live in France. Seems like some of those people, I could care less about the southern border. I'm much more concerned about the northern border, keeping those sissy yuppie pansies out of here.
My dad played semi-professional hockey in Canada, and he is devout, staunch Republican, and I always wonder how he fared up there.
Yeah, well, and I'm sure there are some decent Canadians somewhere. I mean, it's certainly not their leader. Justin Trudeau is a huge sissy. He is a huge sissy.
He's a flagellant.
Yeah, he's not very good. He's a flaccid man. There's no doubt about that. And I just don't know how they could just
Did you
not.
see those big words we just used?
Yeah.
Flagellant, flaccid.
Yeah, flaccid man. Yeah,
Wiener
absolutely.
schnitzel.
We got coming to these phone calls here. If you want to get in with us, our CWA Development call-in phone number 731-265-6496, 731-265-6496. Advanced Rehab text line is 731-800-8398. We will say good morning and welcome in.
Well, good morning.
There you are. I'm glad you.
Okay, so what do you think about dummy Biden sending 1,500 troops to the Mexican border, Chuckles? What do you think about it?
I haven't seen that. I mean, I guess that's good, but what are they going to do there? Are they going to protect the border, or are they going
They're probably
to
bringing the drugs in.
Yeah, I mean, what? Yeah, what?
To Hunter Biden, he's had a hard week.
What are they doing there? Like, what's the directive?
Well, the directive is that your Border Patrol and ICE
Mm-hmm.
are overwhelmed being babysitters instead of handling the business at the border.
Right.
That's the first thing, okay? So last week, whether you folks know it or not, 51,000 pounds of dope was seized at the border. See, so JoJo is too elderly to be in the position you all put him in, because I didn't put him in.
I didn't put him in there. I didn't vote for him. I would rather, Rick, you defecate on my hands and clap than vote for Biden.
That escalated quickly.
I cannot stand him.
Well,
he is a joke.
The thing of it is, we're talking about Brownsville, Texas. We're also talking about Del Rio, Texas. And you all don't know this, but Del Rio, Texas was one of the key pilot training bases in America. But it's so close to Mexico, you wouldn't dream of that being the overwhelming spot that you see on television now, with thousands of illegal aliens trying to be escorted into America.
Did you hear about the shooting? Julie, I believe it was over the weekend. I just found out about this yesterday. I don't know if I heard it on the top of our news, but I know I was talking to my buddy about it. But there was this person here illegally somewhere in Texas, right? And he had family in the same town. This person did. And this person had been arrested multiple times for being illegal and doing some things. But he was back again. He was shooting his gun. And there was a family that lived next door. And they're like, hey, you're shooting your gun. It's awfully close to our house. We have kids in here. And so instead of saying, oh, yeah, let me shoot a different direction, he goes in there and kills all 5 of them. All 5 people. Somebody who should not have been here has been sent back before, and
5 times,
and commits this atrocity. What are we like? These people are gone now, but somebody has to be held accountable. Now, I'm not talking just about the shooter. The shooter what's going to happen to him is going to happen to him, and I hope it happens, harshly and quickly. But there has to be accountability for this family. This person is coming here. He's slaughtered an entire wing of this family, right? A branch of the family tree is gone now because of him. Where does this happen? Can we sue the government? I guess is my question.
No, heck
No,
no.
you can't sue the government.
But why?
Hey, Rick, listen
Well, you
to
can,
this.
but the likelihood of you winning.
Yeah, they're
See,
not going to let
because
you.
you're so corrupted. See, that's the whole deal.
Listen to this, Rick. It says the 1,500 military personnel that Biden is sending will fill critical capability gaps such as ground-based detection and monitoring, data entry, and warehouse support until CBP can address the needs through the contract supported. They will not be doing any law enforcement work. Soldiers will be armed only for self-defense purposes, and troops will not apprehend illegal immigrants, but carry out administrative work to free up Border Patrol agents. So basically, they're going down there to move some paperwork in boxes.
No, actually, they're going to be babysitters.
Well, exactly. It's crap.
They're going to work in the warehouses where the media, you media folks, always reporting about formula shortages in America. Well, see, the illegal alien operation on the Texas border and Arizona border, they have plenty of formula in those warehouses being stored for illegal aliens to use. So that's the type of information that absolutely does not get reported to the common citizen.
Mm-hmm.
So they live in their own little, circle and are so busy with their own lives. They don't really have, 5 minutes a day is typically what it takes to be, informed about what's going on in your country. And it's astonishing because, the reason that I'm made up the way I am, since 17 and a half years old, it was daily. It was daily that we read the news from different sources. You know why? Because that was our insight. We knew the truth of the world, but we also knew the media wasn't telling our countrymen the truth. So that's why, pot liquors are a dime a dozen. They're always promising far more than they could ever deliver to patronize their voters. But now Julie finds herself in a town where that only 4,200 people trust the city government well enough to go vote.
Well, so far, I'm predicting that number. We're going to have coverage
tonight. You can't justify
tonight.
that.
No, I think it's a shame, too. You're not getting an argument from me here, but I think we're going to end up
shameful.
around 7,000 will be the number tonight is what my anticipation is.
And that's hilarious.
Well, it's sad.
That's hilarious.
It's sad. It means that people are uninformed or they're apathetic. One of the two. And I don't know.
No, they don't trust you anymore, Chuck.
You think that's what it is? They can't find a candidate to vote for?
No, actually, they have been told lie after lie after lie. They have been told total out and out buffoonery. When the truth came out, it was all about internal corruption with a handful of your cronies controlling your little town financially, as well as telling your pot lickers what they will do. And so thank goodness if we haven't accomplished anything but that in 20 years, that's a major accomplishment because we still have a lot of work for Julie to do. She needs to get this claw truck in the town of Jackson and put it to work like yesterday.
Do you know, because that's a great idea. It's a great idea. I have some updates on that. Mayor Conger came in on the show yesterday And we're still waiting on 2 claw trucks that were ordered in 2021. Still waiting for them to get here. But you can of course call up City Hall, or you can call, what is it, pound 311 on your phone, I believe is the right number, to get, and then the app's called Ready 311, to get your limbs picked up and stuff like that. It has to be reported. The claw trucks don't drive around looking for things to pick up, right? It does have to be reported. But yeah, there's a shortage of that, and that's certainly something that needs to be addressed without a doubt.
Yeah, but see, I don't believe that.
I mean, I don't know why. I don't know why you don't. I've reported it and I had it picked up. They don't know who I am. They don't know where I live. I'm not that in-tuned or influential, although I should be. Although I should carry that power in this town, I do not. So I have to report it like every other human being that lives in this town.
I don't believe that we have to wait an additional 3 years running for a claw truck. That's just asinine.
Are you kidding me? There are car lots right now that are advertising, come here, order your car. It will be made and we'll give it to you in a few months when it comes in. Like, that is the way business is being conducted post-COVID. It's very hard to get all of the equipment and especially niche, specialized things like that. There are huge waits. My business partner has been building a house for almost 2 years because they've been waiting on finishes and appliances and things like that, special order things that they've had to have made because everything is backed up.
Well, as far as claw trucks, I guarantee you that cities, which y'all claim to be, certainly have access to immediate delivery of claw trucks. I want Julie to put that on the top, very edge of her paper when she's sworn in June.
I actually think that's a good idea, don't you, Julie? Seriously, to look at that, because a claw we do.
Because I don't believe that, Julie. I think that's bull sugar.
What are you basing that non-belief in, other than not liking our current mayor? Is there any factual information that you would like to share with the masses, or are you just going with a gut?
Well, sure there is.
Right.
The lack of proper care and replacement of red lights, Julie, in the town that you're going to represent, has been going on for an excess of 5 years.
I would suggest it's been going on even longer than that, would be my suggestion.
No, Chuckles, it hadn't. Because, see, I personally...
So you're saying during the Gist administration, the red lights were better performing than they are now?
No.
All right.
No. What I'm saying is that I had personal experience, of having to stop at a red light on your main state highway that you folks call Highland to go to work while all of you slept, because I know you're not early risers.
No, I don't get up at 5:30 every day.
So bottom line is, I've already experienced, Julie, your red lights going red on all 4 directions at an intersection for a copious amount of time. And then I find out, this is another problem, when you force your mayor to go buy the stupid red lights and have them installed, and then on top of that, you straighten out, because right now, to my understanding, you have 4 separate maintenance contracts to cover certain red lights in your town. That's totally, please, give me a break. Like, your electric company for 15 years was in charge of calibrating and maintaining your red lights. Your electric company. See, you don't have the faintest idea about public safety if you can't keep your silly red lights in sync.
Those things have been done. A couple of messages coming up. Then we got the station ID. We are going to stay with it. We're going to pot down the news. Rick, this comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. It says, Rick ignores the fact that the cartels worked with the U.S. government. This one comes in and says, we need a mouse. It says, Rick is dumb because he doesn't know that Ray Condrey is a Gary Monkeyshine Deaton proxy.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously there are, people who are like-minded together in these campaigns, and I think it's, if you've paid any attention at all, you can see what you're getting. But Rick, would you like to respond to that, where it says Rick is dumb because he doesn't know that Ray Condrey is a Gary Monkeyshine Deaton proxy?
First of all, speaking of Gary the Monkeyshine Rhino Deaton, okay, what you don't understand, Chuckle,
okay,
is that while you had all of you folks believing that Monkeyshine is a Republican, a conservative.
He's told me he was.
Well, just because he tells you something, once again, Chuck, you have a hard time comprehending what's truth and what is bull sugar.
Hey, Rick, I do have a question on this, and this is more of a, I want your honest opinion on it. But Gary Deaton was the person who did the We the People forum and debate and has been very influential within that group.
Organization?
Yes. So if he's not Republican, then what's he doing in there?
Well, again, you're dealing with a community that is really not well versed. Okay. See, for all of you liberal wannabe Democrats, y'all don't have a Democrat Party of Madison County. Y'all were thrown out of the state Democrat Party many years ago now because it was in such disarray. Finances were totally, untraceable because of the stupid activities with the money that, people gave them. But anyway, see, that's what I'm talking about. There is no cohesion other than the fact that Gary the Rhino Deaton, everybody knows that he is the money bag boy for the crony operation. Now, you always get mesmerized by, he's not a conservative. See, he's been leading Madison County Commission into the drink of debt for as long as I've lived here, since 1995. He's never pleased, Julie, and you can check this. This is factual. Madison County has stayed in $80 million in debt for as long as that joker has been blowing smoke. And he's not, like I say, Deaton is not a conservative. I already shared with you. True conservatives do not place their county or their town in unbelievable debt situations on stupid stuff.
I mean, I
and that's
agree
what
with
this
you.
county has, that's what this county has endured for the last 50-odd years, Julie. I grew up in this region.
Yep.
I agree with you 100%.
Right.
I guess my point is, at what point will people look, because the debt deficit versus the city and the county, it looks quite a bit different.
It's not even close.
And
Now there's
it's been
probably
the
more
same
funding.
administration not administration, but same leader per se for much longer. At what point are we going to see the uproar and upheaval for this that we're seeing now? Because this last election, there was none. There was none.
And that's what's crazy. So the facts are, in the city, and this is just math. This isn't picking a side here. I don't care. I don't care at all. As long as our town is run well, our county and our city, I own a business in this town. That is my selfish nature, to want this town to do well and to succeed. You guys are correct. When you take on copious amounts of debt, it is hard for reasonable people who don't tell me what you should say, show me what you do. There is a huge difference in the debt being paid down at the city level versus the county level. Now, the county also has to fund the school system, right? So there are some things that there are some probably added expenses, budgetary items. We'll ask Tony Niehoff when he comes in.
Remember, in the past 3 years, the school system has not asked for a dime.
Well, they have additional monies. I mean, they still have county funding. Yeah,
and
that's
in
right.
the past,
they have
bled our county.
Right, and that is true. And so maybe some of that debt comes from here. But I think it's an interesting question why, and Republicans, a lot of times, Scott Conger's not fiscally concerned. Well, yeah, there's the math. It was at 70. It's at 41 million now. I mean, that is the math. It was almost paid in half in 4 years. And then we look at the county, which has had, similar ideological leadership for 30 plus years. And what's going on there? Like, I don't understand why people don't say, look, let's take names out of this and let's look at the math. Let's look at the black and the white of the math. Go ahead, Rick.
Well, thing of it is, Julie is going to be in a position in another 45 to 60 days to go in and to use her accountability that she's been educated to do, to ferret through all the razzmatazz about these secret, underhanded, behind closed doors, refinancing of debt, like the debt goes away. No, it just gets extended for the common folk. They don't understand that. All they hear is a certain number without proof. And Julie has said that she thinks that should be A-okay for the city to withhold the truth of the financial status of her town.
What truth is being withheld? This is my question. What truth is being withheld? Honestly, on either side, the city or the county, I think you can find that information relatively easily. Every time I look for it, I can find it. Where do we find out about these secret meetings, Julie? If you go to a secret meeting, will you tell me? Do you promise?
Heck yeah.
All right.
I'll blow that out of the water.
Like, where are these secret meetings coming from? I mean, if they're secret meetings, how do you know about it?
The brass will come out in me. Yeah, I'll tell it.
Yeah.
I mean, get ready, girlfriend, because you're going to need an oxygen machine. The thing of it is, yeah, you are. So
I'm ready.
Chuck, this is what I'm telling you, okay? Right. You believe whatever comes out of City Hall. Now, that's been going on. See, and the citizens have believed that garbage for well over 30 years. And the reason being is because the City Hall has not been fully challenged. Otherwise, that information, which is public knowledge, must be released, okay?
If it's public knowledge,
it would be out there.
It would be out there.
You've had a City Hall, you have a City Hall that has denied the release of this, quote, secret financial refinancing. Mm-hmm. And we also know, and your current mayor knows, how much debt he owes on certain projects in the city limits of Jackson. However, he duches and dives and goes underneath his desk every time that he is challenged to give us the information that we're asking him to give, because it's by the law. He is mandated to release that information. See, the City Hall is not all encompassing of withholding corruption unless the citizenry put up with it. See, that's
I just want someone to explain to me, because the numbers that I've heard and the numbers that I've looked at, it looked like there was $71 million of debt when Conger got into office. $71 million. Now it's at, what, 44? Is that what he said yesterday? Something like that.
43.
43,
maybe.
Yeah. I mean, but essentially taking it from 70 to 40. So paying them up like $27 million off in 4 years. Paying that off at the same time. When he took over, they were doing budget deficiencies. Now there's a $20+ million budget surplus. All right, so there are some things in place. Where's this hidden money? Where's this hidden money? The debt service is being paid down. Everything got rolled together. It's a cheaper debt service now. That's your interest rate. That's being paid down. Look at me. I'm more than happy to hear a better plan. It is election day. The polls are open right now. People are casting votes. Where's the other plan? Where's the other idea? Where's anything that's not a talking point? Less crime, safer streets, less potholes, less trash. Great.
But
if my son wrote a paper who's 11 about why I should be mayor of Jackson, I think he would list those things because those are pretty common things to be listening to talk about. So where's the plan? And where's the better plan? Because if there's a better plan, Julie, would you not support a better plan to pay debt down?
Absolutely.
I would because I don't want us to have any debt.
I would love for us to not have any debt.
Right? Wouldn't that be good? So, I mean, okay, but
I want it on both sides, too. I want it on the city and I want it on the county.
I want it on the county as well. I think it is, and I've never really put this together, but Rick, you brought up an interesting point. There have been, we've had, along the lines, the same leadership in the county for a long time.
Yeah.
What's the idea? Go ahead, Rick. I'll let you finish up. We got another call here.
Okay. So, again, when you speak of Conger speaking out about the millions of dollars he has saved, that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
What is true is that the Biden Dummy Corporation has given you, money.
Right.
And
that part is true.
Wait. Now, he got up on his throne, and he announced that everything's wonderful, we got lots of money, blah, 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 blah. Well, first of all, Julie, being the representative that I know she's going to be, is going to demand the publication, the release in paper. Not no cheat sheet. We're talking about an official document notarized by a competent person. I'm not sure who that would be. Would certify this to be absolutely the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you. And we might need a polygrapher to come in here and verify that information.
Seems like a lot of work.
Because I don't believe 98% of what is spewed around here, because you're cowardly and you will not produce what you say is in effect, and you will not list the amount of debt for outstanding bogus, not needed projects into the millions of dollars that you have deferred from paying off. That is why the budget that Conger and his cronies continually for the last 4 years has affected the budget, and then all of a sudden last year's indebtedness gets to get flipped over into the new budget. And that has gone on bunny hopping on you people for 4 consecutive years. Now, you had to shut down these projects, as you call them, that weren't legally constructed. Because before you go out and build and waste millions of dollars on a cinder block building, you probably need enough common sense to know that you've got to grade a road.
Now we got to
you have to put in
drainage,
and you have to put in drainage, and you have to put in telephone lines, and you have to put in sewer, and on and on and on. And none of that, Chuckles, none of it was properly handled by your city hall. Not on one project, but on 3 projects.
Absolutely. And see, and this is where you and I can find agreement. There were things to get on to city official and county officials about, right? Kicking the can down the road has been something that's been done at every level of government, all the way to Washington, D.C., when it comes to maintenance, maintaining roads, sewer systems, drainage, things. It's been kicked down for 40, 50 years. That's why the Memphis Bridge, you remember, was it a year or so ago, had to be shut down. We have kicked the infrastructure can down the road.
And we're going to pay a high cost for that.
We're going to pay 10 times more. You can spend the $60 to get your oil changed every 5,000 miles, or in about a year and a half, 2 years, you can buy a whole new vehicle, which costs more, right? There is a truth. And Rick, you're 100% right. I wish that other people would be talking about this kind of stuff instead of saying trash on the street. No, it has been a maintenance issue, and it's gone on for 20 plus years because nobody wants to spend money on that when there are other projects going on. But the longer that right there is not addressed, the worse that it is. See, this is actually what it was supposed to be, like in a debate and stuff like that. But nobody's really had the idea. No one's really put it into words. Rick, I know you're not on the ballot, but you're at least raising some valid concerns today. I can't believe you and I are landing on the same page, but we are.
But see, that's okay. And the thing of it is, when little towns such as yourself get all whizzed about you are a GOP. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not conservative on any balance sheet. You're not conservative. Okay, you've got one side that claim to be GOPers, which they're not, because if they were, they would properly manage their debt. Okay, and in the current finance director's office, she has done amazing work. Now, on the other hand, the city hall has been manipulated and actually illegally accounted, or actually not accounted for, by a dude that kept 3 separate books, Julie, in your accounting role of your life. And he didn't go to the pokey. You've got $16 million totally unaccounted for that everybody wants to just sweep away and keep the same dude that was carrying illegal manufactured bills that were not
$9,990 at a time. Rick, I mean,
I was in all. I guess let me rephrase that.
Yeah, but careful with your words.
I helped clean up some of the repercussions and some of the money loss for the city from that administration, where we had multiple parcels of land, homes, and other things that were bought under a certain pretense and weren't exactly used for that pretense.
Right.
And we lost tax revenue dollars. And I was lucky enough, me and another real estate agent, Roy Spencer, in Fort Jones, were lucky enough to be able to come in with the city, go through this, assess it all, and get it sold to where we recouped a ton
of money that was
tax.
lost.
Yes, tax money and properties that we were maintaining and not receiving funds on.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm there. I am there with you. I will roll with you. But I will tell you, the person who did it, the person who started it, the person who dug, and the person who got us to get it going was Scott Conger.
And this is the heartbreaking.
So you have to hit those wins when there are wins.
This is the heartbreaking part of people that are against him. And there are things that I would do much differently than Mayor Conger. I told him yesterday when he's on here, right? There are some things that I don't agree with. But look, the whole reason we know about this $16 million, the whole reason that we know about this missing money is because he had it audited. The fact that people now that just don't understand that Conger hasn't been in office for 20 years, that are saying, well, what about this deal with the ballpark? Yes, that was a previous administration. The reason we know about that, the reason it was brought to light, is because he had it audited.
He did it.
Like these land deals that you're talking about. I'm familiar with that too.
I mean,
I don't know how it's not criminal.
Yeah, because I think you had to do the termite letter on some of the houses.
I don't know how it's not criminal, but it's not. The mayor doesn't make charges or press charges, right? That's not the mayor's job. No mayor in anywhere in Tennessee gets to do that.
I'm just going to say it was not one person making those choices.
Right.
And that's why there were some people unhired, we'll put it that way, that stepped down. And there's a reason. There was a reason, and it wasn't just one person.
Right. There was cronyism in the past.
And still is. In some areas, there still is.
Yeah. I agree with that. But again, the person that shined, like if you were just to read the report and not know the name on the report, Rick, you would line up a lot with Mayor Conger. I know you hate to hear that, but we got to go.
Actually, bottom line is Mayor Conger didn't have anything to do with requesting the auditing of his government.
Unequivocally, he did.
He did not.
Yes, he did.
I'm telling you, no, that's not true. Don't say it. It's not true. What is true?
But I got to go. I love you. I got to go. I hope that you're happy tonight. At the end of the day, when we get our election results.
We'll have the results covered here live on air.
100 152,000%.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was. Go ahead, Rick.
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
No, he wasn't.
All right. He says no, he wasn't,
Nope.
Julie. Y'all have to settle this argument another day. Factually, he was.
I'll tell you the truth.
All right. Well, you
All right,
tell me
goodbye.
the truth. We got to go to a break. I know it. Well, that was a good phone call. As far as phone calls go with Rick, we found common ground. I'm not saying I'm the best mediator in the world, but I think that there are a lot of interesting questions that were brought up. Sometimes fresh leadership's a good thing, right? I'm glad we found out about that. It's the best way to stop it. A couple of messages have come in on our advanced rehab text line. 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. This comes in. Got it behind here. I apologize. Did you notice that the murderer from Texas that went and shot that family had been deported 4 times from 2009 to 2016, all under President Obama? Illegals still refer to Obama as the deporter-in-chief because he deported more illegals than any other president in history. That can be confirmed online. This comes in. We're about to go to break. This comes in and says, I agree with Rick on the red lights. I go into work around 4 a.m. and will sit at a few of them for over 5 minutes. Got to run them every now and again. Yeah, I don't blame you. And that is so frustrating, too. I've got you. This comes in. Advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says, I don't know why Rick isn't a super Conger fanboy. I mean, I get it because the things that he espouses, transparency in government, getting rid of cronyism, backroom deals, fiscal conservativity. I mean, they paid it. The debt has been paid down at a higher clip in the city than the county. Percentage-wise, yes. Now, the county has more debt, and they also have more responsibility. This isn't a bang on the county kind of thing. But if you are saying, I want a fiscally conservative leader who has paid down debt and built up a budget surplus where there was a deficiency 4 years ago when the office was taken over, and I want to see all the shenanigans that were going on in this town for 16, 17 years prior, what are you looking for? We've actually had that. Like, we literally actually had that. That happened. If you didn't know his name was Scott Conger, you would think it. So, again, every time I hear this, what conservative thing is it? At some point in our minds, if you can't move off of a drag show that none of our children went to, none, if we can't move past that, if that's the only issue for us for the rest of our lives, then expect to get what you get. You're listening to Walker Talks. Tony Niehoff, the Catholic Consigliere, coming up next.
Attention all motivated sellers. Are you ready for a more exciting career in radio and digital marketing? Look no further than News Talk 96.5 FM. Join our team and tap into the world of multimedia marketing, radio, and event sales. We're looking for individuals who are passionate about helping local businesses grow. We provide best-in-class sales tools to ramp up sales quickly and help you achieve your goals. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to elevate your sales career. Call Gina Langley at 731-800-6397.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years, commercial and residential maintenance, as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Tuesday brings great election day weather. Sunny skies with highs in the mid-60s. Breezy west winds 15 to 20, gusting up to 30. Clear skies tonight, lows near 40. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Mama always told me not to look into the eyes of the sun, but Mama, that's where the fun is.
These extended versions they do of shows or songs now. This is an 8-minute version of Blinded by the Light, which is a great song.
Very good song.
But listen to me. Other than Tony and a handful of degenerates out there, most of the jam band people have died off of old age.
Nah. Hey, listen,
I know there's a couple of active freaks out there who want to hear 38 minutes of one song.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a perspective you have. It's listening to the music and
it's
what
pot.
they're doing. Yeah.
It's acid and it's pot. This is a truth teller show, and I know not for you.
Yeah.
You're one of the freaks that actually just enjoys the music for, the same 7 chords for half an hour. But most people only enjoy it because they are tripping.
Well,
and they have no concept of time because they have dropped 11 acid tabs.
I think that's probably the 90s. True. That was probably true. I don't know what happens now, but
now those people are dropping heart prescriptions and things like that. They're taking their Plavix or whatever that stuff's called
with the Bud Light or whatever they're drinking.
Right? Oh God, no.
Probably not Bud Light though. Who knows? Yeah.
Listen. Old people.
Not every song is 38 minutes.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. There's 11 words in every Grateful Dead song. They say 4 words.
Yeah.
No one wants to sit there. Who has the time? If we started a Grateful Dead album right now, it would not wrap up. And we'd be Christmas shopping when the album finished. Who has time for that?
Well, they must be. People must like it because they've been playing since the 60s.
You know what people like? To get high.
Yeah.
That's what they have done.
I've seen a lot of bands that like to do that.
They have monetized. Now, I'm not talking about the performers.
You can just go in a hotel now and you're like, somebody like getting high here.
I'm not, yeah, exactly. Or
we were in St.
anywhere.
Louis and I was like, it smells like pot in the Marriott. I'm
But
like,
I
we're in a
think
Marriott.
I think it's legal to do the devil's lettuce in Missouri.
I guess I don't keep up with it.
I have a friend who bought some of the, and this really blows my mind. I've told you I don't have a problem with Pothead out there. I do think that Pothead's biggest problem is Pothead is the advocate for pot instead of like regular everyday people who actually smoke pot who don't, sit at home eating Funyuns all the time. These people decide that they should be the mouthpiece for pot advocacy, and that's not true. It should be your doctors and lawyers, assuming that's ever happens in the history of the world.
Tell you something funny. Music yesterday, I played some music to pump up for the soccer team.
Yeah,
we had a playoff game.
What
and
kind
I was
of,
like,
what
do you
kind of
guys
old man
like?
music did you play?
And they were like, I don't
Lil
know.
Wayne,
Ask this guy. He's not
Yeezy.
here yet. No, I was like, I'm going to show you some 90s rap. So we played some Notorious B.I.G., some Tupac, some Hip Hop Hooray, Naughty by Nature.
Okay.
And then I was like, I'm going to show them some real rock and roll. So we played Led Zeppelin, Cashmere,
Nice.
and some other
Tangerine always gets
I
you fired
didn't play
up.
that one.
Tangerine.
But
I
honestly,
get you fired up.
What's the best era in music? As the debatable thing people say, I have to say the 70s had the best talented musicians.
70s, 80s. It all kind of
80s changed, but like if you want to hear like rock and roll, the 70s dominated.
Tony, this comes in for you, and I'm going to finish my weed story. This comes in for you, and it says, play some Wu-Tang. That would have pumped up the kids.
Wu-Tang, yeah, that's true. They're still relevant, I guess, back in the day.
I guess. They're all still out there somewhere. But
Ziggy Marley's still going now. Bob Marley's son.
No one cares about him. No one cares about. Bob Marley is probably one of the nicest people in the world. I know he's gone now, but honestly, if you have heard any of his songs, you have heard all of his.
They do sound similar.
Come on,
that's for sure.
It's the same song,
same beat.
I'm not mad at him because he's like, holy crap, these people will still buy this. I'm gonna do it again. Holy smokes. I'm going to do it one more time. I'm not mad at him.
But if you go to Jamaica, they all talk like that. They're like, hey, Mom.
Hey, man. Well, of course they are. That's it. But no, here was my story about Pothead. And I have a friend who dabbles in the illicit world of pot. And he goes to Missouri and he has things now that you can squeeze into a drink.
Really?
Like Kool-Aid, but it's flavored. Flavored pot.
I was in Knoxville, and you could add stuff to your beer. I don't know, CBD something.
Yes.
And I was like,
what is going on? What is going on?
Yeah. I was with my family, so I was like, no, I don't need that. I think I'll just stick with the beer.
If you want to know why the Grateful Dead, Widespread Panic, all those just god-awful artists are still around.
They're not god-awful.
All
Come
you
on.
have to do is realize that we live in a world where you can squeeze, like you're making a Kool-Aid drink, like squeezing the water and stir it up. Pothead can now do that.
We need to get Clint Doris on here with me so we can team up against
God,
you.
does Clint like that crap too?
Of course. He's a smart man.
And I don't think either one of you are drug users. I don't know what you enjoy about it. Other than the drug use, I don't see the appeal.
There's a reason Fish has been playing since 1984, and they're still selling out large venues. It's not because they suck.
Yes. I get it. But again, why? Why are they selling out? Because people like to get high.
People like country. People like jam bands. It's different kind of music.
They don't. No one likes a jam band. No one has 3 days to kill listening to a jam band. I do not know how we got here, but I'm very passionate.
Yeah, you started it.
This comes in and says, Marley is a genius, sir. Really? He sings the same song. Listen, all you need to do is pull up any song from Bob Marley, and you have heard every song he has ever released. It's not genius. Yes, you know what? Never mind. It is a genius. You know how much money he made from, no woman. It's the same thing over and over and over.
Now, have you ever heard of Ben Harper?
Yes.
What do you think about him?
He's fine.
He doesn't really jam. His is a little different. It's more folk.
He's okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you someone who sucks that sometimes people like, and they're mistaken every time they do, is Herbie Hancock. Herbie Hancock is straight trash. I saw him open one time for Dave Matthews.
Oh my God.
I love Dave Matthews.
Hey, I'm going to see Dave this month.
That'll be fun. Although he plays his new stuff. Hey, Dave Matthews hasn't had a good song
It's
in 25
since he
years.
lost the fiddle because
Yeah.
that was a big controversy. But he's got a keyboard dude now.
Yeah, hadn't had a good song in 25 years, but his old stuff is phenomenal.
Well, he still plays his old stuff. So.
Yes, and that's going to be the thing. But it honestly makes no sense. Like Herbie Hancock opened for him, and I almost left. I cannot do that.
Yeah.
I cannot listen to that crap. You know what would have been better? If they would have just put babies crying for 2 hours before the Dave
If you're
show.
really good, you don't need an opening act. I mean, Fish hasn't had an opening act in like 25 years. They're like, we don't need
the
that.
concert's 9 hours of them just playing 7 chords. This comes in and says, Chuck, you have not heard the right albums of Widespread Panic. You need to hear One Arm Steve or Love Tractor.
Love Tractor's
Those songs.
good. One Arm Steve is about the keyboardist when he joined the band. He showed up for the gig. This was like in 92.
Yeah.
And the bouncer's name was Steve, and he had one arm, and he wouldn't let him in the door. And he said, well, who are you? Your picture's not on the wall. And he's like, dude, I'm the new keyboardist. So he had to make a couple calls. This was before cell phones. So just imagine that you can't text anybody then. He made it in the gig, but the bouncer wouldn't let him in. So they wrote a song about it.
I'm going to give this a day in court because I'm nothing if not fair. I'm a fair journalist.
Oh, Love Tractor's one of my favorites. It's simple. It's talking about driving a tractor. Everyone around here should like it, especially the rural farming communities. This is just the intro.
Do I need to fast forward? Is this like 15 minutes?
No, he's fixing to go here in about 2 seconds. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Holding the key. Need no license to ride. Dancing.
I'm sorry. I listened.
He's dancing because you're bouncing the seat, you know.
Listen. Do as many drugs as you want. I don't care. Stay off the roads. Stay off your tractor.
This is
It's
this
not
is a
for
good
me.
song to roll the windows down and cruise around in the country. Chuck doesn't like it. Part of the appeal.
Of all the crap that is jam band music, this is definitely on the upper end of the garbage that normally is jam band
Chuck,
music.
you need to
I'll
listen to
give you that.
Every Day of the Red Album. It's really, it has Angelina Jolie on the cover.
Yeah, well, no, I mean that's the
From a long
selling
time
point.
ago.
The selling
Before
point.
she was even big.
The best part of this song is the name Love Tractor. That was actually my nickname in high school.
Really?
But no, it's a self-given nickname.
Yeah.
Well, it's not my real nickname, but
The females didn't call you that, huh?
no,
Okay.
unfortunately, no. This is guys, this, you know, this sucks. Like whoever sent this in, I love this texter. You know that you don't like this.
I'm sure he likes it.
What is
Send
this
it in.
bear gone fishing?
It's a later song.
Yeah,
the
just-
90s.
Look, this lets me know.
You really need to listen to it. See,
this
you say
lets me
it
know
sucks, but
that-
you don't know anything about it. That's not really good. You should investigate.
Nothing
then
makes
come
me-
to a conclusion.
Nothing wants to make me close the border faster than jam band music. Obviously, drugs have permeated all walks of life. Youth, adults, elderly.
Yeah, of course.
This is... I mean, dear God, people, listen to a Pink Floyd album if you're going to get high. At least that music's good.
It's different.
This comes in and says, I met Victor Wooten from Bella Fleck at the Speedway on Highland at 70 last
Really?
week.
Wow. Bella Fleck
You know what they were
is
doing?
incredible.
He's in there working.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sure the guy was in there. Who is Bella Fleck? He's probably ringing people up.
He was not working.
Yeah, he's probably
Bela
pumping
Fleck's
gas at
one
the
of the-
self.
You don't know who Bela Fleck is?
No, I don't even know. Is that another jam band?
No, he's one of the most incredible banjo players on the planet.
Okay, all right. Now, never mind then. I take it back about him.
All right, we're going to have to educate Chuck on some music here.
All right, now you got to help me with what's a band and what's not. This comes in our advanced rehab text line. We're going to come to these phone calls here. It says, I really do love Widespread Panic and Leftover Salmon. Is Leftover Salmon like eating leftover salmon, or is that a band?
Just a band, yeah.
Oh, dear
They're
God.
similar, but I would say Widespread's better. For sure.
Dear God. Yeah, they're similar to leftover salmon, which you can never get heated back up. We'll say good
My
morning
wife
and
would
welcome
not eat
in.
leftover salmon.
Good morning and welcome in.
Hey, so,
Yes, sir.
you know, old TV shows from the 80s and 90s,
Yes.
really bad. You know, you can't hardly stand to watch them. But music from back then is still good.
Agreed.
And now, the best experience I ever had at the Dairy Queen in Alamo was it was on November 1st, about 25 years ago.
Okay.
There were two girls in there that had probably been to a Halloween party and hadn't gotten up until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and they were there at the Dairy Queen.
Were they still dressed
And
in their
one of them-
attire?
They were still dressed in their Halloween outfit,
Okay.
or one of them was, and she was spectacular. And it was a thing that was kind of made. It went from her shoulders down to the floor.
Okay.
And it was white. And when she stood in front of me, and there was real bright light sunlight behind her, it was see through. You could see her body. She didn't have anything else on with that.
A
And it was
sheer
wonderful.
costume.
Yes, she was extraordinary, and I have never had that good of experience at Dairy Queen since. But
Have
I
you
found
ever tried
something-
the Oreo Blizzard? Because that's always a great experience for me. But I'm not saying it's as good as a sheer Halloween costume. I can certainly see the confusion.
A blizzard is the wrong cerebral. That's cerebral cold spell. This girl.
She gave you the hot flashes.
Right. But
well,
I
I'm
bring
with
that up.
Her mother
I
would
bring
not
that up
approve the
for-
outfit, most likely, is what you're saying.
I bring this up for this reason. I was looking on my telephone on Facebook Shorts and then on YouTube Shorts.
Mm-hmm.
Girls are now wearing. It shows a girl. She's got appropriate clothes on from the waist up, but below it is see-through, sheer miniskirt, and you can see that she doesn't have anything else on. And then there's lots of girls doing it, and I'm just wondering, is that hopefully going to become a new fad? Because they're almost completely naked, especially if there's a bright light behind them, like that girl today.
Have you guys, and I would not encourage a Google search for you people out there, because this is not an endorsement on my part, but it has popped up on my social media feeds as it is warming up in some places of the country, not here. It's May the 2nd. We're expecting a high of 67. I mean, break a 70, why
I
don't you?
think the 80s are coming next week.
I hope so.
That's what it looks like.
But these people, these ladies now, wearing what's known as a micro bikini. Have you seen this?
I have not.
This is a thing. Do not Google it. This was not me telling you to Google it. Don't misunderstand what I'm telling. I'm telling you the opposite of that.
It would
Do
mean
not Google it.
Smaller than a regular bikini,
Yes,
most
because
likely.
for when a regular bikini is just too conservative, they have, we know a couple of years ago they had the bikinis that go up your backside. When I took Knox to Florida a few weeks ago, we saw lots of those. And Knox is like 11. It's like, dude, I can't, like, we have to go in. Like, this is, and he's like, no, Dad, we can stay. I was like, no, we got to go in. Like, I can't be out here and let you look at this. And we know that's a thing now. But
Yeah.
these are even more than that. And I don't know if these has been around for a while, but I saw a post with, it was Israel Adonijah. He's a UFC fighter. And he was celebrating after his victory, and they were somewhere in Vegas, and people were wearing the micro bikinis. And I'm like, why even wear anything at this point? Why are we wearing anything?
Well, about 23, about 25, 26 years ago, what's her name? The blonde-headed girl from Louisiana. Britney Spears was still hot, and she was wearing her panties.
Still hot.
Well, she was wearing her panties outside her pants there for a while, and then girls, you could see the back part of their panties when they had on real low-cut blue jeans.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, it'll just be a matter of time before the girls go completely naked. And that time has came because these girls are wearing see-through things below the waist, and you can see their reproductive organ. And it's on YouTube, and it's on Facebook Shorts. And, hey, it's really wonderful. I really like it. It looks terrific. It enhances. They look better than they do when they're completely naked, if you know what I'm saying. And I just wondered, is that going to be the new style?
I mean,
Hopefully.
I can tell you, I took my 14-year-old to one of these trendy clothing shops in the last couple of weeks, and I saw the bikinis. Like Chuck
so
was
you
saying,
saw what I was talking about.
Yeah, with the no back at all, and I was like, no, honey, that's the back, not the front. And she thought that it was reversed on the bottom part, and I was like, no, honey, that's the back. I said, and then you're not getting that.
No.
So I guess from a father's perspective, it's not something I'm looking forward to because I'm like, I've got 3 girls. Now I can understand, Bull, if you're single, I get it.
You're desirous. You're a desirous young man. I've been there before. Now listen, and Bull, we got to get a break, bro, my friend. You can holler back at us because I want to hear more of the story, but we got to get a break. If you want to do your drugs, jam band person, this is what you need to listen to.
There are people that don't do drugs and listen to it.
No, they're not.
They are. There's a table.
Those are people that are
sober
paid
people.
to like set the band up and take them back.
Most people drink now, Chuck, and definitely smoke pot because that's everywhere now.
Oh, yeah. Well, I told you about my pothead friend that puts it in his drink.
There's been a few concerts I've been to where we drank all the beer, and they're like, we ran out of beer, and they're like, oh, we didn't know this band was like that.
I'm just saying, all you drug people out there, this is Pink Floyd. You're welcome. You don't have to listen to the crap you've been listening to now.
Pink Floyd's good.
Will Mayor Conger retain his position as mayor of the city? Find out first on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com and across our social media platforms. Election return coverage presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. World-class care focused on you with Dan Reeves, Gina Langley, Chuck Walker, John Avery Emerson, and Gabe Hart at the Election Commission headquarters. News Talk 96.5 FM election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd, presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired with locations in Martin, Dyersburg, and 111 Stonebridge Boulevard in Jackson. SportsOrthoSpine.com. Election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd. Listen on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at NewsTalk965.com or by downloading our free mobile apps that fit Apple and Android products. Presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. Tuesday, May 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. Only on News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings, West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services. 293-3808.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition free, Jackson Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com. See all the Memphis legends: Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today: the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, M.J. Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
I spent a lifetime looking for you. Single bars and good time lovers were never true. Playing a fool's game, hoping to win, and telling those sweet lies and losing again. I was looking for love in all the wrong places, looking for love in too many faces, searching.
Yeah, we had to get that widespread panic crap out of the system. Johnny Lee's the only one that can do it.
Hoping to find a friend and a lover. I'll bless the day I discover.
You freaks out there want to get high and blasted. Listen to Johnny Lee.
I'm gonna have to tell you some songs.
No, Tony. I've listened to your stuff.
I mean, Love Tractor is a jamming song. So
Quit
obviously
trying to-
Chuck wouldn't like that one. But there are some where they sing, you know, like.
Quit trying to peer pressure me into doing drugs. It's not going to work.
No, we're not doing that.
You're
here.
not peer pressuring me into doing drugs. Jam band music is the weed of the music world. It's a gateway.
I drink a fair amount of light beer and brown ale. That's about all I get
Light
into.
beer, brown ale. This comes in our advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398 is our advanced rehab text line. A lot of truth here. I love this guy, but I am kind of getting tired of that. And Tony, this comes in and says Chris Stapleton is the country version of Bob Marley. He's a great singer, but every one of his songs sound about the same. And it's so true.
Yeah.
It's so true.
Well, that's why I said 70s was the greatest era. 80s kind of a close second, because it seems like a lot of musicians these days just don't have a unique sound. You know, It's like, who's that? Oh, that's so-and-so. Well, he sounds kind of like that one.
Yep.
You know, and I'm not bashing any of them, because if you can make money and sell it,
Exactly.
go for it.
It is
But,
not your fault
you know,
that we are dumb
Led
as
Zeppelin,
consumers.
if you listen to it and you know who it
Shut
is.
your mouth.
Pink Floyd, like,
shut your mouth.
They sound different.
No, Tony, again, you like jam bands. Just everyone, when our Catholic
I like
consigliere
lots of
is
music,
in,
Chuck.
you like jam bands. You don't get to comment on Led Zeppelin. I'm surprised
I like
you even know who they
Outkast.
are.
I mean,
Outkast sucks.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. The same people that like, I've got a buddy, Bass. He likes Outkast. I'm like, dude, they're terrible.
They're not.
They're awful. This comes in and says it's a meme and says, this is about Victor Wooten. It says, no, he was actually getting gas. He wasn't working there. I thought possibly he was working at the Speedway.
Next break, play Bella Fleck. I'll find one.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of banjo and not much talking.
I'm good with banjos. Banjos are okay. Banjos that's the instrument of my people from Crockett County. This comes in and says, it's a meme from the dude from Family Guy that says giggity, and it says bull in the area Alamo Dairy Queen. I've never had anything better than Oreo Blizzard at a Dairy Queen, but I'm not opposed to it. I know that. Tony, this comes in. I know this is somebody you like. I find them to be very average, but it's fine. It says Billy Strings is awesome.
Very good. I just saw him in South Haven.
This comes in.
You may not like him because they do jam a little bit.
This comes in our advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. It says, I don't do drugs or drink. Listen, I'm not saying all of you freaks that like that. I'm just saying most. That is their target audience.
I
are
mean,
drug users.
I don't think so anymore. Maybe 25 years ago, Chuck.
They make these songs for hardcore drug users that are shooting up acid or whatever however you acid yourself. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. I think you're living in the 70s and 90s era in your brain
I've heard
here.
the music. I don't even do drugs, and I'm contemplating it.
Yeah.
If anyone knows where I can get drugs to listen to more of this crap if we have to play it. This says advanced rehab text line, the number 731-800-8398. This says Bull needs to see a therapist. He's getting to work up. Naked and Afraid might be his new show. His
That would
favorite
be
new
awesome if he was on that show.
Could you imagine Bull? Our Bull on Naked and Afraid?
Wonder what he would bring. Do you think he'd bring the fire starter or the mosquito
You know what
net?
I'd bring? Because I've thought about this. Chapstick.
Chapstick?
Carmex. Yeah, dude, I can't go 30 minutes. But
Well,
you'll see me 10 times a show.
You can actually. It'll help you light fires.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'd bring that.
It's 100% what I'd bring. Otherwise, I'd be
I'd
dead.
bring a mosquito net because I watch the show a lot of times and they're getting eaten by bugs. I'm
Yeah.
like, that would be what would put me out. I would be like, I'm not taking this punishment because I don't have to.
Listen to this. This comes in, Tony, and says, did you hear that Aerosmith, which we were playing some Aerosmith earlier today, has announced a 40-stop tour?
I did not.
That's cool.
Hey, that's a band I
40-day
have not
retirement
seen.
tour.
I'd go see them once.
Oh.
At least.
Have you heard, what's my man's name? Steven Tyler do his country music? That's what we're coming back to.
Is it good?
It's Steve Tyler, guy
He's
from
like
Massachusetts,
73
New
now,
Jersey,
right?
doing country songs.
Wow.
I mean, you tell me.
All I know is his daughter was good looking back in the day.
I bet she's still good looking.
Yeah, she probably is.
Yeah,
I'm a married man now, so.
Oh, so you've gone blind.
Well, you know.
I didn't say she. Look, I don't think anyone thinks that you and Liv are going to start dating, including your wife.
I mean, I haven't seen her lately. She may not be good looking anymore.
Okay, all right. It's like that day you said, well, in some cultures they cut their fingers off. I mean, get out. No, I was like,
They
I'm
do.
married. I've never seen another woman since I've been married just walk around like this.
Yeah. She's probably running a lot of doors.
Thinking about me, let her know
There's a little Trent Tomlinson for you out there. We're still trying to scrub the system of the jam band music.
You did that on purpose.
This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It says, dang, Tony, I hate to hear that. Thought you were hot. Signed, Liv Tyler.
Well, I know you get this all the time.
You like this? You like country music?
Broken hearts lighten up.
I
all
do.
the
I actually appreciate country music. It's
very good.
Because it's just,
begging you to play
it's
that
soothing and
special song.
it's got a lot of emotion in it.
But she just might have
Her radio on. Top of the hour news coming up. They're going to be right back breaking it down. We're going to talk about our election coverage tonight.
Something that'll get her thinking about me. Let her know I'm really sorry. Something that reaches out in the dark, weighs on her mind, it tugs at her heart. Before that late night signal's faded, before she drives away too far, parks that damned old car. There's something that'll get her thinking about me. Let her know I'm really sorry. Something that reaches out in the dark.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. President Biden wants to meet with the top four lawmakers in Congress next week to ease the debt limit standoff.
Administration and congressional officials confirmed that the president invited the leaders to meet with him next Tuesday in a bid to overcome an impasse on lifting the government's borrowing authority. Word of the White House invitation came on the same day the Treasury Secretary warned that the federal government might be unable to pay its bills as soon as June 1st.
White House correspondent Greg Cluxton. Also at townhall.com, the Senate Judiciary Committee holding a hearing on Supreme Court ethics reform as questions continue to swirl around the business dealings of several justices. Senate Judiciary Committee ranking member Lindsey Graham of South Carolina says Justice Clarence Thomas has been unjustifiably attacked by congressional Democrats.
This assault on Justice Thomas is well beyond ethics. It is about trying to delegitimize a conservative court that was appointed through the traditional process.
The hearing proceeding without participation from U.S. Chief Justice John Roberts, who declined to testify. On the battlefront, Russia's defense chief urging a state company to double its missile output as a possible Ukrainian counteroffensive looms, and both sides in the 14-month-old war reportedly feel an ammunition crunch. The UK Defense Ministry noted in an assessment that logistics problems remain at the heart of Russia's struggling campaign in Ukraine. It added, Russia does not have enough munitions to achieve success on the offensive. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 542 points, the Nasdaq off 186. More at townhall.com.
Hi, this is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and best-selling author on safety and preparedness. The fact is, things are getting downright scary for everyone who's storing their wealth in the banks. We just saw the collapse of 3 major banks, and I would urge you to consider protecting your wealth ASAP. If even a tiny percentage of Americans attempt to withdraw their savings, we would see a collapse of the entire banking system, sending us into a modern-day Great Depression. Fortunately, there is a way for you to avoid this. It starts with contacting Advantage Gold. If you have an IRA or 401k, Advantage Gold can help convert those paper assets into physical gold and silver. This is the process that I recommend everybody use as a hedge against rapid inflation and to protect your retirement wealth from the banks. Take control of your financial safety today. Call 800-900-8000 to get your free gold investment kit from Advantage Gold. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
Unrest in Israel following the death of a Palestinian terrorist in Israeli custody. We have the latest from the Media Line's Felice Friedson.
More than a score of rockets was fired into Israel from the Gaza Strip Tuesday. The missile barrage wounded 3. It followed the death of Qader Adnan, a senior operative of the Islamic Jihad terrorist organization, on the 86th day of a hunger strike in an Israeli jail. A judge ruled last week that Adnan's declining health was his own responsibility for refusing treatment and that hunger strikers cannot hold society hostage to their demands. Adnan survived a 56-day hunger strike in 2015 during one of his 10 incarcerations for terrorist activities. Palestinian officials accuse Israel of neglecting Adnan medically. Meanwhile, tension on the border is soaring. I'm Felice Friedson, Town Hall News, Jerusalem.
News and analysis at themedialine.org and townhall.com. The United Nations says more than 100,000 people have crossed from Sudan into neighboring countries since the fighting between 2 rival generals began 2 weeks ago.
With no sign of the fighting stopping, the UN is now planning for up to 800,000 refugees. In Khartoum, food, water and electricity are running out, but desperately needed aid supplies shipped by the UN into Port Sudan are being warehoused. The continued violence and widespread looting mean there is no safe way to deliver them. The UN is also struggling to fund its relief operation.
BBC correspondent Imogene Folks. Police in Kenya clashing with anti-government protesters in the capital, Nairobi. The opposition calling for action to tackle the cost of living and reforms to the Electoral Commission from the recent national election. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
Attention all motivated sellers. Are you ready for a more exciting career in radio and digital marketing? Look no further than News Talk 96.5 FM. Join our team and tap into the world of multimedia marketing, radio, and event sales. We're looking for individuals who are passionate about helping local businesses grow. We provide best-in-class sales tools to ramp up sales quickly and help you achieve your goals. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to elevate your sales career. Call Gina Langley at 731-800-6397.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
And number 45 steps on the plate. So far, he's batting 1,000. The pitcher delivers. But wait, that's not the ball. It's the taxes. 45 Automart takes a swing, and they're going, gone.
At 45 Automart, we're making your tax
taxes go dark with Grand Slam savings out of the park. That's right, for a short time, we're going to whack your tax up to $1,500 on anything you choose, so there's no way to lose at 45 Auto Mart. Go to 45automart.com. Check out our bullpen that's stacked with more clean Carfax Southern rides than you can shake a bat at. Mustangs, Silverados, Wranglers, Altimas, F-150s, Camrys, Tacomas, Rogues, 4Runners, Avalanches, Cadillacs, Equinoxes, Cobalts, Caravans, Grand Cherokees, Lexus, Mercedes, Fiat, Ferrari, CRV. You get the picture. We're ready to whack the tax on all of them. Why strike out with Mr. Mega Dealer's base cash stealing stunts when dealing at 45 Auto Mart is as easy as a lob, pitch, bunt? Check us out at 45automart.com today, where you're knocking the taxes over the fence with deals that save dollars and make tons of sense. Dealer!
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Tuesday brings great election day weather. Sunny skies with highs in the mid-60s. Breezy west winds 15 to 20, gusting up to 30. Clear skies tonight, lows near 40. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Steven Tyler Goes Country.
Send your kisses my way. Bring your sweetheart to me. I've been waiting for so long. Tell me all your stories. Leave some open for me. Write your name into this song. I walk through the fire. I run through the rain. I wait for forever. If love is your name, your name. Catch a wind from heaven, sail down while I'm sleeping. Wake me with the morning sun. I'll dream of you until you
You know, I don't need Merle Haggard to, you know, do a rock song. I mean, this is
fair.
At best okay.
I mean, I think if you're watching the video, he doesn't need the stash. I don't think it really goes with the hair.
No,
but, you know.
I mean, now he does a great job getting beautiful women in his video. So if you can actually watch our videos now at newstalk965.com. You can see what we see. We want you to. It's a really cool feature that we've added for some video stuff and things like that. Anyway, this is him doing a country song.
It's all right. I mean,
it's
amazing.
It's so
he's got good
beneath
vocals for his age. It's impressive. He still can sing that well.
Right. It's so beneath him as an artist. You know what I mean? Like this. I mean, this is. You could go to Nashville, Tennessee right now and hear this anywhere in Nashville.
It's similar to other stuff, no doubt.
Like you can hear that it's Steven Tyler, right? You can hear that. Totally get that. I just, Steven, you don't have to do that. You're better than that.
Yeah.
You're, Up. Hold on, buttons. Let me hit another button. All right. Grab this button.
The music industry.
Where did you go? Why is this just me? What happened?
I don't know.
Hold on.
I'll
get this fixed. This is
the last 20 years or 25 years, country and rock have kind of merged in some ways.
Right.
And then we've found what this new country is. I would say for some people, the old country people are like, that's not country. Well, and it isn't exactly the same, no doubt, but it's kind of like a fusion of music, and that's kind of what good music kind of is in some ways. I mean, that's what, I know you make fun of the jam bands, but a lot of the jam bands.
Do I make fun of them?
Hold on. So a lot of the jam bands are like blues and rock combined, and that's what they're doing there. Maybe some funk, blues, and rock combined. Well, that's what country's done. They've kind of combined rock with country, and it's become this pop country. Is that wrong? That's my observation.
I'll tell you what's wrong is I've broken the can. I don't want this thing on me. I have warrants. I'm not this comfortable being this close up on TV.
It's fine. It's all right.
Well, it's not all right for me. We may have to swap seats and you figure out how to run this board. If you want to get in with us, 731-265-6496, 731-265-6496. It's our CWA Development call-in phone number, 731-265-6496. Advanced Rehab text line. We got a call here. We're coming right to it. We'll catch up on these texts. That number is 731-800-8398. We'll say good afternoon and welcome in.
Good afternoon.
Hey, buddy.
Chuck. All right, so you got the county commissioner on again.
Extraordinaire.
Yeah, it's election day.
Yeah, did he tell?
Go ahead.
Did he tell us? Did he tell us when his monthly agenda meeting is being held and where and what time?
It's Hollywood, or the county building at Hollywood, and it's next Thursday. I gotta look at my calendar.
Are you going to go, Rick?
Yeah, I think it's next Thursday, 4:30.
Now is that are you all going to the agenda meeting?
I try to make everyone. Yes, I go to most of them if I can.
Well, I'm not talking about your crony meeting over there at the real estate office.
You mean a caucus?
You talking about the caucus meeting?
Well, you call it whatever you want. No, that's not really.
It's open to the public. You can come.
Yeah, Brandon Shields goes.
No, I don't go there because that's a private business. That has no business.
Have you
my
been,
government,
you haven't been
my
kicked
local
off the
government,
property, have you?
No.
Please
my
don't go down this road.
Government,
we're using private business
my
for
local
voting.
My local government has no business in a publicly owned building conducting county business. That is forbode. Whether you realize it or not. But y'all don't have very many scruples at all.
No, that's the way you feel.
Now, not only that, but when is your next county commission meeting?
It's Monday. You don't have my calendar up, Rick. So it's on a Monday, and it's in the morning.
When you get on the radio, that's what we're going to be needing from you. Is because you're
Rick's actually the
Gary
program director.
Well, Gary the
Give me
Rhino.
a second. I'll tell you. I don't want to give inaccurate information. Hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. But, Monkey Shine, Gary the Rhino Deaton, he doesn't publicize dates and times and places.
It's the 15th.
For the locals to know, because you don't want the public to know. Otherwise, you would be publicizing the date at least 3 times a week.
I mean, it's
every time that we have the information, we go live with it here. It's actually on our website, newstalk965.com. Yeah, we update it. Like anytime that I get an email, like the caucus meetings and things like that, we have our people updated on there. So it's not just for us to see as media members, but it's for public to see as well.
And Rick, we have a county website that has every meeting for the whole year. It's pre-scheduled at the beginning of the year, so you can look and see all of them.
But don't you have to be a commissioner to use that website?
No, you can just get on there.
You don't have to log in.
It's got all of our information, our emails, our phone numbers, everything is all on there. So
is your phone number on there? I'm going to start prank calling you.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but most of the residents of Mad County can't read, and they don't have a computer.
Well, then that's not on the county commission.
I mean, really?
Well, bottom line, they try to hide when they're meeting, what time they're meeting, and where they're meeting. They've done it for years.
I don't think that's true, but okay.
Well, it is true. Of course it's true.
Can we go
I
to a
wouldn't say
subject
it if
that's
it
not
wasn't true.
Well, you may make mention of it if it's not true.
I mean, it's almost slanderous, but look, can we move
so
on?
Finally, do you have any update on the city's responsibility of getting real busy in demolishing that pig path y'all call a road to your new schoolhouse?
I mean,
I love it when he
Rick,
calls it a big path.
I can't officially say what's going on, but I think I would say that
That
we have
Tony
an
wants the
election
county to
today,
pay for it.
so it's going to be kind of hard to talk about that whenever you have a new city council coming on, like in about 48 hours. So
yeah,
so we kind of have to wait till that happens before
No,
we can move
actually,
forward.
no.
Yeah, no, you do.
It's probably going to be the same old. So it's up to you county commissioners to do what the commissioner that you replaced, by the way, demanded from your commission to get busy and do a road study for the last 5 years.
Hey, Rick, I got a
was
question
never
for you.
done.
And that part is true. The lack of a road study is the reason that makes me think, why didn't they do it? Who is really responsible for this? What leadership did not decide to do a road study? Like, I don't get that. Like, that is such a, jumping off point for new construction. And then it was asked about, right? Tommy Gobble asked about it a bunch of times.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
That's
I'll give him some
not
credit
cool.
for that. I actually told him that. I saw him at local business, and I told him that.
Does he ever
I was
ask about
proud
me?
of
I've never met him.
He never mentioned.
He didn't bring
Chuck.
me up at all?
No, I'm sorry.
It's no big deal. I don't care. Whatever.
Yeah.
Never mind. I take it back. I can't remember the commissioner brought it up about the road study. Can't remember his name.
I mean,
no,
that's-
Tommy Gobble did.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. Like it's that's not a partisan thing, right? That's we probably need one of these. We're gonna, sink all this money into this place. Even though the report in the Jackson Sun, there was a whole lot more pros for it being over on Passmore.
Yeah. I have a question for Rick, since he kind of throws things at me all the
Good
time.
luck getting him to answer.
What do you think about the actual races in city council? We've got Tara Skinner versus Frank McMean, and then the other one is what's the other one?
Byron Elam versus Larry Lowrance.
That's right, Byron. So who do you like on those, Rick? I'm just curious.
Actually, you've got two of the most brilliant minds that have ever been on the city council.
Thank you.
Declare we're out of here because we're tired of the stupidity that surrounds us. Okay, that's why you have these little elections.
So Paul
And then
Taylor said that?
wait.
Okay.
I'm not finished.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
So
I
one
don't
of
think you said that,
these seats, okay, one of these seats was left open and unchallenged. Imagine that. See, this is Chuckles and I have already had this conversation while you were doing whatever you do. But
He's a
realtor. Yeah, Remax real estate.
You don't want to have the public at your commission meeting.
Not true.
You don't publicize. You don't publicize.
Why don't we go back? I asked you a
the
question,
fact-
so I guess
Wait. Let me say.
Going back to
Even though they don't have to go there and waste their gasoline, they could certainly pull up your meeting on their computer if they had one. But
that's
a
fair.
large percentage of your population don't have one. See?
Okay.
So, again, that's how your hidden agenda gets propagated around here. And the reason that I ask about the agenda review meeting is that, in my experience, I used to waste my time and go to the old Hickory Academy building that you've now turned into the finance office down there on Hollyweed.
That's
but,
because
that would only make
Whoa. Did he say Hollyweed?
He did say that. The county
That's
bought
a little
that
funny.
from University School of Jackson. So
yeah,
the way you describe things is interesting sometimes.
It is.
I mean,
I
it
like
was
the
a
way
legitimate purchase. I mean,
was it not a legitimate purchase?
So, typically what you end up having is you have the vice chairman sitting there with maybe one participant. Maybe there's two or three now. I don't know. Tony should tell us how many people show up at the agenda review meeting because his brother commissioners that meet at the real estate office, they never show up at the agenda review meeting. Never.
It's
ever.
hit and miss, Rick. It depends. Some people come and some people don't. I think more people should come. I agree with that point. But I mean, I've missed the last 2 caucus meetings. But these are part-time jobs, so sometimes people just can't make it. There's a thing called a phone where you call and say, well, what did I miss, or is there anything that I should know? There's other ways to communicate in this world.
You don't ever go to the agenda review meeting because you've already called over, or they're in a private business to spew out all of what y'all are about to do in your meeting.
But don't you get that? I mean, they have is it called a supermajority? I know it is in like the House of Tennessee, but would it not be called a supermajority in Madison County of Republicans?
Yeah, I mean, it's close to it if it's not.
Yeah, it feels like a supermajority.
Only by name only.
Well, they're not Republican. Don't you think, Rick, is the decider on who is and who is not Republican? Like, there are people, and I'm not going to name them, but there are people on the commission who will say that other people aren't Republican. And I'm like, guys, we have to stop telling people that, like, you don't get the right to decide what somebody is and is not.
Yeah.
None of us have to be bathed in any of your bathwater to be a Republican.
Yeah.
There's not Rick, not these other people who shall forever remain nameless on this program. You don't have to bathe in their bath. They don't tell you that you're Republican or not. They don't give you a secret tattoo. This is not the Masons. There's not a secret handshake that Republicans have, to my knowledge, right? You don't go to a house party in Windchase and drop your key in a bowl and then pull out another key and see what door it opens. It's not one of those parties.
No.
It's not that. It's not that. You decide if you're Republican, but I think it's a dangerous precedent for a party that I am a member of through my decision-making, my voting, my experiences as a small business owner. But I do see the dangerous precedent that's being set by the left and the right, because there's people on the left, we talked about this earlier when Tom Scuteri was on here, that don't think that that don't think that Bill Maher is liberal enough yet. That he's a moderate.
I was listening to that.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Bill Maher's not a moderate. But when these parties start running so far away, like, no, you're not Republican. You know what you're going to do? And maybe this is what I'm rooting for. Maybe you are going to create a third party, because God knows we need one. But I'm telling you, everybody out there in the city of Jackson right now, come close to even if you're driving, put it in neutral, stick your head down by where your speakers are. Listen, there is not an elected official in this town, or a person who is ahead of something, or a radio caller, or a talk show host, or your neighbor, or your pastor. None of them can tell you where you fall politically. That is one of the last freedoms that we still have. You do not have to go to their bathwater of righteousness and indignation and get bathed in it to be welcomed into the club. That is not how it works. And Rick, I'm not just banging on you here. I'm not banging on you a little bit, but I'm banging on, I've got a friend who holds a position in this town, and he was pulled to the side after a meeting and said, you're not an active Republican. I was like, dude, miss me with that. Miss me with that. You don't get to decide what anybody is. That's not how it works. It's a dangerous precedent to set. Now, they can say, well, you can't be a member of this party of the local. Okay, gotcha, playa. But no, if someone ever treats you that way, just know that they are not the decision maker. Not your pastor, not your elected official, not your talk radio caller, not your talk radio host. That's not how it works. You actually get to decide for you where you line up politically. Embrace that freedom. Go ahead, Rick.
No, you don't get to realign.
Yeah, you do.
No,
you do.
All of that's garbage.
Yeah.
What you have to do is you have to watch the incompetence of the county clown commission not functioning and not doing their job. And if they're going to claim that they are conservatives, then eliminate and quit spending money like it falls from the sky on stupid stuff and do the basics of what you're sworn to do. You know, when you go out and you cut an underhanded behind the door underneath the table and the county clown commission bows down to Brother Deaton, the monkey shine man, and you allow him to go out and spend millions of dollars more than the property that he bought without the request or approval of the Madison County School Board to put a cinder block building, and then on top of that, wait 5 years to get with your city mayor and have them do a traffic study, since it's the city road that you're anticipating on using because the pig path won't work anymore. And not only that, then you convolute that issue with the town leadership. And they are more concerned with spending money on the bypass, which is a state-funded activity. But yet they want to commingle that with a stupid roundabout that you've already wasted $3.5 million on, and you still have a flooding problem on Dedrick and Highland. See, so Tony, when he comes on the radio and he wants to talk about Aerosmith, that's all well and good. All I want.
What's
Tony
your favorite
to do,
Aerosmith song?
You know, I saw Aerosmith once upon a time.
I bet that was a good time.
When I was doing undercover work.
I bet that is that when you were grabbing up the trannies?
Rick, we love when you call in, but you repeat yourself a lot, and I think.
Well, no, actually, you do too. No, bottom line is, we need for you to go to work and do your job.
It takes time, Rick. We're trying.
This
buddy.
is why I love Tony so much, because I let Rick just give him hell now. Normally I'll slide Rick down. I just give him to it. Rick, we're going to find out the information, because you do ask good questions. Tony, do you know what we owe it's for the city? And you may not. It's not fair. You probably don't walk around with those numbers.
I know that the county, we don't want to get above $100,000. I know we're paying it down. And we're
$100,000?
$100 million on
I was
debt.
about to say, great news.
Yeah, it'd be great if it was $100,000.
Yeah.
But I do know that interest rates are high now, and I don't think we're going to borrow any money for a while until they go back down, because that's just not smart.
Yeah.
I mean, we locked a lot of this in for low rates, and that's great.
Do we have any balloon notes, or is that just tomfoolery or chicanery?
So. Honestly, I'll double check, but I really don't think that's true.
Do I have any balloon notes? That's
I don't
good
think
news.
so.
That's good news.
Yeah.
Do we have any payday loans?
No.
As a
that's
county?
for sure.
Okay. I mean, if I find out that y'all have taking the title to Gary Deaton's car up there, I'm not going to be happy with you guys.
I want to know what the monkey business he keeps on. What does that mean?
I'm going to Google it. It's actually got a word. It's kind of funny.
Okay.
My favorite part of the song, then we're coming right back on Walker Talks. Tuesdays with Tony, our Catholic consigliere of RE/MAX Realty, Tony Niehoff.
Hi, my name is Scott Conger. When I ran for mayor, my commitment was to make Jackson the best it can be for us and future generations. I want Jackson to be a place that my children will want to call home. Over the past 4 years, we've restored fiscal responsibility, reduced our debt by $33 million, and produced a budget surplus of $21 million. We've increased funding to fire and police departments, and we've had a 19% reduction in crime. We've made historic investments in infrastructure and quality of life, and invested $3 million per year in street resurfacing. The mayor's race is nonpartisan, so that we can focus on what matters in Jackson, not Washington. Our schools, our jobs, our people, our neighborhoods. That's what matters. Party politics too often focus on what divides us. By putting people over politics, we build a stronger community for everyone. We've accomplished so much, but now it's time for us to dream even bigger for our city. I need your help to build a better tomorrow, and I'm asking for your vote for me, Scott Conger, for mayor on May 2nd. Paid for by Scott Conger for mayor, Lonnie Harris, treasurer.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer? Copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years, commercial and residential maintenance, as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Are you tired of the stresses of everyday life? Do you need a break? Indulge yourself at Bogey's Dream Studio. Experience the very best massage therapy. Shane specializes in hot oil stone massage, which will melt away your tension and leave you feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. Self-care is important. Regular massage will strengthen your immune system, decrease joint inflammation, and help you enjoy better quality of sleep. Bogey's Dream Studio will help you achieve a relaxed mind and body. Why wait? Call now. 731-402-0172. That's 731-402-0172 for the very best massage experience you'll ever have. Let Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage take you to a dreamy state of relaxation. Call 731-402-0172. That's Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage, 401 Federal Drive, Jackson.
My name's Tommy Bland, and I just received the BioT hormone replacement therapy. For BioT, I was just not hitting on all cylinders. I didn't feel like myself. I was constantly fatigued, brain fog, lack of energy, searching for something natural, something that I could use to help benefit my body and help maybe take me back to where I once was. And while I was waiting in the waiting room, I saw a pop-up advertisement there, and I started reading over all the symptoms, and I went down the list. They all pertain to me. My experience with Ms. Kim Nichols, my case manager for BioT, was great. She was very informative, put me at ease, went through everything step by step, knew exactly what to expect and what the outcome was going to be in the end. After BioT, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. I can get off work, go home, catch my second wind, and I'm off to the races again. It doesn't matter if I'm working, selling cars, or if I'm on the boat fishing a tournament, I'm back to my old self again.
Give us a call at 731-318-5827 or visit our website at advancedrehabjackson.com for more.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
Yes, I understand that every life must end. As we settle on, I know someday we must go on.
You know who this is.
Good old Willie.
And his son Lucas.
He just turned 90.
He is such an American
He was
treasure.
on stage with Billy Strings.
Now I saw that, and it was good. Now that we've lost Betty White, Willie Nelson is the person we need to wrap in bubble wrap.
I mean,
and just let him. He probably enjoys jam bands.
He does probably. You're right. What's amazing is I think he still smokes cigarettes and other things, and he's still 90. Like, he's made it this far.
He gets after the weed.
Yeah. I missed that concert that we had in Jackson years ago when he came, and I don't know what I was doing, but I didn't go.
That's one of the many reasons I just hate myself.
Yeah. I wonder if Snoop will ever come back.
Well, no, not after the way y'all treated him. Weren't you on the commission when y'all banned Snoop?
No, not me. Before my time.
God, Willie's so great.
I've
That's a
seen
Pearl Jam
Willie.
song.
I saw Willie, I think, one time in
That's what I heard.
Early 2000s.
This comes in.
Some festival.
Our advanced rehab text line. So some of these we got to put in context because I've gotten behind on them and I apologize. We're a very busy program. And we love that. We love you guys out there. If you want to get in with us, 731-265-6496 is our CWA development phone line number. Our advanced rehab text line. 731-800-8398. Tony, this comes in and says Bull would take checkbook for car payments.
Okay.
For Naked and Afraid. Remember? What would you take? I'm taking CarMax, no doubt about it. What would you take?
I mean, if I had two items.
Do you get two? I think they give you a Flint, right?
Yeah, they give you the fire
and then you get
starter
to
now.
take, yeah.
I'd definitely take a mosquito net because
Okay.
the bug thing will drive me nuts.
Yeah, no kidding.
I think they give you a fire starter in a pot now, so
Yeah.
I'd take fishing line and a mosquito net.
You get to take that much? I mean, at that point, you're just camping.
Well, I mean, you don't have any clothes on, so it's a little different.
I think freaks do that too. Google that for me, Tony. Use your phone. Don't use a company computer, Tony, to Google that. Do people naked camp?
I'm sure.
Are people naked camping out there?
They probably are, I'm sure. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that's wise, but
Don't camp naked.
I wonder how much these people get paid. Because, really, I mean,
I
you
think
have
they
to
do
get paid
it to like
something.
prove it to themselves, don't they?
I mean, would you? I mean, I wouldn't do it unless someone paid me. I just don't know if that's really a smart decision.
I would not either.
It's a great way to lose weight, though. I mean,
Right. So I'm considering it just for the weight loss benefits. This comes in on our advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says Aerosmith is in St. Louis in October. We just catch a flight.
That's right.
Air
You
Choice
can.
One, right?
We
Or
could.
what is it now? What's the name of it? Did I say that wrong?
Allegiant, maybe?
Legion Air?
Legion?
Yeah, you know what I'm
something like that.
We got one airport in Jackson. You know the one I'm talking about. I don't want to say it wrong.
I prefer driving. I don't like small planes. That's just me.
I'm wiener too. I'm the same way. Like, nah. I've heard the story of Leonard
If it's got
Skinner.
a propeller, I'm a little sketchy.
I know. I'm that way too. This comes in and says Billy Strings is awesome, but Brad Paisley is really baller on the guitar. And this is from a phenomenal guitarist, one of the best guitarists in this town.
Awesome.
This is a guy that sent this in.
I know who Brad Paisley is, but I've ever studied his guitar licks. Not
Yeah,
really. No.
he's actually really good. He is very good.
Well, I wonder about this texter if he's still out there. Trey Anastasio with Fish is a really good guitar player. You may hate his music, but dude can play.
He's
got like 20 pedals in front of him. He does all these different things with it, which is what's amazing. So, but Billy Strings is crazy. I've never seen anybody play an acoustic guitar like that. He has pedals in front of him as well, and he does things that I'm like, can you really do that with an acoustic guitar? That's what makes really Billy Strings so incredible, is because he's doing stuff nobody's ever done
bending
before.
them and stuff.
I'm
with
just
you.
doing stuff that's not been done before. That's what an artist does, right?
Yeah.
Like your wife, she paints stuff that's never been done before.
Right.
That's
it couldn't
a
be done
different kind
again.
of
It's
art.
abstract.
But,
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm completely with you there, and I agree with that. This comes in our advanced rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says, I wonder how much more money the county has to spend because of the funding of the school system. That's the largest expense of the county,
yeah,
right?
there's a certain amount that we're required to spend per how many students there are. It's called maintenance of effort. So yeah.
Is that spending or is that reallocation? Like, does that money come down from the state and then get reallocated
No, it's
to the
local
school?
money. The state gives some money. The federal government typically gives some money in most
Okay.
states, and Tennessee still gets federal money. and then the local government. So it's a percentage.
Okay.
I can't tell you exactly what that is right now, but that's how it works.
I got you. All right. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, number 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. It says, I want to be on a Pro-Am edition of Naked and Afraid. Oh, a professional amateur edition of Naked and Afraid with me and Sofia Vergara.
Well,
yes.
why not?
Yes. Yes, sign. Yes, that's fair.
Why not?
Because it just for the comedic benefit of a celebrity being out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would not be the worst. I wonder if I mean, obviously it would not be Sofia Vergara, but it could probably be some D-listers that would maybe do something like that.
I don't know.
D-listers are always doing weird stuff like that.
Yeah. The interesting part of the show is when they meet the person they're with, and there was one show where they didn't know it was going to be a dude, and he was like, "Oh, it's a dude," and then they were like, "Okay, I thought it'd be a chick," and he was disappointed. You could tell.
Well, yes, I know why men go on the show. I don't know why women go on the show. But I get why the man would show up.
You don't think women not looking at men?
Have they? Well, it's always been my experience they have. But let me ask you this: Have they ever dated? I don't watch the show regularly, but has there been a couple because Survivor, which was one of the first reality shows, the first shows of that type that kind of was successful.
People got together.
People hooked up, like Rob and somebody else. Got married and dated.
I'm sure
Boston Rob and whatever that
Googled
girl's name was.
Dove in the internet or whatever. There probably is some stuff out there. I've never looked for it.
Yeah,
so
I mean, but no shower for 30 days or whatever, 2 weeks, 30, whatever it is.
Yeah,
that's tough.
I think after 24, 48 hours, it's more like let's just try to survive. I'm not worried
7
about
years into the marriage,
that stuff so much, But who knows?
I mean, I don't know. You can find a nice creek and a little bit of soap.
I mean, there were a few shows I've watched because I've watched most of them where you're like, yeah, I wonder if they were doing stuff because they were kind of they were really getting along. So
I mean, you're out there in inordinate conditions. I'm sure you're bored.
But there's a crew that follows you around, so I wonder, that may make it a little difficult. So, but I wanted to address Rick. Just looked at my government email.
Okay,
we send our caucus to 77 media members, including Gabe Hart, Brandon Shields, all kinds of people.
Including Gabe Hart. Gabe Hart actually does some stuff with the station here.
I mean, I've known
writes
Gabe
articles
since high school, so we don't agree on every political issue, but he's welcome to come. I mean, that's fine.
He's welcome to come.
I mean, he probably would come one time.
Of course he would.
Yeah.
Gabe's very misunderstood.
He gets the email, so he knows it's there.
He gets the email. He goes,
it's a Gmail, though. It may get spammed for him.
He goes, media people and Gabe Hart. Poor Gabe.
Gabe's not really media, is he?
Yes, he does work. He writes. You're not getting on our stinking website?
I know he's on the website, but would you call Gabe media?
You call me media? You call you media?
You've called yourself not media many times.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do that just to be funny. But of course, this is Big J journalism here. Breaking stories.
He's quasi-media.
Very influential. No, of course I'm not media. I'm a talking head, right? I'm a personality at best.
Talking Heads, that's a good band.
A personality at best is what I am, and that's all I've ever aspired to be.
Hey, we just try to have fun on the show. That's what I like.
I don't like to brag, but I do have a press pass, so that's what I'm going to use to get in Aerosmith in St. Louis. Like, y'all ever heard of News Talk West Tennessee? Because I'm here to cover this band.
You don't have a TLSAA card, though. That gets me in sporting events.
Ooh, no, I don't have one of those. But I got a press pass. It gets me into those, too.
That's right. You're versatile. You can go to a bunch of them.
Of course. I can go anything I want to.
That's right.
Gets me anywhere I need to go. Got a couple.
Play some Bela Fleck next. We only have 15 minutes.
We only do. Good afternoon. Welcome in. Good afternoon. Welcome in.
Hey, you said something about going a long time without having a shower and attraction between male and female.
Right. I would imagine that would be a deterrent.
I'm not a biological AI yet, but when you get to King Henry VIII, he didn't want a very fresh woman. Guess how long a woman had to go without taking a bath?
I don't know, and I don't want to.
That was a long time ago.
I actually know.
Oh, God, boy.
9 months. If she had bathed in the last 9 months, she was too fresh.
That's kind of gross.
King Henry VIII. The the founder of.
I think
the
even
Church
some
of
hippies
England.
would have a problem with that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, see, today we don't know about pheromones. There's a lot of things that we don't know about ourselves today because we've aged so often. And I would tell you one thing that a man has that you probably don't know about because we've aged so much. And
Tony, you want to address this one? What do you have?
I don't know if I want to know that.
Go ahead. What do men have that we don't know about, Bull?
Look up smegma. Look at smegma on a man.
Oh.
Nobody knows what that is.
No, okay. I'm out. I don't even like the way that word sounds. Do not Google that either, people. That's not an endorsement to Google. Bull. Tony, if you pull that up, make sure you don't do that on a work computer. Get the FBI in here. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, I'm not saying this on the radio.
Okay. Get out of here. Ugh.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
So I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
I was lying on the grass of Sunday morning of last week, indulging in my self-defeat. My mind was thugged, all laced and bugged, all twisted, wrong and beat. Uncomfortable, 3 feet deep. Now the fuzzy
All right, welcome back into Walker Talks. There's a jam band for you. Lynn, Still My Sunshine.
I've never heard of that one.
You never heard this song?
Oh, this song I've heard, but this isn't a jam band.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
You know these people are on drugs. That's how it's about a jam band. Are you on drugs? Are you a jam bander?
I mean,
are you on the drugs?
What 80% of artists probably use drugs. I would think all genres.
Why would you just say that? We don't know that to be true.
Come on, Chuck.
Gospel singers?
I mean, Elvis used drugs.
No.
Was he a jam band?
No, he did not.
The Beatles? Don't think they used drugs?
Oh, yeah, Yellow Submarine. That was the start of those jam band weirdos. Yellow Submarine and all the other crap they put out there. Remember the Helter Skelter, how weird that song was?
Yeah, they were out there.
Yeah, they got on some acid. I mean, again.
Yeah.
But again, if you're out there and you're wanting to jam without drug use, here you go.
This is not jam band music. Stop.
Just saying. Jam band for non-drug head.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just kidding. You guys know I love you out there, all you dorks that like that mess. I love you all. This comes in, Tony, our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. It's a link. It says guitar player from Jackson. He has toured the world playing with the greats.
Oh, cool.
Ooh, this is Ugly with Marvin Hill. Okay, and we're going to play this, especially if he's from Jackson. Hold on, let me crank this up here as we're quickly winding down.
And some blues.
Yeah. Talk sexy to me there. I like that.
That's good.
Yeah, this is jam band for non-drug users.
So we can agree that we both like blues.
Oh gosh, yes.
Okay.
Like, and this right here.
This is B.B. King type stuff.
If you're going to not sing for an extended period of time, then you better make that guitar sing. Like, shut your face. This guy's amazing. Marlon Hill. When do you get him on the show, Tony?
We should.
Maybe we can jam out together.
I shared the amp schedule. He's not on the amp schedule, but he needs to be.
Yeah, that dude right there is baller.
We'll get Julie on that since that's a city thing. So
yeah, Little J journalism. Yeah, we can get that handled. Sure. You were telling me a story about when you and your now wife, but at the time was not your wife, right? Y'all were dating.
That's right.
Went to Bonnaroo.
The third Bonnaroo.
The third Bonnaroo, which is oftenly referred to as the Great Collection of the Unbathed.
Yeah, I mean, Bonnaroo was, yeah.
It's nasty. There's 2,000 people
some dirty
in
people.
a field peeing in a ditch.
That's true.
It's disgusting.
It was better than the porta potty.
That's where people cook meth to keep it out of the rain. At Bonnaroo.
There was no meth at Bonnaroo, I don't think, Chuck.
Okay.
No.
There was no meth at Bonnaroo?
They were using natural drugs, not battery acid and
dear
whatever
God.
that stuff is, probably.
Oh.
I mean, it's Drano. Why would you put that in your system? That's just stupid.
You know, when I owned the restoration company, you remember back when I owned my restoration company, we started another business called methamphetamine restoration. And we were going to do the house and stuff. And so I went to Fayetteville, North Carolina for like 2 weeks. And the first week, they literally teach you almost how to make it. And they do that so you know what to look for, signs and stuff, safety things like that, explosives things. I mean, they don't do it to encourage you to make it.
Right.
But you're like, man, if you're smart enough to make this, because it's not easy.
Yeah.
Like, you know
and
what I mean?
It's dangerous. It can
blow
up
You
and
can
stuff.
kill yourself real quick. So you got to have some sense about you. But then the question becomes, why in the heck would you ever put it in your body?
Or even be exposed to the gases, which is dangerous as well.
Yeah. It's awful.
You
then
probably
kids
know more than
and
me.
stuff. It was a horrible thing.
Yeah.
Horrible thing. This comes in. It's okay. Can't read that. Oh man. Oh, dadgummit. I hate to hear that, but there are some. I'll show you this text in a sec, Tone. There are some people that has happened to, and that's just awful. And some ridiculously talented people. This guy's great. This guy is great here. I would not go to Bonnaroo because of the dirty people. It's literally, and then you got traffic. So you don't bathe for a weekend, and you immediately have to find the nearest health department as soon as you leave Bonnaroo.
Nah.
You've got to get a tetanus shot, a penicillin shot. You're definitely starting a round of antibiotics if you want to keep everything in place.
So you've never been to a festival in your life?
Where I slept outside?
Really?
No, like slept outside?
Yeah, you've never slept in a tent in your life?
Yeah, like most of the night.
But like at like the river or something?
No,
you're not gonna get into that.
Yeah, it was high school. And
well, the reason I
she
took
wanted
my
parents
wife is because I was gonna see if she would pass the Bonnaroo test.
Right.
So
this was a test for your wife.
Test? Well, she, some ladies may be a little like whiny.
Some ladies may not want to be out there with rampant drug use for a weekend amongst the great unbathed.
Let me tell you,
where people are literally laying in their own vomit and urine.
That year it rained quite a bit, and
So
I whined more than her. So she reminds me to this day, 18 years later,
That you were the
whined
sissy.
more than her. I wasn't the sissy.
You
but I
were the
was-
Justin Trudeau.
I didn't like the rain. I was like, the rain sucks. I mean, who wants to go to a concert in the rain? I mean, that's not really ideal.
When Prince played Purple Rain at the Super Bowl and it was raining.
All right, so maybe
that's
there's
it.
some small.
That's the
exceptions.
list. That's
Yeah,
the list.
yeah.
That's the whole time.
Yeah.
Tony, we have election coverage tonight.
We do.
Starting at 6,
a big
we
deal.
are going to be covering the Jackson City Council races, the mayor race.
Yep.
We are going to know.
Get out and vote, Jackson. It's a big deal. We need to
Potentially,
do it.
yeah. Your voting goes till 7.
Got Tara Skinner versus Frank McMean, District 5.
Yep.
And then the other one was I keep forgetting the other one.
Byron Elam, District 5, and Larry Lowrance.
That was not District 5.
Well, it's a district. At
That's
least.
District 6.
Whatever.
Yeah.
It's close.
And then there's, 6 people running for mayor? Ray Condrey, Scott Conger, Dale Hubbard, Paul Sherrod, Lisa Williams-Lyons, and Jerry Wayne Woods.
Jerry Wayne Woods. We're going to have you covered today. We're going to have a good time tonight. You can get all your election coverage live here, newstalk965.com. Download our apps. Listen to us at 96.5 FM. Get one more here before the break. You got to go quick. Good afternoon. Welcome in. Go ahead.
Chuck, Tony, how you doing?
Hey,
Dan.
Hey, we're right up against the break. Can you call back tomorrow? No, go ahead.
No,
He's
I
too
can't
hard.
call back tomorrow, but I'll be glad to talk today. If you just want to pot me up, if you guys lose, just let me pot it up.
Just let me pot it
up. But tell Melissa to keep an ear on it, though. I don't want to get outside of any FCC guidelines.
Oh, we've already handled that today.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I figured with Tony in there. I know Tony gets butt wild crazy. Tony's going to be at the Election Commission office tonight.
Yes, I'm going to help you guys out. I'm excited.
Help us out. You part of the family.
I appreciate it, yeah.
It's going to be fun because you can tell us what people are wearing.
Hey.
We did some interviews, some man on the street interviews.
There could be some protesters out there. You
Yes. Oh my lord. Oh, you could be with action.
Yeah,
that could be
there's,
fun.
Yeah.
Take a camera.
Good thing I got. Yes, go ahead.
I
Dan.
had somebody threw some paint on this guy out there. It turned out to be a pimp wearing a rabbit fur coat, and they thought I did it, and I said, "Look, it wasn't me. It was some guy. It was some Democrat pretending to be me. But no, I tell you, they Lori and everyone at the Election Commission office, they do a marvelous job.
Yeah, Lori does a good job, definitely. No doubt.
In fact, I checked my voter registration card while I was there because a lady walked in to get one, and I was like, "Geez, I don't know where it's at." And she said, "Give me your driver's license." They printed me off one right there. So if you're missing your card, I'd get down there.
That's
now I'm
right.
headed by.
Or you can call them. They could probably look it up.
Andrew
on the phone.
Jackson.
Yeah, they could look it up
Hey,
on the
by Andrew
phone as
Jackson
well.
Road right now.
Yeah.
Pardon?
I said, I'm sure if you called them, they could tell you where to vote. I mean, there's probably somebody that's
Oh, I
going to
knew
answer
it
the
was
phone.
vote. I just needed a card.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Yeah, that's what you mean, yeah.
The only one I had left over was the one that Mickey Mouse card that was using.
I do know, Dan. I can tell you, my district for the county has city in it, and you vote at Sacred Heart now, not the Bells or the church that we had changed to. It's actually changed from the fire station to a church over off Windy City. Now it's Sacred Heart's gym. So.
No, what I was talking about is the Mickey Mouse card. I couldn't find
Mickey
it.
Mouse Club card.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You hear every year it's so many people voted as Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Right.
I'd like to see somebody try that. You try that and then enjoy your time in
You could write them in.
penitentiary.
Yeah.
But hey, listen, what I wanted to say is we've got coming up next. I know y'all have a big audience. We're running Gay Partner podcast with all the mayoral candidates that
how do I
coming to
fire
a
that?
podcast. Pull that up, Chuck, through the desktop.
Okay, through our website?
Yeah, through the website, just like, back in the day.
I've never been to our website. What's it look like?
I know that's why we put a photo of you on it. We knew
and I've actually go there and I've actually saved that. It's on my OnlyFans now.
Hey, Dan, the setup in the studio is a lot better. I'm sure you had something to do with that.
We need a mouse up in here.
I paid a year in advance on your OnlyFans. The TV in the lobby, the big TV. Gina said earlier, well, Chuck was good on camera. I said, well, you'd have a hard time convincing him of that. But
he doesn't even wear makeup either.
Well, that's not true. I have my eyeliner tattooed.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm on our website. You go to shows.
Podcast.
Okay, go to podcast. Here I am.
Yeah, top of the page, podcast. Get the drop down box and. I know we ran.
Station ID. Hold on. 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
No, that's just a legal thing there, Dan. Don't worry about that. Go ahead.
Hey, podcasts are great. I mean, it's a big deal now.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM, Parker's Crossroads, Jackson. Daryl Hubbard's and Lisa Lines are up today.
I got it here.
Daryl.
We're about to start the podcast.
They did a great job with that.
They did. Gabe is he's a rock star for us. We appreciate him.
Yeah, and since I got you guys on the phone, I couldn't set up because the tables that they're going to set up us up on are the tables they use for the county.
Mm-hmm.
And
you want Tony to make some phone calls?
Chuck, if you'll start off at 6. I'll run down with Tony, get Tony all set, then I'll come back.
That'll be perfect, my friend. I can definitely do that. Nothing like doing 7-8 hours of radio in a day. So love it.
It's for democracy. It's for our representative republic.
It's our last bastion.
And I know you love America.
That's right.
I know that Dan Reeves can sell anything. Look at my man working here. All right, Dan, we're going to do the podcast right here. The first one is Daryl Hubbard, and this is with Gabe Hart. And then after that will be Lisa Williams-Lyons. Then we're going to have Jerry Woods and Mayor Scott Conger.
Well, now, Jerry Woods and Mayor Conger were yesterday.
Okay, that's what I was saying as I was listening. And so that's what I meant when I said it. Like, we're going to have them because we've already been there. And so this is theater of the mind, Dan. This is theater of the mind.
I don't want to fight today. I'm just out of energy, I tell you.
Yep.
I get not really, but I'm saving it up.
Right.
All right, fellas, great show. And Tony, I'll see you, I guess, at the station or meet at the election commission at 6.
I'll call you later. We'll discuss details.
That don't sound good when a dude says, I'll call you.
Don't call me. I'll call you. It's not you. It's me.
Hey, I'm a detail guy. I got to make sure I'm on time. So, but it's exciting time in Jackson.
Right.
Jackson, get out and vote because like I said, you really shouldn't complain if you didn't vote.
And Dan, what time do you need me to come save your show? 5? I don't know how I worded that the best. Hold on.
If you come in at 6, and I'll head right down to the commission.
All right.
Tony.
I can handle that, my friend.
All right, fellas. I'll see you guys later.
All right, Dan. We have to go. Goodbye. All right. Goodbye. All right, Tony. Here we go. We're starting off. Daryl Hubbard, podcast time, interviewed by Gabe Hart. Here we go. We will see you tonight.
That's right.
6 o'clock. Let's go, Tone.
Let's do it.
The Catholic Consigliere Remax Realty. Tony Nihal. Feel free to use the Catholic Consigliere on your business cards. I love the way it sounds.
Hey, I fucking spell it.
Uh-oh. Now we got it. My bad. Tell them goodbye, Tony.
Different kind of music there. Those don't blend together.
No. Daryl Hubbard interview with Gabe Hart. Podcast playing now. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Welcome to this episode of Conversations with the Candidates. Conversations with the Candidates is a quick series on the Stories We Tell podcast that will spotlight the candidates running for city mayor. This year there are 5 candidates running. 4 have committed to episodes as of now. And today we'll be speaking with Daryl Hubbard, who has been city court clerk for a while. But prior to taking that position, Daryl found himself coming to West Tennessee to help start the West Tennessee School for the Deaf. I remember Daryl playing church league basketball with my dad when I was in middle school. I would go to their games, and I would watch him play, and that has been sort of my long-lasting memory of Mr. Hubbard. And when I saw that he was running for mayor, all I could remember is that nice jump shot he had from the baseline all those years ago. But over the course of our conversation, I learned a lot more about him. I learned that he is passionate about the criminal justice system. I learned that he is passionate about his community. And I gained a little insight as to why he feels it is his time to run for mayor and to lead Jackson. So we hope you enjoyed this episode of Conversations with the Candidates with mayoral candidate Daryl Hubbard.
Grew up in Detroit, Michigan.
That explains your Wolverines.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right. So you grew up in Detroit. How
Yes,
did you
sir.
end up in Jackson?
Actually, I went to school at Knoxville College at HBCU in Knoxville, Tennessee. And when I graduated from college, I started working at the Tennessee School for the Deaf.
Okay.
And then they said, we want to open up a school in Jackson. Do you mind going there and open up the school in Jackson? And I said, of course. So
Had you ever been to Jackson?
Never
before?
been to Jackson before.
So you're in Knoxville.
I'm in Knoxville. I've been through here.
Okay.
Going to Memphis and maybe Arkansas.
So you weren't surprised at how flat it was then when?
Not really,
All right.
because Detroit's flat too, so I
That's a
kind of
good
like
point.
that.
Anytime anybody ever asks me where I'm from, I say Tennessee, and they always start talking about the mountains. And I'm like, nah, man, I'm on the flat,
Flat,
side.
yes.
It's the less entertaining side of Tennessee.
Oh, I love the
So-
flatness.
But you like the
because
okay.
I had a stick shift, and boy, in Knoxville, driving a stick shift could be
Lot of
very, very
hills.
interesting. Yes.
So what made you want? I guess you said the HBCU in Knoxville.
Yes, Knoxville College.
Is that what brought you to the South from Detroit?
Yes. I had a younger brother who was playing football at the time at Knoxville College. I was working at Chrysler on the assembly line, and he said, "Man, this is beautiful down here." He said, "Why don't you come down?" Because I wanted to be a basketball player, and so I said, "Sure." So Chrysler had a layoff like in December, around Christmas time. So I said, I can go down here and see if I like it, and then if I don't, I can come on back and continue this occupation. And I'm glad I did.
So speaking of basketball, I don't know if you remember this, but I remember, and I think I told you this when you and I were on Corey Curry's show.
Yes, sir.
Back in like about a year ago. I remember you playing church league with my dad.
Yes,
I
sir.
was little.
Yes.
And I was like, but I remember your name that whole time. You played guard. You could shoot. I
Yes.
was like, that's how I know Daryl Hubbard, and it's from Calvary Baptist.
Baptist Church, yes. We
basketball.
I'm pretty sure we were the champions now. I can't swear to that, but I think we were the champions.
So you still play at all?
No.
Oh, you hung that up?
Hung that up a long time ago. I try to coach. I'm still coaching a little bit, but no longer playing. I might ref every now and then, but now the games pass me.
I turned 43 last October, and I still play a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I played up until I was about 37 or 30. I was playing
full court
all the time. Full court. In the 35-minute league in Bolivar. I played in that one year.
Okay.
And then I used to play at the Y here when it was open.
Yes, I played at the Y all the time.
Man, I love the Y.
I love the Y. Yeah, we had a nice little thing.
But
going.
now I get out there, and I usually just play half court at the lift, and it's with guys in their 20s. And it just
half court to me is harder than full court a
It's a
lot of
grind.
times because you got to stay with your man on both sides and you can't even
Nope.
separate.
I know.
So
There's no resting in half court.
There's
Like,
no
it's not as much
resting.
running, but you don't
No,
stop.
yeah, you don't stop.
That's the thing. So after you moved to Jackson, how long did it take you to sort of get involved in the political scene in Jackson, or would you consider yourself even involved in the political scene?
I was not really involved in the political scene. I don't know if you remember, I wrote a column for the Jackson Sun. And when I wrote my column, of course, when you write, people say, man, you ought to run for something. You ought to run for something. And I was like, I don't know. And so finally, somebody, and I can't remember who I said, why don't you run for city court clerk? It was a picture. I think Linda Higgins was the city court clerk at the time. And she decided she was going to run for a circuit court clerk. So it was an empty position. So I said, I'll try that. Didn't know what it was. Didn't know what it entailed. Didn't even know what being an elected official meant. And so I ran for it, and luckily it was like 6 of us, and I won, and I avoided a runoff, which made, it was 5 or 6 of us, which made it made me even more happy because I didn't want to be in a runoff.
Right.
So I won the runoff, and the thing about city court was that of all the court clerks here, it paid the least, and we got general session jurisdiction, which increased the workload, but I was still the lowest paid clerk in Jackson, which I did that for about 4 terms. And Mayor Gist offered me a little raise to open up an environmental court. He said, I would, give you a raise if you would do the environmental court. And I said, sure, I'll do it, take a raise. And then maybe 2 terms ago, I finally got the same pay as the rest of the clerks. And that's when everything started happening.
So back up real quick. Tell me, because this may be a dumb question, what are the responsibilities of the city court clerk?
The city court clerk is responsible. The job is supposed to entail running the court, like supervising, making sure, timesheets are done, money's turned in, employees are doing what they're supposed to do. The job actually morphed into I became a clerk. So for about 20 years, I could not take off work because we were short-staffed. So, and then 8 of those years, I worked every day because we did court via the internet and so video arraignments. And so because I don't know if you ever want to go down there, I'll take you one morning. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, and everybody who's been arrested the previous day, and on Mondays, everybody who's been arrested Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday will be in arraignments. And it is very, very difficult. I'm not going to say the job's not hard. The people are upset. They're angry. Some of them have mental illnesses. And I didn't want my ladies to go down there because I didn't think it was, I'm not a chauvinist or anything, but I didn't think it was a proper environment for ladies to go to. So I took it upon myself to make sure that every day that I went, maybe once or twice, one of them I had to go, like maybe if I went out of town or had something wrong, which was rare. So I'm going to say for the last 20 years, I probably missed 6 days.
Wow. So all right, here's a question you can answer, and if you can, it's okay.
No,
it just popped in my head. I've been, and I've written a couple of columns about this. I've been concerned with the amount of people that we jail.
Yes.
In Jackson, in Madison County.
Yes.
But I never could find the data that shows what people are being jailed for. So is it, and now obviously I am all for if someone's a violent offender, if they're a danger to society, they probably need to be separated from society. However, are a lot of our people that we are jailing for things like driving on a suspended license, small amounts of drugs or paraphernalia, like nonviolent offenses is what I'm saying. Is that what you've seen, or is that?
When I first started this job, Gabe, I consider myself conservative, very conservative as far as, people getting in trouble, it was their own fault. Once I got to be the city court clerk, I saw the systematic injustices, and this is also something that caused me a lot of grief because I'm like, why are we jailing these people and taking up the taxpayer dollars for a driving charge? So, of course, I became kind of vocal. I wrote a couple of books about it, just like, what are we doing here? And I think I may have ticked. This is where the drama began, and it was with driver's licenses. So what I do, say for instance, you came in and said, Mr. Hubbard, I got court, this may be Friday. I've got court Tuesday, but my driving test is Wednesday. What can I do? And rather than waste the court's time, I said, well, I'll reschedule your court to the next Tuesday. I was setting the court dates anyway, which nobody understood. I'm the one that set the court date, so the people in charge got a little upset with me and saying that I was helping people. My office, basically said my office was helping people, and I was violating some TCA code by giving people extra court dates. And this is when kind of the drama started. This is what the driver's license is what started the drama in my office, the raids too. But the driver's license was that I was not adhering to policy as far as giving people a little extra time, which in the future, I'm gonna be the one that was right.
In reality, let's say you'd have kept that court date exactly the same. they would have gone in there
Yes.
without the license. They would have had another, some hefty fine levied against
Mhm.
them or put in jail. And then another.
We would if they were found guilty at that time, they would be put on probation. They would have another strike against their license, which would set them back sometimes 2 years in order to be eligible again. When they were actually eligible a week from now, didn't make sense to me. And of course, I'm not a lawyer, so the prosecutors thought that I was doing something that was in violation of TCA code, such.
When in reality, you were just trying to help.
I'm just trying. It made
if
sense.
they so if a week from now you're going to be completely legal,
Yes.
why not?
Why
push it
not
to a
do
week
it?
from
And you
now?
got paperwork saying this is my. I'm going to get them Wednesday, and I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense to even have you in here, and risk you getting in more trouble when we could ameliorate this with just a change of court dates.
And I can tell you this from experience: a suspended license, a license that is expired or out of date, whatever it is. Not everyone has the means or the privilege to be able to just go and schedule an appointment with the DMV and get that set up without possibly losing work hours, which means losing money, which could possibly lead to losing more hours down the road. That happened to me before. What I mean is I got pulled over and I was driving on suspended license.
Yes.
Police officer said, I'm not supposed to let you go, but I'm going to let you go.
Right.
Show up at court the next morning.
Yes, that's what we call arraignments.
I go in on the next morning. I get lectured at by, I forgot what judge it was, since 2011. I got a hefty fine against me, and then I went and I got my license.
Right.
However, I was flexible enough to do that. I was a teacher at the time. I took a personal day. I had the money to cover it. It was still a lot.
Right.
It still made my paycheck tight that pay period.
That's the thing.
But I couldn't imagine if I was a person of maybe lesser means, if I had a more restrictive job that didn't allow me to do that.
Or you had to pay something on the front end in order to get back where you were. A lot of people owe old fines, and they come in and they pay their old fine, which then makes them eligible to get their license. So if they didn't have the money and they went in there without the money, it'd be a crapshoot. Who knows? Just depending on the situation, how people are feeling that day, whether you get another chance. Sometimes they would give you another chance, and sometimes they would not. It just depends.
Really? So there wasn't much consistency.
The court system as it exists doesn't have any rhyme or reason. That's what I like to say. It doesn't have any rhyme or reason. So as a former conservative, believing that these people deserve what they got, and then to see it firsthand and be like, no, this isn't how it's supposed to be. I know I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, I'm not a prosecutor, but something is inherently wrong here.
I think firsthand experience of anything, unless you have that, unless you're in a position like you are where you see it happening on a daily basis, unless you experience it, it's very hard to understand the realities that go into something like that. And it's not an excuse for the lawmakers who make these laws, but at the same time, it's almost like this willful ignorance on their part, where they just want to continue to drop this hammer without thinking about the intricacies of something.
And then you find out that the lawmakers are being lobbied by the prisons to basically be consistent in these laws that keep people incarcerated, because they make more money doing it the wrong way than they would being fair and equitable. So the lawmakers tend to side with the lobbyists from, it was CCA, I don't know what it is now. Somebody said that they wouldn't even sign the contract unless they were guaranteed a certain number of inmates.
Wow.
And so when you start discovering that stuff, and then what happens is that you develop these personal relationships with people, because like I said, I'm in the jail with you. I'm sitting just close to you. And you're saying, Mr. Hubbard, I know you used to coach me. And I'm like, yeah, I know you was a good kid. And I'm like, what are we doing? And right now, this system is in bad need of an overhaul, but it's probably going to be 20 or 30 years before we get it even close to right.
Because it's for so long.
It's been so long.
It's been broken. Turning it around
will take a major effort. It would take somebody a charismatic figure, and I want to use Donald Trump as an example. If Donald Trump came along and said, we need to get everybody their license, probably would be a change. It's going to have to be somebody charismatic and compassionate and has enough political clout to do it. And the willpower, just like we saw what happened in Nashville with the three legislators. I mean, they don't have the motivation to make any changes, and many people say because of the gun lobby. I'm not in there. I'm running for mayor, so I'm not in that fight. But yeah, it's gonna have to be, and that's one of the things that I want to focus on as the mayor, is to try to get the Jackson Police Department and the community on the same page. Where, Gabe, if they see you riding at night and say for instance your taillight is out, I shouldn't have to pull you over and ask you all these personal questions because it's a taillight. I should say, Mr. Hart, did you know your right taillight was out? I think you need to get that fixed. Now, I'm not going to give you a citation this time, but if I see you again, I'm going to have to cite you. This is what America should be about. It shouldn't be, where's your license or registration, get out the car. This is how, if you watch a lot of the shootings and police shootings on motorists, it is about trivial traffic stops. A lot of these people aren't breaking any major laws. They're not flying down the street. They're simple laws like tail lights, headlights, sometimes window tint, seatbelt. It's just the contact with the police and the public should be very sincere. I mean, if I pull you over as an officer, you should be breaking a law. I mean, we know about planned obsolescence, how car manufacturers make bulbs that'll go out, and many people don't know their bulbs are out. I mean, so that happens and you don't know, and I pull you over, and all of a sudden you and I are in a confrontation when all I had to say was, Mr. Hart, you know your right taillight is out. You need to get that fixed and move on.
Right. And it almost feels like, and I don't want to equate policing to managing a classroom, because one of those scenarios is a life and death situation.
Mm-hmm.
The one I'm in every day is not.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously
maybe
things are going on
the way they're going,
right?
yes.
However, it does feel like Classroom Management 101 says,
mm-hmm.
don't make a minor problem a major issue.
That's exactly
so you
right.
Address a behavior, and if it's not hindering learning, or
mm-hmm.
if it's not endangering the safety of the class, then you just discuss it, you redirect,
and move on. And I'll give you a perfect example. And this happened at Liberty, where the young girl wouldn't get off the bus, and they threw her off. In my world, I taught a class called Systematic Training for Effective Parenting, because I work with young people. And I went to Kentucky to teach a conference because they were saying, Mr. Hubbard, how are you running this school and you don't have any problems? And this is what I would have told the young lady, you have a choice. You can get off the bus today, or I'm going to cancel your bus for the rest of the semester. Now you make the decision. You can do it however you want to. I'm giving you a choice. That's what I did with my children. You got a choice to get off the bus right now, or your bus is canceled. It works because they have a choice. And I'm sure that young lady would have probably said, I guess I better get off. You don't have to grapple with them and wrestle with them. This is the kind of training that we should have, especially with young people, because give them a choice. Even though it's not how we were raised, because I didn't have a choice. When my mama said, get your butt in the house, I didn't have it. She didn't say, you got a choice to come in the house. It was get in the house. But today we have to this is a different generation, and I'm not sure it'll work with this generation right now. They'll probably tell you.
Yeah, they probably will. It is, since I've been teaching, which has just been 20 years,
mm-hmm.
it's changed.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the span that I've been and it's definitely changed since I was a student, where I was like you. Somebody said, do this, you just did it.
Yeah.
And it's changed. But I do go back to your point, interpersonal relationships now are the most important.
Yes.
Right? And it's easier to do in a classroom as a teacher. You got the same kids every single day. You can build that relationship with them, and it's still going to be rocky. Obviously, policing, you don't now you do end up probably seeing the same people a lot, and you can maybe start to develop some of that, but it is a different animal. I want to bring up something that you mentioned in the debate that we hosted about a month ago. You said you read Nickel Boys.
Yes.
By Colson Whitehead.
Loved it. The ending was, did you check the ending out? Had no idea.
Oh, man.
that he wasn't Elwood.
Yes. Well, towards the end, I was like, I feel like he might be. And then when I realized that, I told you the debate, like I cried right after I read it because it speaks to what you've been talking about. But it was incarceration at such a young age.
Mm-hmm. And he was wrongfully incarcerated. And this is what we're saying. This is another reason I'm saying this, because every time somebody is arrested or charged doesn't mean they're guilty. Our system operates on the premise now that if I call the police and say, Gabe hit me, they're going to operate on the premise that you hit me. Mm-hmm. They're not going to assume that maybe I'm a liar. Right. They're not going to assume that maybe it didn't happen as I said. If I call the police and say you hit me, they're going to start, and the system basically begins to operate on the premise that you hit me.
Yeah, I wrote an article for this website a couple weeks ago, and it was about I think mugshots should stop being publicly posted. That was the.
I agree.
Right, and because what happens, and it kind of ties everything that we've talked about back in. Mm-hmm. Let's say there's 10 mugshots one day posted on WBJ, and when I would go look at those, and this is an unofficial experiment, 8 or 9 of those would be for things like
driving,
simple driving on suspended license.
That's our biggest
failure to appear.
That's our biggest.
And so those are things that are not threats to society.
No.
But they have their picture right there on the front for everybody to see. Mm-hmm. They are presumed guilty before they are innocent. That is what you see. This is before.
And you never get, even after you're found not guilty, getting that mugshot back, getting it off of.
Oh, it's who's got time or money? I mean,
so here I am running for mayor, and somebody stopped somebody that was supporting me. They had on a button or something. Said, "Why is Daryl running? He's in that office. There's so much corruption going. You remember that girl got caught for stealing? In some people's mind, she's guilty, even though she went to court, was found not guilty, got everything halfway settled. But many people, because they saw the mugshot, they saw the story, and nobody would print a retraction. Only the Jackson Sun did print a retraction. The other radio stations, the other media, I think it was the Metro Forum, did a retraction, and maybe it was somebody did, but not everybody. So people still think that my office is somehow corrupt, and we're stealing.
I think that speaks to the way media operates now as well, and obviously we're being sponsored by 96.5, which is media, and we're guilty of it too, where there's a story and it's hot, and we report it or we comment on it or whatever. But the way culture is now, we move on from things so fast and we never follow up. We never get the length of the story. So all we remember is that highly emotionally charged situation, person arrested, mugshot, and then it sticks.
Then it's
no matter
we
how
move
it
on.
plays out. We
move on.
So bringing this to you running for mayor, what made you decide to say, okay, you know what, I'm going to get the petition, I'm going to get my signatures, and I'm going to throw my hat in the ring for mayor of Jackson?
I don't know if you were here. In 2018, I put a petition to run for mayor. I was going to run for mayor, and that was my ultimate goal. That was before Scott got in. However, Jerry beat me to the punch. He had announced, I don't even know if he had announced he was running. So when I pulled my petition, people were calling me and saying, "What are you doing? You know, this is Jackson. 2 black men gonna split the black vote. You're just, it doesn't make any sense. Why are you just let Jerry run?" And against my better instincts, I said, you know what? Okay. I just got out of one grueling campaign. There's no use in really trying to jump into another grueling campaign, especially if people feel this strongly about it. So I did. I let Jerry run. I didn't turn in my petition, or either I withdrew it, one of the two. I can't remember the end. But I let him have it. I was planning on running for mayor. That was my ultimate goal. And so this time, of course, the same. Jerry, I wasn't listening this time. I was gonna go ahead and do it because I remember history. I remember what happened, and I remember how it worked out. So I said, I've got to do something, because if I don't, history's just gonna repeat itself.
You mentioned that in 2000, whenever you pulled 18 or 19.
18, 19, yeah, what's one of those?
that you got some pushback. You said that, well, the black community can split votes between you and Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you about that. As a white person who I sort of know what my concerns are, and the people that I'm around most of the time, I sort of know what their concerns are. When you said that you would split the black vote,
mm-hmm.
how tied are race and votes, I guess, from the black community? And then I guess the reason why I'm asking that, what does the black community want to see in a leader?
I think the black community wants strong, honest leadership. They want someone who is not afraid to speak out when they see something that's wrong. They are pretty much, in my opinion, tired of going along to get along. And I hope the white community feels the same way. The status quo, if it's good, okay. But if the status quo is shaky and you see some things that are happening, and I see some things that are happening in Jackson that I'm pretty sure if I'd done it, it would make the news. If I was being sued in federal court, how many days you think that would be in the papers? If somebody in my office mishandled 500, 600, I don't know how many 100,000, if nobody really talking, don't you know I would have went to jail, Gabe? Honestly, between me and you, I would have went to jail. But in this system, certain people don't go to jail, and it's not fair. It's not.
So is it something, because representation, I think, is so important. There's never been an African American
No.
mayor, city or county. I believe you said in your bio that you were the first
and only
full-time
elected official in Jackson's history. Now, we had a county sheriff, and we had a Judge Pride that ran a 3-county. He won a 3-county election, but the city of Jackson has never had a full-time elected official except for myself.
And so here's where I think, and I feel very comfortable saying this, and people who are white who are listening to this are going to get so torn up in their feelings about what I'm about to say. That's a perfect example of privilege, in that me as a white person, I've never even had to think about the fact that every mayor in the Madison County history or the city of Jackson has been like me, a white male, right?
Yes.
That's the way it's always been. I never had to think about that because that's just the way it's always been.
Yes.
That's privilege. When you don't have to think about those things because that's the way they
Right.
always are, that's the definition of privilege. I am privileged not to have to worry about that. I am privileged because I have always had what I feel is representation. I'm a white man. That is the majority of leadership in the county commission. That's the majority of leadership in the mayor's office. And look, I'm not saying that you should elect somebody solely on race, but
Right.
what I'm saying is there is a part of the community that has never had someone who's looked like them in an ultimate leadership elected position.
And this is what I found out, and I hate to rehash a little history. When the lady in my office was arrested, of course I knew she was innocent because I worked there, and I know I knew her personally. I knew the inner workings of the office, and the mere fact that the alleged victim testified that he didn't give her any money, and I had that on. That was in the discovery that they turned over to the attorneys, and I got a copy of it because of course I like to read, so I read through it, and I said, she's obviously not guilty. But when I went to the black community looking for someone who had enough clout or a voice to go and say, hey guys, what y'all doing? It was nobody. There was nobody.
Okay, let me ask you this too, because we talk about this, or I've talked about this with people that I'm friends with, and we need to raise up leaders.
Yes.
And so, what do you think? Do you think it's apathy? Do you think what do you think it is about not having as many people who are interested in these positions who are African American?
I think African Americans have become so disillusioned with the political structure that they feel like it doesn't matter. Like you said, the same way you feel like, black people feel like, what's the use of voting? It's a white guy gonna win. Ain't no use of me going out there and putting in my vote. It's gonna stay the same. Nothing's gonna change. And so the apathy is apparent, that they just don't believe that look at Obama. When Obama ran for president, did you see the excitement of black people about politics? First time I've ever seen it. First time, and I was a Republican before he ran. I was strongly with the Republican Party, but knowing what my parents went through, and my mother's still alive, and to see the excitement in her voice talking about it, there was no way I could vote Republican. I just couldn't. And it some people say, "Oh, that's you're being racial." No, this was a chance at history for a whole people. It was a chance for us to say, "Look, it can happen." And I thought that would be a springboard to, like you said, more minorities, women getting involved in politics. But it was just 8 years, and then it fizzled.
It fizzled. Yeah.
It fizzled.
And I think that's what you just spoke about. And I know Colin Powell was a lifelong Republican,
yes.
but then he voted also in, I think, 08 and in 12 for President Obama. It's that representation. It's having someone that you're like, okay, this person probably has the same experiences growing up that I had. And that is something that is so vital and so important. And again, something that somebody like me doesn't ever think about.
And it's more, to me, it was also more about, it was about two things to me. It was about the older people who never believed that they would live to see that, and about the younger people who were so disillusioned, for them to say, and I had to go around to a lot of schools when he won and say, wait a minute, y'all got on these Barack Obama t-shirts. Have you read his books? Have you read?
I told my class the exact same thing. Because that was my first year teaching, and they were so excited. And I'm like, okay, like this guy has a lot to offer.
Yeah.
Like, read his books.
Did you read his books? And I read both of his books, and I enjoyed them. And I had to tell, because just to be excited because someone is the same skin color as you is not enough. You have to have an idea of what kind of man. This guy was a role model. And that's what I was loving. He was a role model. And have they found any documents in this?
No, I mean, that's right. Trump, they got him in the garage or something. But President Obama,
he managed to stay clean, and I was proud of that. As an African American male, I was proud of the fact that I didn't know it would go south as quickly as it went.
You don't have a theory on that, and we probably don't even need to get into it. But I do feel like whatever, because he was so progressive. He was the first African-American president. He was also socially so progressive. Mm-hmm. So many great things happened under his leadership from a social standpoint, that there was going to be this fierce and swift backlash. And we got.
I was disappointed in President Obama, because one of his platforms would be was to try to restructure the criminal justice system. I thought he should have pardoned a lot of low-level drug dealers. I was so proud of Donald Trump when he pardoned that lady who got a life sentence, first-time offender for distribution of cocaine, I want to say it was. I mean, what are we doing?
I was going to say, people could argue that Trump did more for the criminal justice system than Obama did.
I would agree.
And I can't stand Trump, but I can also recognize, like, he did.
He did
do more for that aspect.
He did, and I was actually proud of him. And I thought, see, this is what I'm talking about. Why are we not addressing the elephant in the room? There's an elephant in the room, and it's called the criminal justice system. It is the elephant in the room. And if you read Michelle Alexander, New Jim Crow, and you read a lot of these books that are coming out. There was a young lawyer in Nashville. She was arrested at 18 or 19 for distributing drugs. She said she didn't know. Well, she was getting packages from her boyfriend, who she thought owned a phone company, and they gave her like 6 or 7 years, and she wrote a book. And the judge told her, she's 18, 19 years old, that there's some kind of rule that says, well, you should have known, and gave her all that time. And I'm like, how are we so comfortable ruining people's lives? Especially for possession of drugs. We have to admit there's a market for it.
Sure.
And if one person don't do it, somebody else gonna do it. But once we do get them in the system, we can't give them life. I know, working in the court system, I know murderers who are out, and we have people in jail for driving. Something's wrong there, because I'm of the opinion once you kill somebody, pretty much you broken the social contract.
Right.
And there should be no probation or parole or 15 years, because I guarantee you, if a guy came here right now and shot me, he'll probably get 15 or 20. If he shot you,
50 years. Yeah, it's gonna be different.
It's gonna be different.
And I think it's important too, because there's always this reaction by the other side, whoever quote unquote the other side is, when people are talking about criminal justice issues and wanting to do common sense things to fix the system, then that narrative gets spun around to
soft on crime.
Just soft on crime. But that's not the issue. Like,
no.
we both agree, if you are a danger and a threat to society,
bye.
And that also, in my opinion, goes for some of the big dealers who are
right
with the
kingpins,
fentanyl problem.
The kingpins.
Yes.
But you know how many kingpins Jackson arrests?
There ain't many.
No, we don't get the kingpins here. Right. And this is another thing. I had one friend, and he's a good friend of mine. His brother was arrested for being a kingpin. They gave him 30 years, saying that he was kingpin. The guy was homeless. Now, what kind of kingpin is homeless?
Not a very good one. If you're homeless and you're kingpin, then you're probably not moving.
And I was telling the attorney when she had a client that was accused of selling drugs, but he was really a crackhead. I said, monkeys can't sell bananas. So a lot of these people are getting sent up for years. They're just abusers. They're not really drug dealers, because they're using most of the.
It's such an interesting balance too, and it's probably a whole conversation that we could get into. I listened to the mayor of San Francisco, who is taking heat from both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Both sides. Like, one side is saying she's too soft on crime. One side, the San Francisco liberals are saying, well, she's too soft. She's too hard on crime. The middle of the road people are saying she's too soft on crime, and she's trying her best to balance what you just said. How do we take care of addicts without punishing them, but also get to the point where we have to maybe remand them to a facility, because if we don't, they're going to hurt themselves. They're going to hurt
or somebody else.
So it's always that fine line. Like, you can't jail all of them, but then you also have to walk that line of.
And this is the problem. When we're talking about people arrested for driving and some possession and drug paraphernalia, I've had people, they buy it at the store. Now they said, and you get caught with it, and it's it's paraphernalia. If we get, and I wrote about it in the book. If we confuse the serious with the messy, we make a serious mess. We're running this assembly line. We're running this, in my court. I mean, they said we have 5,200 cases. That doesn't even include the drive cases. So we have all these cases that we have to dispose of on a daily basis, and it has to be done in assembly line fashion, because nobody's gonna stay all night. So when you're dealing with say, for instance, somebody's got a driving license charge, and they decide they don't want to plead guilty, they're going to tie up the court for who knows how long. So if we could eliminate the silly from the serious, we could focus on the serious. Now, I just heard today and that Jackson so far in April has had 9 homicides. Nobody's talking about it, and I think that's part of this political process to keep it down. I don't know if they're trying to make sure that people are not running scared, or they're trying to protect certain candidates. But if it's true that we had 9 homicides, I don't have a verification, because I got it from I'm going to say a semi-reliable source, somebody who knows a lot more than I do about what's going on as far as policing in this community. If we've had 9 homicides, why is nobody talking about it? Who are we protecting? What are we protecting? Because I think the community needs to know that this is April and we've had 9 homicides.
Is this, from what you said, from what you heard, is this so far this year or just within the month of April?
This year.
Okay.
Yeah, this year.
I can remember when I was a kid, we had 13 one year.
And we started the crime marches. That's what got us started on the crime marches, and I did that for like 13 years. Every Friday, me, Charlene, Johnny, and there was a few other of us would meet every Friday. Sometimes Chief Staples would meet with us, and sometimes public figures would meet, and we would march every Friday, up with Hope, down with dope. you know, and try to walk through the communities and try to at least say that something is wrong here. And if we have had 9 homicides, I think that should be part of the discussion of what is going on. Right. And as a teacher, you know what I'm saying when I'm saying our kids have no clue. They have no clue. And I grew up not even knowing what a mayor was. And one of my platforms is to go to every school in the city and at least try to, not Barack Obama, because I mentioned his name and mine in the same sentence, it's disrespectful, but to let them know, hey, this can happen. These opportunities are out here if you follow the rules. If you do, and I'm not saying you have to be perfect, but if you understand that who you hang with sometimes can determine your life expectancy. And like somebody said at a funeral I went to, it was an overdose this weekend. A good friend of mine's daughter overdosed. And one of the young ladies said that her grandfather told them, old people will die, but young people may die. And I thought, wow, that's a very interesting thing. And I think young people don't understand that. Old people are going to die, but young people may die. And that's where the tragedy evolves. When parents are burying children, that's not a good thing.
Right. And it's interesting because I do think young people have this idea of invincibility.
Mm-hmm.
They're reactive. They're spontaneous in their
emotional.
Decision making. They're emotional. And I see that on every day in the classroom.
Yes.
But I can't imagine what it's like in a super stressful environment where maybe they don't feel safe, or maybe they're somewhere where they shouldn't, and then something happens. And it does, I think, and of course the city mayor has nothing to do with necessarily gun control or anything like that, but it does speak to, I think, a gun problem. And
we do.
And a lot of times when we talk about that, when I think about it, I always picture a mass shooter that's white. When I think of gun problem, I think of the situation in Nashville. I think of the situation, a school shooting with the semi-automatic weapon, blah, blah, blah. But really, the gun problem also affects poor communities.
I went to a funeral about 3 weeks ago. It's my wife's nephew. Her great-nephew killed him and 2 more people, maybe 3. The other one, I don't know if they died or not. A Memphis mass shooting. It's been a few months ago. And going to that funeral, man, it's seeing the parents and knowing the parents. And this lady had also lost her daughter in Memphis. She was driving a Uber or Lyft, and some guys got in her car, and some more guys was chasing them. And they shot the car up, and the only one they killed was her. And this was her son that killed her brother. This gun violence, man, is out of control. These young people. And so when his mother being killed, I guess he I don't know, he snapped. I don't know what happened, but he killed 3, maybe 4. I don't know if the other one died. They were in critical condition.
I think there's a conversation to be had at some point there, and we can where everybody can acknowledge, yes, there's a gun problem. Yes, there's a mental health problem. Let's address both. Okay, let's do something to it, because both of those things can exist at the same time. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Let's address both of those and see if we can sort of get this thing back on track. Now, I know we've been kind of a downer with all this, this talk on this, so I want to spin it back and kind of close out with this. If you are elected mayor of Jackson, what is the Jackson that you envision working with, serving, overseeing, however you want to put it? What does that Jackson look like for you over a term?
My Jackson looks like one of the safest cities in America. One of the things I would love to do is, and again, I keep reiterating, I want to develop a relationship between the Jackson Police Department and the community, where people are not afraid of the police. They have they know that the police are going to respect them, that if something is going wrong, the police are going to be there to fix it, but the police are not going to be there to oversee or have negative contact with the community. When the community see a police car, they should be waving, "Hey, what's going on?" You know, that's Officer Bob right there. Good guy, I know him. This is all. Once you get that, because as you know, I'm sure as a high school teacher, kids don't like the police. They have no trust in them, and they know so many people in jail that the fear It's gone. The whole purpose of having a prison system is to try to discourage people from being a part of it. But if your uncle and your brother and your cousin and your have been in jail, you don't have a fear of it. See, I'm afraid, definitely afraid.
Well, it's become normal then at that point,
it
right? Like it's just something that it's almost like for me,
a rite of
like,
passage.
My dad went to college. My uncles went to college.
Yeah.
So I was going to college.
Yes.
Like that's just, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Mhm.
Don't question it. It's normal. But on the other side of that, if you do have family members,
then you don't fear it.
Then you don't fear it. It's just like, well, this is.
I know if I go in there, cousin Joe, Bob, my gang members are gonna protect me, not knowing what. Because when people come out, they don't tell you the whole story. Of course, they don't tell you the story, but they have this. They're not afraid of it, and that's a problem that we're gonna have to fix. And by us locking so many people up for mundane and non-violent offenses creates this scenario where everybody's been to jail. You go to your class tomorrow and say, how many of y'all know somebody in jail? I bet you every hand goes up. Shouldn't be like that. Right. It shouldn't be like you should be able to say, how many know somebody in college? Then all the hands should go up. Right. That's the society that I envision, where young people understand that going to jail is not a rite of passage. It's something to be afraid of. I'm not going to say ashamed at this point, because when I first started, I thought it should be some shame. But when I saw what the problem was, these systematic hurdles, I became disillusioned. And the final straw was when they arrested a lady in my office. I was like, no, man. And then to see them attempt to prosecute her to the fullest, knowing that the alleged victim had already testified, I didn't give her any money. I don't know her. Never had any contact with her. And after the case, he came to me and said, man, I don't know what she did, but they wanted her. He said, they tried to convince me to say that either she did it or I didn't remember. He said that they took me to the jail to sign my subpoena. He said they basically tried to get me to lie. I was so disillusioned, Gabe. It was something that I just couldn't fathom. And I lost a lot of respect for the criminal justice system at that point. I knew then that if this happened to her, she can't be the only one. She can't be the only one. So now when somebody said they did something, a big question mark appears in my brain.
But yeah, that trust is gone.
It's gone. I have no trust in this system as it exists, because like I said, if I call the police right now and say you hit me with all these people in here they're looking, they're gonna put you in handcuffs. And they're gonna figure it out later. But you're gonna have to make bond, you're gonna have to get a lawyer, you're gonna have to go through all this stuff. And I think we said that you're innocent until proven guilty. It's not like that anymore. You're guilty until
and you gotta work and you gotta pay.
And you gotta pay to be innocent. And then to top it all off, even then they'll say, well, Mr. Gabe, I tell you what we'll do. If you just say that you hit Mr. Hubbard, we'll let you walk out of here, put you on probation or whatever. Or if you decide that you want to take this to trial, we're going to give you, if you lose,
we're going to throw the book at you.
We're going to throw the book at you.
And you got to spend, you got to spend a lot of money for an attorney or get you one appointed to you. That's
and if
you're
you lose,
going to end up pleading anyway.
And if you lose a jury trial, you've wasted the court's time. They're going to throw, like you said, they're going to throw the book at you. And it just kind of, we have to find a better way.
Well, that impacts people's lives.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it sounds like that is, a passion of yours, and rightly so. Like you've had so much experience within that system.
Yes.
As someone who has just seen the inner workings of it, and you know what? I think anybody who runs for office should run for office because they want to make a change.
Yes.
Whatever that change is, that's why they should be running. It shouldn't be about power or anything else.
No.
It should be about change, and you obviously want something to change.
I want something to change as far as how we treat people, how I treat people, as far as, because if you call my office and say something, I'm going to look into it and see. I'm not saying I can fix it. I can't. The mayor's not a surgeon. He can't fix everything. But I do want to have an open door policy and have a situation in place where I do address the citizens' commands. And I would love for this community to vote for me as mayor. I think that I'll do a good job. I have experience. You know, I've been in city government almost 25 years now, and I know the inner workings. I know who's who and what's what, and I really think that I can build a coalition between whites and blacks, Hispanics. That we have a large Arab community. We have different cultures in this community. I mean, they have a festival every year where there's the international festival. We have so many people here, and a lot of times, a lot of people's needs are not being addressed, and it could be something just minor. Sometimes you don't have to do anything major to fix stuff. You can do a few small things that would make people so happy to live in Jackson, and that's what I want, a happy community. I want people to feel like, hey man, we can go to Jackson and it's gonna be cool. There's not, you know, we have these nightclubs around here, man. If I was the mayor, they're gonna be a little upset because I'm gonna have a police presence, and if you don't like it, I'm sorry, but we're not gonna entertain. If there's more than 50 or 60 people and the alcohol and stuff is around, I'm not gonna be waiting on the call. I'm gonna be sitting right there going, I'm here.
Yep.
I'm here. I mean, it just makes sense. And the business owners, like I said, they may get a little shaken by it because, you know, my customers are afraid. Well, I'm sorry. Until this thing gets better, we're going to be proactive rather than reactive. And that's what I would love to do.
That's awesome. Hey,
Thank you.
You know what? I know this doesn't really apply to the mayor's office, but you had a hell of a jump shot 20 years ago.
Well, thank you. I think I still got my rotation. I both of my kids shoot. My daughter played for Northside. They were 31-0 and lost the last game. And I don't know if you remember, they had a Shay
Brooks.
Shay Brooks was
coached by Joe North.
Joe North, yes. I was one of Joe's assistants.
Okay, so was I for 5 years.
Yeah, really.
That's
I was
at USJ.
I was at Northside. I was I just kind of, like when he couldn't, like summertime or something, he couldn't, I would do that. So I did also at Northeast Middle. So I did a lot of coaching out there. But Shay came in late to the game, and they ended up losing to a team from Memphis to go to the state. It broke my heart. But she was such a great ball player. She was a monster.
He would always talk to because we coached together right after that run in Northside. And he would always talk about Shay Brooks. Always. You know? Well, man, Daryl, thank you so much for investing in the community for as long as you have.
Thank you, man.
Thank you for doing this. It's good to sit down and talk.
Anytime, man. I just appreciate people like you because, in my estimation, it's going to be you and people like you who are going to turn this thing around because it's going to have to be your community also. Right. And I think you are one of the bright, shining stars of your community, and that's a great thing to me.
Man, I appreciate it. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
advance your career, or finishing a degree you already started, Jackson State Community College is here to greenlight your career. It's time to take the next step in earning your degree. Learn how at jscc.edu/reconnect.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and Newstalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Developments. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years, commercial and residential maintenance, as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Developments.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Tuesday brings great Election Day weather. Sunny skies with highs in the mid-60s. Breezy west winds 15 to 20, gusting up to 30. Clear skies tonight, lows near 40. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
Talk all the stuff.
On this episode of Conversations with the Candidates, I sit down with Lisa Lyons. Lisa spent her summers in Jackson, although she grew up during the school year in St. Louis. Her parents had her when they were young, and her father saw more opportunity in a metropolitan city such as St. Louis. So when Lisa was 3, she moved up there with her parents to St. Louis, but spent her summers with her grandparents in Jackson. And Lisa, on this episode, talks about how each of her grandparents' houses were distinctly different, and it allowed her to see one side of the socioeconomic spectrum against the other side of the socioeconomic spectrum. That's something that most children don't grow up being able to do, and Lisa experienced it in real time. Literally would go from one grandparent's house in the projects back to the other grandparent's house on Carver Street in a middle-class neighborhood. So Lisa got to see sort of the imbalances of both of those situations at an early age, and it did impact the way that she thought about things growing up. On this episode, we also talk about how important it is to travel outside of Jackson, to even live outside of Jackson, and how that impacts your view of it when you return home like Lisa did 3 years ago. After spending a lot of time as a wife of a military in Germany, she's traveled all over the world, she's traveled all over the country. Lisa has a unique perspective on some positive things she thinks she could bring into Jackson based on her experiences in other cities and in other countries. It's a wonderful conversation with Lisa Lyons. She is our second guest on Conversations with the Candidates, and we hope this episode provides you, the listener, with a little more personal history of Lisa Lyons.
Till your time
My parents both went to JCM. They had me young at 16. And then they both, well, my father, I guess, seeking better opportunities, moved us to St. Louis I guess I was about 3. So that would have been 69. He moved and it was a better choice. He was able to earn some degrees. He was able to get a job at a car manufacturing plant and those kinds of things. That was better for our family at the time. But we did, I'm speaking to myself, speaking in like a third person. But I did, every summer, I found myself back here in Jackson at my grandmother's house where I live right now, in that same house. And that is, so some of the same people in the neighborhood are people that I grew up with.
Even though you, like you said, you didn't grow up here during the school, you have roots here. Like you
I
had
do.
Those roots took hold in the summers. My daughter, up until a couple years ago, lived in Texas with her mom for her first really 14 years. And she would spend summers in Jackson. Mm-hmm. She got so attached to it. And now she moved up here full time, like I said, 2 years ago.
Beautiful.
It's great. Yeah. And so if she didn't have those roots here to begin with, I think that transition would have been a lot harder. So I can relate to appreciating Jackson.
Absolutely.
You know, especially when you're only here for a short amount of time during the year, and then you have to go back. So you're living now in your grandmother's house. What's that history like, being in the same neighborhood, and has it changed much since you were, or from your memories that you had as a child growing up there?
It is wonderful to be in the house that my grandmother lived in. Actually, my grandmother and grandfather had that house built in 1971. And so for me, it's legacy. So I have made a conscious decision to remain there. And many of my neighbors are people that I grew up with, that I played with in the summers when I was here. My next door neighbor, the guy down the street. We are second and third generation still in those same houses. And we are not the stereotype. So that's part of what I try to stress. We are business owners. We have assets, maybe even more than people, because our houses are paid for. So we don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of mortgages.
Right.
So when it comes to net, we may be in a better position than some people think.
What was the impression you had of Jackson as a child? And I know everybody's impressions change as they age because we have more experience, we're exposed to more things, we have a larger worldview, hopefully, as adults than we do when we're kids. But what was your impression of Jackson back then as a child, and has that changed, and if so, how?
It was a tale of two cities in my childhood, and I'll tell you why. I had the one house where my grandmother and grandfather built on Carver, and then my other grandmother, they lived in the projects. And so that's where I would go during the day to play with all the children. So my grandmother, on her way to work, would drop me off over in the projects, and that's where I would stay and play all day. But I wouldn't spend the night. Like, we would literally walk back across town from where Parkview Courts used to be, back to my current residence. And it wasn't a short walk, but back then that's what you did. That there wasn't any Uber or Lyft. You just got a jungle
Walked
juice
everywhere.
Yeah.
Rode your bike.
Yeah, you just got a jungle juice and just got to walking. And it was almost it was two very different existences. At one house, sometimes food was sparse, and yet when I went to the other side of town, there were choices, and so I was able to see it from more than one point of view.
And how do you think that affected you growing up? Because I don't think a lot of kids maybe get to experience those dynamics at the same time. I think probably most kids maybe grow up poor, and then other kids maybe grow up upper middle class, and they don't get to experience both of those worlds simultaneously. So how do you think that it impacted you in growing up? Do you think it made you look at things in a different way maybe than most kids?
I think that it did, because I am a intentional person. So then I had to make choices, like which one of these are my choice? Do I want to be over here or do I want to be over here? And so based on which one was my preference, I then had to get an education. But I always was a nerd. I always have loved reading. I've never been a TV person. So music and books was my thing, even as a young child. So, but I would see some things that were happening even at the house in St. Louis once my parents separated. There was like, okay, don't do that. Don't ever do that. And I mean, things that books are written about.
Right. That's so interesting because I never thought of it like that. You had two worlds to compare in real time almost. Whereas a lot of people, like I said, just have that same environment and they may not know any different outside of what they experience either in their home or in their neighborhood, regardless of social class. Like whatever that is to them, that's just must be normal because they don't have any other experience. So.
Right. But you know what? It's also, even at the house in St. Louis, it was still like a facade. So from the outside, we looked like a middle-class family that lived in the suburbs. And that's technically what we were. And yet what was going on the inside of the house was not the same thing. There was a lot of things that children should not have been exposed to going on inside the house. So again, that caused me to make, if you see somebody nodding out at the kitchen table, okay, so let's not do that ever, Right. But there was always, and this, maybe this is not something that the average person would speak on, but at my house where I grew up, there was always a shoebox full of weed. Always. There was always on the coffee table a mirror with lines of coke. Always. That was just the norm. And so, again, I had to make a conscious decision. Either you follow or you make a decision to do something different. So it was like, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that.
You almost had your checklists out. Like, yes. All right, here's what I need to do. Here's the behaviors that I need to practice. Here are the things that I need to set aside and not do at all.
Absolutely.
So you were in St. Louis growing up. Did you stay in St. Louis until you made your way back to Jackson? Or?
I graduated from high school in 1983 from University City Senior High, and I actually graduated a year early. I was supposed to be class of 84, but I had enough credits to graduate. So I did that, and once I graduated from high school, I actually went straight I turned 17 that summer, and then ended up at Tennessee State on an academic scholarship in the fall that same year.
Nashville. That's a great. I got to visit there about a year ago. I did an interview with a Haywood High School alum, and he had worked it out with the admissions department there to give full scholarships to any senior in the graduating class of 2022 who had a 3.0 or higher.
Okay.
And I think 15 of them took advantage of it. So that's a life changer. Right
absolutely.
There. So I have a lot of fond. I have a lot of respect for TSU and what they did. So you were in Nashville, TSU. Mm-hmm. And then did you stay in Nashville until you came?
I actually met my husband in the math class at TSU. And that was sort of the beginning of my academics. Wasn't so much his thing. We won't discuss his GPA, but we got married. We fell in love and got married. And he joined the military first, and then I transferred to Mizzou, University of Missouri Columbia, for a year while we planned our wedding. And then at 20 years old, I got married. So, my apologies. So at 20 years old, I got married, and I was a military wife. And at 21, I was stationed in Germany.
Wow.
So yeah, I've had quite an adventure.
So you have been all over, global world traveler.
I am, and it's actually travel is my passion. I have been places, and much of them have been solo trips. Like I went to South Africa for 2 weeks by myself.
That's incredible.
I went to Johannesburg, and then I went to Durban, which is a beach town, and then Cape Town is now my new favorite city in the whole world. Cape Town has bumped Jamaica.
That's okay. I want to talk about this because I had on the last podcast episode I did, there was a comment in there when I was talking to Keith Davis, and I said, I think we get a lot of the same type of leadership in Madison County and Jackson that we've always gotten because people don't aren't exposed to anything different. And I've always thought that the more you can get out of Jackson, leave Jackson, I don't mean necessarily live anywhere else, but I mean, if you do and you come back, even better. But just get out and see how things are done, even outside of the South, in different areas, and just sort of get a better understanding of the way people do it, regardless of party affiliation or anything like that. Get the experience of how cities are run or cultures are built in other countries and other parts of America. How has that sort of helped shape your idea of leadership, being around different cultures like that?
Well, you know what? Being well-rounded is always an asset. I have been to, like I said, we lived in Germany. When the wall came down between East and West Germany, I was literally there, and I have a piece of the wall. So I've been to, I've been to Rome, I've been to Paris, I've been to Martinique. I didn't even know when I bought a ticket to Martinique. I didn't even know where it was. I had to look it up. It's a French Caribbean island. But having been exposed to so many different cultures, then you can take the best thing out of each one, even when it comes to things that we deal with in Jackson, like poverty, like having to, you don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. You just take what's already worked somewhere else and just implement it.
See if you can plug it in here some way. Right. Make it Jackson friendly, but take the idea and see if you can adapt it to who we are as a community. So you came back to Jackson, and it's one thing to move back to a place where you spent a lot of time as a kid, but not only did you move back, you are now running for the highest office in the city. So what got you to this point to where you were like, you know what? Like, I'm running for mayor. Like, I'm not just going to get on the committee or anything. Like, I'm going for all of it.
Well, when I first came back, I had some personal experiences. And I often tell people when I came back, I felt like I went back in time 100 years. I was like, are we still going through this in 2021, 2022?
And so just to be clear, so you had lived in St. Louis and then Nashville. And of course, I know all that, the Germany and everywhere else. So you had this huge exposure and almost like a,
yes,
horizons were broadened for sure.
Absolutely. Prior to coming back here, I had been in the Maryland area, a suburb of Baltimore. We were actually, our last duty station was Aberdeen Proving Ground. And so that's where I raised my children in a military family. And so it was a nice cocoon to be able to raise children. And at the same time, we were in the middle of, we were 30 minutes from from Delaware. We were an hour and a half from D.C. We were right outside of Baltimore. We were right next to Pennsylvania. You could be in New York City in 4 hours. So there was a lot to add to the fabric of your person. And then you're able to pull from those things when needed. So as far as leadership, having been exposed to some of the things in the Maryland area, and being able to even compare the two, because I was in Maryland for all those years, but then when I drove home, because I of course had to come see my grandma and my family every year, but it was like when I crossed the Tennessee state line, the people changed dramatically, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is what I needed. Everybody's so nice, and they're so friendly, and they're so welcoming, as opposed to Baltimore, where I once owned a smoothie bar inside of LA Fitness. And when I first got there, I would go in and I would say, good morning. And they would look at me like I had 3 heads.
And it's the opposite here, because whenever I worked at school and people would say good morning to me, they expected a good morning right back. And so I had to get used to that. But yes,
I had to literally teach them.
Here.
I said, no, this is how it works. When I say good morning, then you say good morning back. But by the time I left, they were all in. I would say, good morning, good morning, Miss Lisa, good morning, good morning. But it was a process.
So when you say you came back to Jackson and it just felt like you had gone back in time, in a bad way, what were some things that stood out to you that make you felt that way or make you feel that way?
There were several personal experiences that I've had. where I know that even just based on, I'll give you an example. I won't name the company, but I went to return an item. I had my item, I had my receipt, and the lady at customer service told me that she would not return my item. And I said, but why not? And she said, well, I'm just not going to. You have to take it back to the store where you bought it. And I said, well, this is a national chain, so I don't really have to do that, ma'am. And so she told me that she just was not going to do it. So I pulled up on the website. I'm reading to her what the national chain's return policy is, and she does not care. And she promises me that she will not return my item, and I promise her that she will. And so that's when I call corporate, because what are you doing? You don't get to just override the national policy. And I said to her in that moment, you should probably call the store manager, because he's going to want to know what's going on up here while I'm calling corporate. So it was just, things have been, like everyday things have just been way more difficult than they should have been. Like, this should have taken me 5 minutes. Why am I now, an hour later, still standing here to prove a point? And they did end up returning my item unopened with the receipt, but this wasn't a battle I should have had to fight.
Right.
It was just unnecessary. And I felt like, had I been a different hue, that wouldn't have been a problem that I had.
Just, you never had those experiences in Maryland.
I did not.
In bigger, more metropolitan areas, for sure. It's interesting. When my daughter lived in Texas, I spent every other weekend in Dallas. And then when she moved here, I started dating a girl who lives in Philadelphia. So I spend every other weekend in Philadelphia now. And it is sort of the experience of having time in both of those scenarios. Texas, a completely different culture, in Philadelphia, Jackson, different than both of them. But at the same time, like you said, when you're in bigger cities, more diverse areas, you do see things a little bit differently when they occur in Jackson. And though I will never experience what you experienced, I have also seen it from the outside, and it does happen. So you moved back here in 2021, did you say, or?
Technically, it was 2020, but my father was sick, and so I spent most of my time in Atlanta helping to care for him. He passed away in January of 2021 from cancer. So that's really when I came back full time. It was like February-ish 2021, and I didn't really, like, at the beginning of my campaign, people were just like, well, we don't really feel any kind of way about you. We just don't know who you are. We don't know you at all. And I was like, listen, because I just stay in my house and mind my business. Like, I don't bother people. I don't, cause a stir or a ruckus. I just, I have some business endeavors. I had a couple of cars on Turo. I redid a whole rental property as an investment property. I have a whole food truck. And so, I just do what I do. I don't,
What's the food truck? Let's get a plug in here for it, right? So everybody can hear it and then go get some food from it.
Actually, unfortunately, it's not out right now. It's called Impressive Eats and Drinks. It's a big purple food truck that is currently sitting in my driveway.
All right.
Because I don't have time to devote to it and run for mayor at the same time.
I was going to say, what are you doing right now?
No, unfortunately.
Squeezing every appointment into every 30-minute block.
It's a lot going on.
I couldn't imagine. I think that's something that a lot of people fail to understand, how much of a commitment it is to run for any office.
It really
especially
is.
Especially a big primetime office like mayor.
It really is. It's a lot, and I am blessed to not have to go to a day job every day, because I feel like it would be too much to have to work a 9 to 5 and try to do this.
I couldn't imagine it.
I couldn't either.
It's I think in some ways it's a privilege to be able to run for office. You think you have to have a certain set of circumstances to be able to do it, like you said. I think maybe not everybody. Well, let me say, I don't think everyone would necessarily have the easiest time running for public office, even though everyone is eligible to.
That's
certain
true.
Lifestyles do come into play.
That is very true. And you know what? When you all had the first debate, my son and his partner were here. And one of the things that he was so was mind-blowing to him being from India, he said in India, you have to be very, very rich to run for office. And so just seeing that I was qualified to run for something like mayor made him just appreciate democracy so much more than, you don't have to be a millionaire to actually, be a public servant.
Right. That's very true, because you're right. In other cultures, it is much more exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to back up to something you said when people were like, well, we just don't know a lot about you whenever you told them that you're running for mayor. So I will pose that question. You answered some of it, but who are you at your core? Like, what are the things that you are passionate about that you would bring to the mayor's office?
At my core, I am a child of God. That is because, honestly, this was not my idea. I did not wake up one morning and say, you know what? It's a ho-hum day. I think I'll run for mayor. I heard the voice of God, and at first I wasn't on board. I was like, listen, Lord, I do several things well. Politics is not what I do. And he did not change his mind. So once I know that I heard what I heard, then I know better than to disobey. So I didn't have much of an option. So at that point, I just put my faith and my trust in him and was like, okay, Lord, if we're about to do this, then you're going to have to help me figure it out. And that's pretty much what I've been doing. And so I've been receiving some direction and some protection along the way. And I do have some skills that, I'm able to look back and say, oh, this happened 15 years ago, but I see that it was in preparation for such a time as this. It's crazy that, you can look and see, wow, you already had all this planned out, and I had no idea. And so at my core, I am just a servant of God. And I'm going to give a little bit of a plug right here. Unity in the Community, we're having it's literally Praise in the Park on April 29th at the AMP. And it's praise, it's worship, it's prayer. It is praying for our city. It's not about my campaign at all.
And the name is Unity.
It's Unity in the Community.
Unity in the Community.
And it's a Praise in the Park event. And so we're going to have prayer. We're going to have praise, worship, music. We're going to be praying that God's will be done. Not that this happened or that, but whatever it is that God's will is, we're praying for the city of Jackson as a whole.
So this campaign, is this the first political office you've ever run for?
Yes, sir.
Is it what you expect? Is the process what you expected, or have you been surprised by certain things?
Well, I don't know that I had any thought process about what the process would be. I just have been I am a dot your T, cross your I. Wow. I am a cross your T, dot your I kind of girl. And so I just wanted to be able to do it right. So I often have just went down to the election commission and said, hey, this is what I'm trying to do. Or is this right? Or, what is it so this is my question. What are the rules? And they'll tell me, and as long as I know what the rules are, then I know how to navigate within the system. And so I've just been figuring it out as I go along.
Are there things about the office of mayor that you've learned throughout this process that maybe you didn't know? Because, this specific position, city mayor, is very powerful, especially as opposed to county mayor, right? County has a strong council, not a weak mayor, but just, but the city is the opposite. Council doesn't have that much power. Mayor usually has the final say in everything.
That is very true. I have been looking into some of the bylaws of some of the nonprofits and some of the committees, and the mayor controls just about everything. He either has to appoint or approve everything I've seen.
Yeah.
Everything I've seen.
It all stops at him.
Yes. You can't. It's hard for you to make a move without the mayor's office being in agreement.
If you are elected to this position, what are some of the priorities you're going to get started on right away? Or is it going to be one of those where you probably just need to feel some things out a little bit? Or do you have something set, like a list, like, hey, here's what I'm attacking 1, 2, and 3 right when I get in there?
Well, I do believe that I am the different choice. I am the one that is willing to have the hard conversations. I'm the one that is willing to address the multiple elephants in the room. And so as far as our government, even just the things that I've found so far, it needs a clean sweep, in my opinion. And we need a fresh slate so that some of these things aren't necessarily going to be healed. They're going to have to just be rooted out. Because it's not about me and it's not about, the incumbent. Some of these things have been going on for years and years. So what I would do, I would definitely look at this budget, because everything is a pipe dream without the resources to support whatever it is we're trying to do. So I would look at the budget, and actually I requested a copy of the budget. I have a USB. And after the debate tomorrow night, my full-time job is going to be looking at the documents on that USB. I have requested the budget from the last 4 years, the budget committee meeting minutes for the last 4 years, the CRA meeting minutes for the last 4 years, and there are a lot of documents on that USB. And I've already begun to see some connections that didn't make sense to me at first, but now they do. And not just like people moving from this side to this side, and a connection with West Tennessee Healthcare that I didn't understand at first. But the more I read and the more I look, things are coming together.
The budget would be something, I'm afraid that if I was running for this position and I requested a budget and I opened it and looked at it, it would not be something I would easily comprehend. I'm sure it's very dense and
it is, however,
meticulous.
I do have a bachelor's degree in accounting.
That helps.
So that's helpful.
My bachelor's in psychology would not help with that.
Yeah, so I do have a bachelor's degree in accounting from Georgia Southern University, and I also have a master's degree in education, and I was a high school teacher for 10 years.
Hey, so am
I. I taught freshman algebra.
Okay.
And then I moved to the business department because I wanted to be able to teach the children how to use math in real life.
Yes, that is very important. We talk about that a lot. I teach at JCM. I teach freshman English, and I do think public schools they're at an interesting point right now. And I don't mean just in Jackson. I just mean public education in general, because culture is shifting so much. Jobs are changing so much, and I love reading and I love literature, but I struggle with the fact: do kids really need to be able to find the symbolism and alliteration in a poem? Now, I do think they do, but at the same time, like, there's probably some other things that they can be reading up on that is going to be very useful to them.
Right, in real life.
So, yes, I think we're on the same page there. One more question for you, and thank you so much for coming. I know this is so busy right now.
Thank you for having me.
We're in campaign season. If you're elected, what do you envision Jackson looking like if you were to be elected to this position in 4 years? So 4 years from now, 2027, you're wrapping up your first term. What does that look like in your ideal Jackson?
In my mind, there is a stark contrast between today's Jackson, Tennessee, and what it would be under my leadership in 4 years. I believe that we would have smooth roads to drive on, and it would be a much cleaner place everywhere I go. Those are the top two issues. Why are our streets ragged? And we have money in the budget to fix streets. Where is the money going? And so, that would be one of the things I would definitely focus on. I drive a Jeep with 37-inch tires, and so those potholes, they are a thorn in my side. And it would be, in my mind, growth for everybody, Nobody has to lose in Jackson. I love a good barter system. Like, you do this for me and I'll do this for you. We both win. We both get what we needed in the process. And so just being able to partner with some of the local companies that are here, both that are already here and those that are coming, because there are many opportunities that are down the pike. People that have bought land already in West Tennessee, major corporations, and we have to be prepared in order to take advantage of those opportunities. And I would make sure that we are. I would begin those conversations immediately with the companies that are coming.
You got a plan. Best of luck. Early voting kicked off today. As the day that we are recording, which is April the 12th. Mm-hmm. And early voting runs through the 27th. The 27th, and Election Day is May 2nd.
Yes, early voting is from 9 to 4, Monday through Friday, and then Saturdays 9 to 12.
We got to get more early. We got to get different early voting hours. We got to get multiple locations, right? I mean,
I agree.
I've been pushing for this for a while, and it's still the same.
Those of us that value democracy, you would think that, we want as many people to actually participate in it as possible.
You would think, especially in an election where every vote counts the same. It's not going to an electoral college. Every vote is literally the same.
It's true. And some of the things, one of my catchphrases is make it make sense. Like the Tuesday morning city council meetings at 9 a.m. Under my leadership, we would have 6 p.m. city council meetings because people are at work at 9 o'clock in the morning.
I've said that for a long time too. I like the way you think. Yes, county commission meetings need to be at night. Mm-hmm. School board meetings are at night. City council meetings need to be at night. Yes, government needs to be open. It needs to be transparent.
Yes. So, yes.
We agree. Best of luck the rest of the campaign season, the next few weeks. Thank you so much for taking some time to talk to us.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
The city. Find out first on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com and across our social media platforms. Election return coverage presented by Storage Orthopedics Inspired. World-class care focused on you with Dan Reeves, Gina Langley, Chuck Walker, John Avery Emerson, and Gabe Hart at the Election Commission headquarters. News Talk 96.5 FM election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd, presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired, with locations in Martin, Dyersburg, and 111 Stone Bridge Boulevard in Jackson. SportsOrthoSpine.com. Election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd. Listen on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com or by downloading our free mobile apps at Apple and Android.